Power is temporary.
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Good morning and welcome. This is NDTV Profit. My name is Alex Matthew and you're watching All You Need to Know. Over the course of the next half an hour, we'll tell you everything that you need to know to start your day on the right note. Let's start with the headlines. The Prime Minister sets the 100-day mega economic agenda, says that the markets will see unprecedented action after the 4th of June. That's an exclusive interview with NDTV. Technical charts point to an upward bias in the Indian equity markets as the long term continues to be positive. US stock markets continue to climb after setting new records. Nvidia leads the tech charge. Gold prices soar to all-time highs. Spot prices remain about $2,440. Mumbai records the second highest voter turnout in 30 years at about 52.4%, but it fails to match the 2019 turnout. Big relief for telecom players. Supreme Court waives interest on license fee dues. And JP Morgan Chief Executive Officer Jamie Dimon hints at retirement and succession timeline. Finally, Iran president dies in copter crash. Oil prices are flat as traders look forward to the OPEC meeting on the 1st of June. Now, the stock market will likely break records on the 4th of June, and that's the word coming in from the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi was speaking to NDTV in an exclusive conversation. The Prime Minister sounded confident of a third term and added that the stock market programs will get tired on the stock market programmers rather will get tired on the day of the election results. Listen in.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल देती है। स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुंचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए पीएसयूज की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, पीएसयू के शेयर तो गिरना उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि पीएसयू तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो पीएसयू
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं अब HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश। आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4,000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट। एक तो आज़ादी के बाद लोग तुलना करते हैं कि हमारे साथ जो आज़ाद हुए देश वो इतने आगे निकल गए, हम क्यों नहीं निकले। दूसरा, हमने एक पॉवर्टी को वर्च्यू बना लिया। ठीक है यार, चलता है, क्या है। एक बड़ा सोचना, दूर का सोचना, ये शायद हम लोग गुलामी के दबाव में कहो या पता नहीं, भारत के लोगों का मन ही नहीं है। इसी मिजाज में हम चलते रहे। और मैं मानता हूँ कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का दुरुपयोग हमारे देश में बहुत हुआ। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का पहले मतलब ये होता था जितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट उतनी ज़्यादा मलाई। तो ये मलाई फैक्टर से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जुड़ गया था, उसके कारण देश तबाह हो गया। और मैंने देखा कि सालों तक ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या तो कागज पे है या तो वहाँ एक पत्थर लगा हुआ है, शिलान्यास हुआ है। जब मैं यहाँ आया तो मैंने प्रगति नाम का एक मेरा रेगुलर प्रोग्राम था, मैं रिव्यू करने लगा और रिव्यू कर करके मैंने उसको गति देने गया। कुछ हमारा माइंडसेट, हमारी ब्यूरोक्रेसी, सरदार साहब ने कुछ कोशिश की थी, अगर वो लंबे समय रहते तो हमारी सरकारी व्यवस्थाओं की जो मूलभूत खाका होता है उसमें बदलाव आता, वो नहीं आया। ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट को होगा ना, गवर्नमेंट अफसरों का ट्रेनिंग क्या होगा, सरकारी अफसर को पता होना चाहिए कि आखिर उसके लाइफ का पर्पस क्या है। उसका ये तो नहीं कि मेरा प्रमोशन कब होगा और मेरी अच्छा डिपार्टमेंट मुझे कब मिलेगा, यहाँ सीमित नहीं हो सकता है। तो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट के लिए फिर टेक्नोलॉजी गवर्नमेंट में हम कैसे लाए, इस पर हमारा काम है। तो एक प्रकार से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में भी फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, टेक्नोलॉजिकल सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। अब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के इन 3 स्टेप में भी एक और बात है मेरे मन में। एक तो स्कोप बहुत बड़ा होना चाहिए, टुकड़ों में नहीं होना चाहिए। दूसरा, स्केल बहुत बड़ा होना चाहिए और स्पीड भी उसके अनुसार हो रहे, यानी स्कोप, स्केल एंड स्पीड, उसके साथ स्किल होनी चाहिए जी। ये चारों चीजें अगर हम मिला लेते हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि हम बहुत कुछ अचीव कर लेते हैं। और मेरी कोशिश यही होती है, स्किल भी हो, स्केल भी हो, स्पीड भी हो, और कोई स्कोप जाने नहीं देना चाहिए। ये मेरा कोशिश रहता है। और हमने देखी कैबिनेट के निर्णय, पहले जी कैबिनेट की नोट एक बनते बनते 3 महीने लग जाते। मैंने कहा ऐसा नहीं भी, मुझे बताइए कहाँ रुकता है। धीरे 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 करके मैं करीब 30 दिन ले आया हूँ। हो सकता है मैं आने वाले दिनों में और कम कर दूंगा। यानी मुझे स्पीड का मतलब ये नहीं है कि कंस्ट्रक्शन की स्पीड बढ़े, निर्णय प्रक्रियाओं में भी गति आनी चाहिए। ऐसे हर चीज की तरफ मैं ध्यान केंद्रित करता हूँ। एक आपका ध्यान होगा, बहुत कम लोगों का है, और मैं मानता हूँ कभी आप पूरा एक प्रोग्राम कर सकते हैं टीवी चैनल, गति शक्ति। जैसे दुनिया में हमारे डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की चर्चा होती है, लेकिन गति शक्ति की उतनी चर्चा नहीं है। टेक्नोलॉजी का एक अद्भुत उपयोग, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का अद्भुत उपयोग, और पूरे भारत में कहीं पर भी कोई भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का प्रोजेक्ट करना है, लॉजिस्टिक्स खर्च को कम करना है, लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट बढ़ाना है, गति शक्ति एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म हो रहा है। मैंने देखा, मैंने जब पहली बार इसको लॉन्च किया तो राज्यों के चीफ सेक्रेटरी से इतने खुश हो गए कि भाई अब आप हमारी गति शक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो डेटा है 1600 लेयर्स हैं, आप कोई भी चीज़ डालो तो 1600 लेयर में से वेरीफाई होकर के आता है कि यहाँ कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते। ये अपने आप में एक बड़ी यूनिक चीज़ है जी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लानिंग में हमें बहुत बड़ी सुविधा रहती है, इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हम बहुत गति से आगे बढ़े।
All right, and that's a part of the larger interview which you will be able to watch over the course of the day on the television channel NDTV Profit, or in fact on the website ndtvprofit.com or the social media platforms. For now, let's turn to the major cues from the F&O space heading into trade today. Of course, we're back after a holiday at the start of the week, and Agam is here to break down the latest cues from the previous week. Agam, morning. What levels are we looking at today?
Morning. You know, a lot of the sentiment has changed towards a positive over the last couple of trading sessions, Alex. And what we're seeing is that a lot of longs coming through. Of course, we're coming off on the back of a truncated session. And well, I'm going to talk about how things have in fact panned out on trade last Saturday, because we did have an additional special trading session where once again the exchanges wanted to try, try things out from another recovery side. That said, we pull on perhaps unexpected lines. We didn't see as much traction there on Saturday, but that's as far as the Nifty is concerned. Let's move on and talk about the Bank Nifty again. We won't see too much action in terms of change in open interest or for that matter the underlying. But both the Nifty and the Bank Nifty were in the green. Well, moving on to your options market again, we may not want to read too much into how things have panned out on the day of Saturday, but perhaps we can take a look at the overall options open interest and bring that out. And at the moment, we continue to see more and more traction being built around the 23,000 call, as you can see there. And this time around, because of the substantial increase in your implied volatilities, which also means that your option premiums are actually expanding at the moment, there's a high chance that there are a significant amount of traders out there, and perhaps who are placing the bets on the Nifty moving higher towards the mark of 23,000 or thereabout. And on the lower end, as you can see, the lower end of the range has also shifted higher from 22,000 to 22,400 at the moment in terms of puts. So keep an eye on some of these factors. Let's move on and talk about some of the other factors that we actually do keep an eye on. And this is your 6th June expiry. Now, until the session before, we were keeping an eye on 22,000, which seems to be out of the picture now. And now we have 22,500, which has a reasonable amount of open interest, both in calls as well as puts. But look at the staggering amount of open interest added as far as the 23,000 call is concerned, even as the Nifty moves higher. And we're not too far away from that level, mind you. So it's going to be all about looking at the Nifty, whether or not, in fact, it breaches firstly 22,800, because it's a very important level, and it's a very crucial resistance zone. And after that, of course, 23,000. Moving on to stocks again, not too much to speak for. Again, it will be a quiet day of trade, but IEX, BHEL and Escort stands out in terms of longs, and among stocks which are seeing unwinding. Let's pull that list up as well very quickly. About a short covering for Concord, Zee Entertainment and Bandhan Bank, along with BEL. So, BEL, of course, stands out in trade because it's turned out with a great set of numbers. Alex, again, a good day of trade. Possible that we could see a positive start to today's trading session as well.
All right, thanks so much, Agam, for getting us those details. Talking about earnings and talking about the OMC pack. In fact, we've got Oil India that posted strong numbers in the quarter ended March on the back of robust production. And we've got Mika joining in to give you some perspective on the key numbers. Mika, what are you picking up? Morning.
Yes, so I'll start with Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Even though there was a slight marginal downtick in revenues and profits sequentially, they did beat estimates and margins did expand 180 basis points. However, EBITDA was an estimate miss, but it was up 3.6%. And the fall in revenues was due to lower onshore as well as offshore revenues. The company also declared a dividend of 2.5 rupees per equity share, and the FY24 capex was 22.5% higher at 37,000 crores. Now, production of crude oil it was up 2.4% quarter on quarter. However, gas saw a downtick of 3% sequentially in terms of production. The same trend was observed on an annual basis as well. When you talk about realizations, the crude oil realizations from the nominated fields was up 4.8% at $80.81 per barrel. However, gas was down 24.2% quarter on quarter at $6.5 per million metric British thermal unit, but this was due to the change in the selling price. Moving on to Oil India, revenue and EBITDA did miss estimates, but profit was up 28% and beat estimates. The board also declared a final dividend of 3.75 rupees per share, and it also recommended a bonus issue in the ratio of 1:2, and the record date set for the same is July 22nd. Then the lower revenues were due to the lower revenues from both crude oil and the natural gas segments, and gas segment revenue was actually down 5% quarter on quarter. However, renewable and LPG segments did post high growth, but this was off a lower base. And lastly, when you talk about the FY24 production, crude oil production was up 5.7% year on year at 3.359 million metric tons, and the company also saw its highest ever natural gas production at 3.182 billion cubic meters.
Thanks for getting us details on both Oil India as well as ONGC. Certainly wants to watch out for in trade today. Let's talk about Tata Motors, and in fact the latest update is that it has increased its investment guidance for FY25 to 43,000 crore rupees, and there's also a breakup to talk about where they're spending that money. Puneet is joining in to give you some perspective on that. Puneet, if I remember correctly, there was an announcement a short while back about the amount that the company is going to spend. How is this different from that?
Well, that's right. So earlier they had guided for a similar kind of capex compared to last year, which was roughly around the 41,000 crore range. Now they've upped it to roughly 43,000 crores based on how the JLR division's capex has been in the past year as well. So from previously, JLR had spent roughly 33,000 crores on capex on product development as well as capacity and technology upgrades in FY24. Now that's up to 35,000 crores, while the India entity has been maintained at roughly 8,000 crores of capex for the next financial year or financial year 25. When we look at the other updates, in the Q4 earnings, the JLR CFO had highlighted that FY26 is going to be a year of new products and a whole new lineup for the Jaguar and Land Rover division as well, which will require substantial capex in the first quarter of financial year 25. The first product from the JLR division is going to be the Range Rover battery electric vehicle. Now the bookings of that have already started and they have roughly 33,000 already for this particular product. For the India entity, there are two key launches in the next 6 months. One's the Tata Curve, which is going to be a slightly bulky SUV, but the price point is something we don't know yet, so let's wait for that. And the second one is going to be the Sierra. Now, the company hasn't discussed much on which product segment is this product going to be in, but capex in new product launches as well as capacity expansion going forward is one of the key themes for Tata Motors for financial year 25. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Puneet, for getting us those details. We have to slip into a very quick break. We'll be back on the other side with more stocks for you to watch out for, so do stay tuned.
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं, पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting.
Welcome back. You're watching All You Need to Know. It's time to look at the stocks that are likely to buzz in trade today on account of news updates. And we've got Mika initially to tell you about the stocks on her list, which include RVNL as well as RITES. Mika, what are you picking up?
Yes, so I'll start off with RITES now. That's interpacked with the Bangladesh Railway, and it's going to supply 200 passenger coaches, and this is for a total order value of 915 crores, and the execution period for the same is 36 months. Additionally, a warranty period at 24 months. Then we have RVNL, which has received a letter of acceptance from the Southeastern Railways. Now, the order value is at 148 crores, and it's for an electric traction system, and the execution period for the same is at 18 months. Up next, we have Kalpataru Projects. Now, they've signed 3 contracts with Aramco for a total contract value of 7,550 crore rupees. And now this contract is for 3 packages for the 3rd expansion of the company's master gas system network in Saudi Arabia. We also have AstraZeneca Pharma India in focus because their parent AstraZeneca is reported to build a $1.5 billion manufacturing plant in Singapore, and this plant will mainly focus on producing cancer-killing drugs. The facility is also to be the first end-to-end ADC production site for the company, and the construction will start by the end of 2024, and the entire facility will be operational by 2029. We also have Anand Rathi Wealth in focus, which is noted its buyback date for 3rd of June. We also have Apollo Pipes, which has commissioned for the building of a new facility of 30 million tons per annum capacity. Investment of 120 crores is approved, and it's for the construction period is for a timeline of 1 year. Also keep an eye watch for Lupin, Tata Steel, Solara Active Pharma, and Trident on the back of other news flows.
So much, Meika, for getting us those details. More stocks to watch, and these are on the back of earnings. We've got Puneet joining in to tell you about some of those. Puneet, what are you picking up?
But we had a whole host of earnings on Friday as well as Saturday on the special session. So let's start with Amber Enterprises. While the company had a revenue fall of roughly 6%, this was well documented by the company as, the slump in room air conditioner top line for brands taking their, certain component business in-house. So that's the reason why there was a fall in revenue, but the profits as well as EBITDA margins have risen. When you look at EBITDA, it's up roughly 9% to come in at 240 crores, with margins up 120 basis points or roughly 8.6%. While the net profit is roughly down slightly at roughly 99 crores. The one key notable fact for Amber is the room air conditioner market share is strong at roughly 27.3% for the industry. When you look at the second one, we are tracking with G1 Small Finance Bank on the back of strong earnings reported by the company. The company had the NII grow roughly 26% at roughly 934 crores, with both deposits as well as the loan book growing by roughly 23 to 24%. The third one is Balakrishna Industries in the tire space. Now, most results have been affected by the EPR provisions, and so has Balakrishna by roughly 11 crores for the past 2 fiscals. But the company has seen strong EBITDA margin expansion of roughly 400 basis points, which led to net profit increasing by a whopping 87% compared to the previous year to come in at 487 crores. The board has also declared a dividend of roughly 4 rupees per share. The fourth one is Whirlpool. The results were strong on the back of strong share in the consumer durable business. The revenue is up roughly 3.6% at 1,700 crores, while EBITDA margins have expanded 200 basis points to come in at 8.3%. And finally, BEL. The company has reported strong revenue growth of roughly 32%, while its EBITDA has grown up by roughly 25%. One key notable fact here about BEL is the order book, which is roughly 3 to 4 times of its current revenue, coming in at roughly 75,000 crores for the financial year of 24. Back to you.
Got it. Thanks, Puneet, for getting us those details. BL, certainly a stock to watch in trade today. It was buzzing last week as well. Now, several brokerages to watch out for, brokerage notes to watch out for on the likes of Endurance Technologies as well as Phoenix today. Both of those are Citi notes, and there could be some action on the back of this. Agam is joining in to give you some perspective on what Citi is saying. Agam, take it away.
Right. So, well, the reason why we've chosen both these is because the targets for both these companies have been hiked on the back of earnings. I start off with Citi on Endurance Tech, where they've maintained a buy with the price target at around 2,550, which entails about a 16.5% upside from, well, Saturday's closing price from 2,300. This is on the back of robust operational beat buoyed by government incentives. Moreover, the order win trends have been strong, and this is across product lines for the company. They've also taken up a greenfield project, which is announced to cater to strong demand. And well, they're likely to see an increase in revenue on the back of segments like four-wheelers, 150cc plus bikes when it comes to ABS as well as absorption. We move on to talk about Phoenix Mills as well. This is once again where the brokerage has maintained a buy on Phoenix Mills with the price target hiked to around 3,885 from 3,352. This also entails a 24% up move from current market levels, where the city is saying that consumption and rentals across malls are likely to continue to grow, and the like-to-like retail consumption stands at in a double-digit 10% growth on a year-on-year basis. It's also well positioned to benefit not only from continuing organic consumption, but also more malls being added in its portfolio is something that was likely to benefit the Phoenix Mills going forward. And that's also the reason why they remain positive with a price target height.
Right, and considerable upside from the current market price. Thanks so much, Agam, for getting us those details. To end the program, we have a bit of international news to tell you about. Ibrahim Raisi, the Iranian president, passed away over the weekend in a helicopter crash. And the next big question that several watchers globally are asking is, who will become the next president of Iran? The answer for now is Mohammad Mokbar, who is the vice president of the country, who according to their constitution will take over as acting president. An Iranian politician, Mohammad Mokbar, was born in 1955 and has been currently serving as the vice president of Iran. A member of the Expediency Discernment Council, Mohammad Mokbar has been the former head of execution of Imam Khomeini's order, chairman of the board at the Sina Bank and deputy governor of the Khuzestan province. And that brings us to the end of this edition of All You Need to Know. Do stay tuned. India Market Open is up next, and this is NDTV Profit.
ये 10 साल में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for
Welcome to India Market Open. It's an exciting morning. We're coming out of a long weekend. Of course, the biggest headline from this weekend, guys, was the exclusive conversation the Prime Minister had with NDTV, where I think for the very first time he's gone beyond politics, beyond numbers, to what's important for the economy, what's next for India, and of course the euphoria, reassurance for the bulls on the street. So lots of excitement, and technically as well the markets are looking good. So it's all coming together.
Yeah. I think the comment on the fact that stock markets on 4th June, and we'll play that out for you, but Prime Minister saying that on June 4th, the programmers in the markets will be too busy. And the reason that's important politically as well is because through the last few weeks, or couple of weeks, I would say, any doubts or concerns about what the outcome is going to be sort of get quelled with the kind of confidence that you're seeing. Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting morning.
You know what stood out as well, Neeraj, is bull market after 4th of June. I mean, what have we already not seen in our lives in the last 2 years?
Yeah, and you know, it's great for all of us capital market observers to hear the head of state of country say that capital market participation is important because it adds luster to the economy. When we haven't seen that happen too often, right? One was PM Modi's photograph with Rakesh Jhunjhunwala back then, and people said, okay, there is importance being given to capital markets. Now there's a PM on a live interview or an interview to the editor-in-chief of the network telling about how capital markets are important. I thought that was really stand out.
And how important new retail investors are for this market. I think that comes back to financial literacy, which has been an agenda for the country for a whole decade.
But happening in the last 5 years.
And happening right now, and the Prime Minister only reiterating that is such critical mass for India and for capital markets. So if you're a bull on the street, you've woken up very excited this Tuesday morning, rest assured.
You know, the other thing that will also add up is that the voter turnout for phase 5 wasn't too bad at about 60%. It's
Mumbai was terrible, huh? Or was it okay?
Mumbai was Mumbai.
Mumbai
was Mumbai. Let me put it that way.
But it was second best in history in 30 years.
In 3 decades. Let's just say Mumbai is Mumbai. But Mumbai is another kettle of fish because no one knows what's going to happen there with now 6 parties instead of 4 in the fray. But the overall voter turnout, because there were some pretty important seats, was 60% versus 62% in 2019. So not too much of a gap if low voter turnout is still a concern for the street. Mumbai was at 52% versus 54% in 2019. 54% was the best in 3 decades, which is also not great, let's be honest. There should have been a better voter turnout. Though there were quite a few complaints about how the lines were very long, the machines were taking too much time, etc. Those who want to vote will end up voting.
I stood for 2 hours.
Well done, Neeraj.
2 hours. No, I am just saying that, and there were people who were senior citizens waiting for an hour and a half. So,
my street was closed for about 2 hours because Kareena and Saif decided to vote. So they actually barricaded.
Did they stand in line?
They mustn't have stood in line because the street was blocked. You can only imagine the treatment. Whatever it takes, it's good publicity, right?
Everyone should stand in line and everyone should vote. But anyway, there's still 2 phases. So at Delhi, it's over to you now, even if Mumbai has had a low voter turnout, another urban city. But let's set you up with the global cues this morning as well before we move ahead. And sort of a mixed set of trade on Wall Street overnight. It's all about the NASDAQ more than anything else, which was up ahead of NVIDIA numbers. NVIDIA numbers are going to be out on Wednesday. That stock was already up in trade in anticipation, and that was really the biggest spot of color green that you could see on US markets. The Dow down in part also because of JP Morgan, and this was the other interesting thing overnight. Jamie Dimon saying and indicating that he will retire earlier than expected, also saying that he would not go back and buy some of the stocks they already invested in at the current prices, and the street didn't like that too much. JP Morgan dropped about 4.5%. So that was the sort of mixed kind of vibe, I would say, in the US markets. Bonds were okay. It's going to be a big week in the sense of the big triggers are going to be statements from various Fed officials that will be seen. And they ticked slightly higher, the 10-year at 4.4%. Crude was anticipated to be the big story, definitely a huge geopolitical story with the Iranian president and foreign minister dying after their helicopter fell from the skies. a lot of statements there, but stand in now. President will come into place, the vice president will come in. Remember, Iran is the third largest oil producer in the OPEC. And it's not expected that there will be too much change in their policy because of this, which is why you've not seen too much of an impact on crude overall. So Brent has been fairly steady around the same mark as it has been, about $83 odd. So not too much happening as of now as far as crude is concerned. I want to just pull up Asia, and Asia
just
also
very
fairly
quickly,
mixed.
Samna, while we are at commodities and the geopolitical piece. So while crude didn't react too heavily to the geopolitical unfortunate circumstance that happened, gold has reacted.
Yeah.
And I think that is a risk asset. So it's safe haven. We did see gold make record highs, along with gold, silver also went up. Copper is, of course, at new record highs too. But I think one asset class that we want to watch out for beyond crude is going to be gold. Of course, apart from the Fed back and forth, the geopolitical situation will have an impact on gold prices.
Silver over the weekend also
has had a good run.
Record highs.
24% returns on gold in 1 year.
I mean, think about it.
No risk.
Yeah, and so
virtually, yes.
So all of the very traditional Indian savers, their first port of call is always gold. So they may be.
And we have an SGB lined up next month. So it'd be actually mid this month. You should have a sovereign gold bond offering that comes out, and we will see the kind of reaction, and also the sheer demand for it is compelling. I know exactly about a year and a half ago, the SGB was not something people wanted to touch.
Yeah.
And now you're queuing up for the sovereign gold bond. So this is all unfortunate what's happening, but of course positive gold.
But gold has been on an upward move even before the Iranian
this only is going to help it further.
And that of course is a different story altogether. Just want to round up with what Asia is looking like at the moment, and we'll pull that up for you. So fairly mixed cues there, and even in Asian markets, the whole Nvidia sort of supply chain up and down is going to be in focus ahead of the numbers. So that could be one big indicator to track. I want to pull up GIFT Nifty for you, and the implied open that we could see this morning, trending in the green, nothing too exciting, but about 51 points up, so to speak. Now, we did have a truncated session on Saturday, and as expected, you had very little fund flows because it was a truncated session. So we'll just pull that up for you as well. Nothing too exciting happening in that Saturday trade. DIIs and FIs both sold, but not in great amounts. So having put that aside, I think, Neeraj, the big factor today would, in some part, definitely what the Prime Minister is saying, maybe the election blues behind us, and now digesting the results as well, the corporate numbers that we've seen.
Yeah, most certainly. And it kind of showed in the way the markets did last week as well, right? So while they continued to be choppy, you had a 2.5% uptick in the Nifty and the Sensex in the week gone by. But lest that not be as impressive, look at the overall picture with the Nifty gaining about 2.5%, or the Sensex gaining about 2.5% for the week. But the mid-caps and the small caps participating in great gusto, 6.5% for the BSE mid-cap index, 7.4% for the BSE small cap index. If you don't call this recovery, then I don't know what do you call as recovery. 7% in 5 days is very, very strong. So the momentum is in favor of the bulls for sure. And let's not talk about whether banks have done well or IT has not done well, because I think the action is happening beyond those two pockets. Look at defense, look at shipbuilding, for example. Strong cues for defense. The DRDO chief saying that we want to be focusing on being Atmanirbhar in terms of our supply chain. Imagine the opportunities that it opens up for the whole spate of companies which are in the space tech space, right? And we saw this last week, by the way, shipbuilding stocks. The order wins that happened were very, very large and across the board. I mean, sometimes it was $15 million, sometimes it was some more, but all of these guys are getting orders left, right, center. And therefore, defense, shipbuilding, infrastructure seems right up there in terms of preference. And by the way, a cheeky comment, but If you look at what's happening to the alcohol stocks or the liquor stocks in the election season, those two are doing well because, I mean, forget the United Breweries of the world, but Associated Alcohols, GM Breweries, these stocks are really doing well. So clearly they're getting orders.
I don't know if it's cheeky, but it's actually true.
It's actually true.
You do see there is a I think, election economy boost, which does come in. You see that in commercial vehicles. You could see that maybe in some of those snack maker companies as well.
Or gas stove companies, but liquor companies have certainly shown on the numbers.
Funny because it's usually a dry week when you go out voting, right? So it doesn't matter. But great numbers from Radhika Khaitan a few days ago. Even Tilak Nagar Industries, a fairly small liquor companies, up 100% in the last couple of years. So there's lots happening in that space. But let's quickly tell you the other few stocks you want to watch out for. Before we go into that, a quick mention, while the Nifty is looking extremely well placed at this stage, Bank Nifty is also going to be one you want to watch out for. Neeraj mentioned how the mid-cap and the small-cap index did well, but the micro-cap index did even better in terms of trade. So you clearly can tell the texture of this market. It's DIIs who are enjoying their trade in the market. FIs continue to remain short on the index. They continue to sell the market. But of course, locally, the euphoria is there for everyone to see. So micro-cap for the week has actually had a pretty good run. Well, in terms of stocks that you want to track, a bunch of them are earnings reaction. Don't expect too much. I'm only reporting on ONGC because it's an index heavyweight. Numbers were largely in line with expectation. No big moves either on top line. EBITDA was a slight miss, but top line was largely in line with Bloomberg estimates. Revenue was marginally flat. Net profit also came in flat, but EBITDA is where we've seen a bit of an uptick, but this was below what the street was working with. Along with that, so watch out for this one. The gas production, I believe, has come in lower for the quarter and for the year. We'd like to see what brokerages have to say, whether this is a countrywide trend or this is specific to ONGC. But given the importance of natural gas and the impetus on it, it's surprising that the production for ONGC in terms of gas is slightly lower for the quarter. Well, apart from that, everything to do railways is having a field day. The commentary from the Prime Minister, the earnings that these companies have reported, the stock performance has been phenomenal. And once again, reporting on a few of those, RVNL and RITES have backed two big orders, so these counters will be in focus. IRFC has also reported numbers which were a clear beat to street expectations. Total income came in higher by 5%. Net profit has seen a big jump, actually, 34% higher to come in 117 crores. The board has approved funding plans, very, very aggressive, ambitious funding plans to the tune of 50,000 crores via bonds from domestic and international markets. So watch out for IRFC. It was up 2.5% on Saturday. Today could be another positive morning for the counter. Along with that, RITES and RVNL both have bagged massive orders. RITES to the tune of 915 crores. RVNL has also got a big order, 148 crores. Just another quick one, guys, is Patel Engineering. Could be a big mover in early trade. If I had to put money on this, it would be expected to see a gap up. Phenomenal numbers. Patel Engineering has reported profit spike of 84% for about 141 crores from 77 crores. It's a smaller company, but the move hence could be even bigger for Patel. Revenues have also increased about 11.5%. So good quarter for Patel, good quarter for IRFC. ONGC, I'm guessing, is muted, so we shouldn't be expecting fireworks on that one.
ONGC would be perhaps a bit negative. I think HAL, before we get to any of the others, for a couple of reasons. And one is, of course, that Nomura note, Neeraj, that you were referring to, but also in the Prime Minister's interview to NDTV, and you will hear those clips through the day. It's on our social media as well. He talks about the turnaround in PSU companies and mentions Hindustan Aeronautics specifically, referring to the bumper quarterly numbers they've had and how profits have gone up, record profits of 4,000 crore rupees. So on top of that, you have this Nomura note out today, which is talking about at least a 12% upside. They have set a target price of 5,100 for HAL, and of course talked about how the margin surprise is the big upside. HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics, is what I'm talking about, not ONGC. So that's one which you could see some more action already up of 4.5%.
And we'll be talking to the management on the channel at 10:30. So watch out, because while the PM talks about HAL, even the returns, Tamanna, it's up 120% in 6 months.
The results have been great, though.
That happened a few days ago, but more 120% returns in the last 6 months. Along with that is also BDL, which we can of course discuss. But watch that conversation, because I think it'll be interesting to know what lies ahead for HAL. It's a multi-year growth story, massive orders,
and
transformation of sorts.
What more? Is everything priced in is also what would be interesting to see in that conversation. The other one, if we're just talking about everything around elections and the running of elections, BEL is an interesting one. Numbers are good. Numbers have come in over the weekend and over the long weekend, actually. A beat on all fronts. I would keep BEL on my radar. Revenue up 32%, EBITDA up 25%. Margins are a little muted, 26.7% versus 28.3%. But you have seen increase in other expenses. You've seen raw material costs also go up. Net profit is up 30%, and their order book, and that's an update they gave, 75,934 crores. They will have a con call later today, but BEL is again another very, very strong player to look at. Godrej Properties is something I would add. News flow actually more than anything else. So they've acquired 10 land parcels, and 21,000 crore rupees is the value of the projects that they want to build. The property and real estate has anyway been on a bit of a seesaw, but Godrej Property is not doing too badly. The numbers were decent, and I would watch out for that. You want to come?
No, just my 3 stocks, but just adding to that, and we have a special conversation in about a minute from now, so I'll rush through that. But Godrej Properties, Morgan Stanley is also added to the Asia Pacific ex-Japan focus list at the expense of Apollo Hospitals, so watch out for that. But very quickly, before we get in Mr. Sanjay Pugalia in, but very quickly, 3 stocks from my end. Kalpataru Projects has signed 3 Aramco contracts worth approximately 7,550 crores. It's very large for Kalpataru Projects. Contracts for expansion of master gas system network in Saudi Arabia, so watch out for Kalpataru Projects. Watch out for Data Patterns. Revenues were down, but margins expanded meaningfully at 51% versus 39.6%. PAT up 28% at 71 versus 55. Watch out for Data Patterns, and a lot of stocks, but I think the third one that stands out for me is Concor. Brokerages have given a thumbs up to that. The Citi note lays it out. They say they maintain a buy. The target price is increased to 1340. They say it surprised positively with unusually strong growth guidance for FY25. And keep in mind, even Jefferies has upped the target price to 1240 versus 1110 earlier.
You also have 2 block deals, CG Power and Indus Towers, so watch out for that. That, of course, you'll see at 9 a.m., but significant. There's going to be an FI sellout, a block deal for both those counters. But apart from that...
So there's Lupin, there's Biocon, but we'll come back to all of that, because the big story this morning definitely is the NDTV, exclusive interview with Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia, who joins us in this morning. And, Sanjay, this is an interview that has gone viral. So before we come to you for what was between the lines and apart from the interview that you saw, let's just play out for our viewers some snippets of that interview with the Prime Minister. He's spoken to a lot of channels, but this is really the one that gives you an intent and an insight into what a term 3 could look like. Listen in.
हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुंचे हैं. ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है. दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है. और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए.
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. सोच करके क्या करूँगा, ऐसी जिंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है. जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे.
तो
अब HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट। एक आपका ध्यान होगा, बहुत कम लोगों का है, और मैं मानता हूँ कभी आप पूरा एक प्रोग्राम कर सकते हैं टीवी पे, गति शक्ति। जैसे दुनिया में हमारे डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की चर्चा होती है, लेकिन गति शक्ति की उतनी चर्चा नहीं है। टेक्नोलॉजी का एक अद्भुत उपयोग, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का अद्भुत उपयोग, और पूरे भारत में कहीं पर भी कोई भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का प्रोजेक्ट करना है, लॉजिस्टिक्स खर्च को कम करना है, लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट बढ़ाना है, गति शक्ति एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म होगा। मैंने देखा, मैंने जब पहली बार इसको लॉन्च किया तो राज्यों के चीफ सेक्रेटरी से इतने खुश हो गए कि भाई अब आप हमारी गति शक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो डेटा है 1600 लेयर्स है, आप कोई भी चीज़ डालो तो 1600 लेयर में से वेरीफाई होकर के आता है कि यहाँ कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते। ये अपने आप में एक बड़ी यूनिक चीज़ है ये। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लानिंग में हमें बहुत बड़ी सुविधा रहती है, इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हम बहुत गति से आगे हैं।
Okay, just some excerpts of that detailed interview, but Sanjay Pugalia joins us in to give us more insight. And Sanjay ji, just the comment on markets is something that no one has heard Prime Minister Modi talking about. That clip has gone viral over the last couple of days. What was the intent behind that, and also the importance of the messaging to the average Indian that thoda risk le lo?
Exactly. Prime Minister with some confidence and clarity only will say a thing about things like risk appetite. चूंकि उनको पता है कि यंगर और न्यूअर इन्वेस्टर्स बहुत बढ़ गए हैं, 15 करोड़ डीमैट अकाउंट हो गए हैं, और ऐसे में अगर 4, 5, 8 करोड़ लोग भी ट्रेड कर रहे हों, इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हों, तो जो इक्विटी कैपिटल चाहिए इंडिया को वो कितनी बड़ी आ सकती है। तो वो बिल्कुल एक तरह का कॉल टू एक्शन दे रहे हैं। ये उनका कॉन्फिडेंस झलकाता है कि इंडिया की जो ग्रोथ ट्रेजेक्ट्री है वो बहुत स्ट्रांग है, इसलिए कोई घबराने की बात नहीं है, बाजार में पैसा कमाओगे। ऐसे भी इन्वेस्टिंग कल्चर बढ़ रहा है। तो मुझे जो बहुत रिमार्केबल बात लगी, तमन्ना, वो यही लगी कि वो कह रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टर्स को रिस्क लेना चाहिए, इंडिविजुअल इन्वेस्टर्स की बात कर रहे थे। तो ओवरऑल जो इकोनॉमिक फ्रेमवर्क उनका है ये बताता है कि इन अ वे मुझे लगा कि उनके लिए अब ये चुनाव का कैंपेन का उनका जो टाइम टेबल है उसको वो फॉलो कर रहे हैं। चुनाव उनके लिए कंप्लीट हो चुका है, अब आगे की क्या तैयारी करनी है इस पर वो फोकस कर रहे हैं। तो मेरे सारे इंटरव्यू में आपने देखा होगा कि फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग बातें बहुत ज्यादा हैं और वो प्लान बहुत स्पेसिफिक और डिटेल्स में बता रहे हैं।
संजय जी, वो ट्वीट में भी दिखा था दैट कंटिन्यूटी सीम्स इमिनेंट, सो टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट्स कमिंग अप अहेड। गुड मॉर्निंग नीरज हियर। One question again related to markets, because this interview, unlike some of the others, had a lot of focus for capital market players as well in a big way. आपने शुरुआत उसी से की, लेकिन मैं एक और सवाल उस पर पूछना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ पे उन्होंने बताया कि the participation from so many Indians across the board is increasing and the importance of that for the economy, मतलब एक linkage of capital markets and economy, which was fabulous for me. आपके हिसाब से वो सारे कैपिटल मार्केट रिलेटेड कॉन्वर्सेशन में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट आपको क्या लगा?
जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात मुझे लगी वो 2-3 इंडिकेशन उन्होंने दिए, एक आध वर्ड का जिक्र करते हुए, क्योंकि इलेक्शन का वक्त है तो वो कॉशियस हैं कि किस तरह से बात कही जाए, कि हाई टैक्सेशन एक प्रॉब्लम है, टैक्सेशन कम होता है तो रेवेन्यू बढ़ता है। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर इंडिया को बहुत मेजर ग्रोथ टारगेट अचीव करने हैं तो सेंटर, स्टेट और लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट में एक तरीके की ट्यूनिंग, एक तरीके की वेवलेंथ बहुत जरूरी है। और अभी मैं एक पिंक पेपर में एडिटोरियल पढ़ रहा था, हमारे इंटरव्यू के बेसिस पे एडिटोरियल लिखा गया है जिसमें यही कहा गया है कि रिफॉर्म के लिए कंसेंसस बहुत जरूरी है। पीएम ने जिस एक बात पे फोकस किया वो ये था कि स्टेट्स का बहुत बड़ा रोल है और स्टेट्स को अब इन सिंक होना पड़ेगा नेशनल पॉलिसीज के साथ। अगर वो होता है तो इंडिया सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन बन सकता है, इस बात को अंडरलाइन कर रहे थे। तीसरी बात जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, उनको ही इज वेरी माइंडफुल दैट डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस स्टिल इज अ प्रॉब्लम इन इंडिया एंड हाउ टू एक्सेलरेट डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेसेस, उस पर उन्होंने बहुत बात की। ब्यूरोक्रेटिक रिफॉर्म्स पे उन्होंने बहुत बात की और उसका मतलब यही है कि जितने हर्डल्स हैं या जो बॉटल नेकिंग होती है उसको कैसे हटाएं। और एम्बिशन की तो कोई कमी नहीं है, जब वो ये बात कहते हैं और बहुत नेचुरल एक वर्ड में कह करके निकल गए कि 1300 आइलैंड हैं और इतने बड़े बड़े आइलैंड हैं कि सिंगापुर क्यों नहीं बन सकता, और आपने उसके पहले देखा था कि वो लक्षद्वीप घूमने के लिए गए हुए थे। तो दीज आर ऑल पोटेंशियली बिग आइडियाज वेयर ही हैज ऑलरेडी डन हिज होमवर्क। वो एक ड्रॉप कर देते हैं हिंट और उसके बाद छोड़ देते हैं और अचानक एक मेगा प्लान अनाउंस होता है। तो आप इस पूरे इंटरव्यू को अगर देखेंगे, पढ़ेंगे और इसका हम लोग एक पूरा टेबुलेशन करें तो पाएंगे कि आगे का बहुत ही एक्टिव एजेंडा उन्होंने हमारे सामने रख दिया है।
Sanjay ji, foreigners, domestic investors have been betting big on value creation for PSU stocks, and we've seen stocks like an HAL, a BDL have a dream run, not just in the last couple of weeks, but in the last few years. As we look ahead in term 3, what lies ahead? What's the road ahead? Is there still money to be made in these stocks?
मुझे लगता है कि बिल्कुल हाँ। एक चीज जिस पर हम लोग लगातार फोकस करते थे कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन होगा कि नहीं, डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट होगा कि नहीं। पिछले 10 साल में हम लोगों ने इस पर कई बार बात की, हर बजट के पहले ये मुद्दा हम लोग उठाते हैं। मुझे ये सेंस है और ये बिल्कुल मेरा कंजेक्चर है, हो सकता है मैं गलत हूं, कि डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट में या बड़े पीएसयू के प्राइवेटाइजेशन में प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का कोई ज्यादा यकीन है नहीं, क्योंकि अब उन्होंने वो रास्ता ढूंढ लिया है जिससे अपने पीएसयूज को वो स्ट्रेंथन कर सके और एक्चुअली बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग परफॉर्मेंसेस सामने हम देख ही रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि उनका फोकस इसी बात पे रहेगा कि पीएसयूज को और मजबूत करो और उनका कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन कर लो भले, ताकि मार्केट का, ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर का भरोसा उस पर बढ़े। तो मुझे लगता है कि ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स को पीएसयू कैसे अट्रैक्टिव लगे ये उनके दिमाग में है, और प्राइवेटाइजेशन की बात अब मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों को करना बंद कर देना चाहिए। मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई ओवरऑल प्राइवेटाइजेशन वो करने जा रहे हैं।
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन की ज़रूरत ही उस तरह से ख़त्म हो गई क्योंकि पीएसयूज इस कदर री रेट हो चुके हैं। संजय जी, जब हम टर्म 3 की बात करते हैं और हमें ये 4 जून को पक्का पता चलेगा कि अगर हम मोदी 3.0 देख रहे हैं, तो सवाल आता है इन्वेस्टर्स, पॉलिसी वॉचर्स के मन में कि अब क्या रिफॉर्म्स बचे हैं। काफ़ी सारे तो हो गए हैं, टर्म 3 में अब क्या होने जा रहा है, इस पर कोई हिंट आपको मिला?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि सभी लोग इस बात के लिए माइंडफुल हैं और सारी बातें एक इंटरव्यू में या चुनाव के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में होना मुश्किल है। जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है इन्वेस्टर कम्युनिटी की ग्लोबली वो ये है कि इंडिया बहुत ही ओवर रेगुलेटेड देश है। तो रेगुलेशन को कैसे ठीक किया जाए, कैसे बॉटल नेकिंग को दूर किया जाए, कैसे लॉजिस्टिक्स के खर्चे कम किए जाएं, एक और क्लैरिटी मिलती है। एग्रीकल्चर वर्सेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के बारे में प्राइम मिनिस्टर क्या सोचते हैं। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एक बहुत बड़ा पिवट होने के लिए होना जरूरी है, ये बात अब सबको बहुत क्लियर है, पहले से भी क्लियर थी, लेकिन अब उसमें काम करना पड़ेगा। उसी का संबंध है कि आप अपने कॉस्ट को कैसे कम करो, ईज ऑफ बिजनेस को कैसे बढ़ाओ, लिप सर्विस में नहीं एक्चुअली। तो डिसीजन मेकिंग के लिए जब वो बताते हैं कि कैबिनेट नोट्स जब मैं मंगवाता हूं तो देखता हूं कि बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस वर्ल्ड की क्या हैं, एक तो उससे कंपेयर करो, और दूसरा ये देखता हूं कि कैबिनेट नोट पहले 3 महीने में बनते थे, अब 1 महीने में बनते हैं, इसको मैं और कम करने जा रहा हूं। तो कई सारे स्विच बोर्ड जो इकोनॉमी के ग्रोथ को एक्सेलरेट करें, एक साथ स्विच ऑन करना पड़ेगा। ये मुझे लगता है कि उनको क्लैरिटी है और वो बहुत माइंडफुल है कि प्रॉब्लम्स कहाँ कहाँ हैं और उस स्लोनेस को कैसे फाइट आउट किया जाए। मुझे लगता है कि उसकी चिंता इनको बहुत ज्यादा होगी, क्योंकि थर्ड टर्म होगा। हर टर्म में प्रॉमिसेस, होप, वेलफेयर की डिलीवरी, पॉवर्टी से लोगों को बाहर लाना, सोशल सेफ्टी नेट क्रिएट करना, उसके बाद अब अगर प्रॉस्पेरिटी चाहिए, इक्वालिटी चाहिए, जॉब्स चाहिए, तो हार्ड काम यहां से शुरू होगा। मुझे लगता है जो बातें मेरे इंटरव्यू में उन्होंने कही वो ये उनका माइंडफुलनेस दिखा रहा था कि अब यहां से बहुत सीरियस ऑडेशियस हार्डवर्क शुरू होता है।
संजय जी, एक और चीज़ जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने आपको कही थी इज दैट विद द सपोर्ट from the states, India could essentially go into uncharted territories. What do you think he meant by that? Was it the labor reforms he was referring to?
Labor and land, both. ये जो 2 चीजें बहुत क्रिटिकल हैं जिस पर काम करना जरूरी है। मुझे लगता है कि उनका इंडिकेशन यही है कि स्टेट्स को अब आपस में कंपटीशन है और सभी लोग बड़े प्रोजेक्ट अपने यहाँ लेके आना चाहते हैं, तो उनको जो नेशनल लेवल के रिफॉर्म्स हुए हैं उनके साथ मैच करना पड़ेगा और शायद उससे भी ज्यादा बोल्ड काम करने पड़ेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है जब मैंने पूछा था कि बोल्ड डिसीजंस, तो मेरा मतलब यही था कि अगर आप एक गिफ्ट सिटी बना लेते हैं और कोई स्टेट हर्डल कर रहा है आपके लिए जो मैंने पूछा नहीं, लेकिन वो इनहेरेंट है इस तरह के सवालों में, तो क्या आप और ज्यादा स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन बना दें? बॉटल नेकिंग दूर होनी चाहिए, और इस मामले में नोइंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, एग्जीक्यूशन पे उनका बड़ा फोकस रहता है, माइक्रो डिटेलिंग पे बड़ा फोकस रहता है। आप देख लीजिए कितने बड़े बड़े फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो बनने में कितने साल लगते, बहुत तेजी से काम हुआ है उस पर, क्योंकि उनको वो एक जिद है। अब उनको मालूम है कि जो कोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ये विजिबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं, कोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टू ड्राइव द इकोनॉमी, उस पर फोकस करना पड़ेगा, जिसका ताल्लुक रिफॉर्म से है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म से है, क्विक डिसीजन मेकिंग से है। एक चीज का जिक्र ना मैंने किया ना उन्होंने किया, लेकिन मैं कह रहा हूं अपने ऑडियंसेस को वॉच करने के लिए, जुडिशियरी में चेंजेस, जुडिशियरी के रिफॉर्म, ये भी एक तीसरा बहुत बड़ा एजेंडा होने जा रहा है आने वाले दिनों में, और ये कंसेंसस से होना चाहिए, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। तो मैं समझता हूं कि जितने बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हैं इंडिया को 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए और उसके बाद उसके भी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, उसमें बहुत तेजी से काम करना जरूरी होगा। ये एक पॉलिटिकल चैलेंज भी है, और ही इज एस्ट्यूट पॉलिटिशियन, सो ही नोज इट।
संजय जी, एक आखिरी सवाल मेरी तरफ से एटलीस्ट, आपने इसका जिक्र भी किया पहले कि ही स्पोक अबाउट लोअर टैक्सेशन और टैक्सेशन बेस, इफ टैक्सेशन इज लोअर देन द बेस इंक्रीजेज और पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ता है। हर बजट के पहले कैपिटल मार्केट्स एंशियस होती हैं कि भाई क्या कोई कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स टिंकरिंग या इनहेरेंट टैक्स आ सकता है क्या आप उसमें रीड बिटवीन द लाइंस करते हैं कि मे बी इतना संभावना शायद कम हो, क्योंकि उन्होंने बताया कि टैक्सेशन लो हो तो पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ जाएगा?
मुझे नहीं लगता। मार्केट एक तरफ हम उसको बहुत कहते हैं कि वाइज एंटिटी है, दूसरी तरफ वो थोड़ा हमेशा एंक्शस और नर्वसनेस में भी रहता है। अभी जो पिछले दिनों बात हुई नीरज कि सीटें कितने आएंगी, इसके कारण मार्केट इधर उधर हो रहा था, मुझे एक्चुअली ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि मार्केट उस वजह से इधर उधर हो रहा था। मार्केट ऑलरेडी ओवरबॉट था और उसमें लोगों ने अपनी जो प्रॉफिट बुकिंग करनी थी कर ली। जो SIP के पैसे हैं बड़े पैमाने पर आ रहे हैं, तो मार्केट थोड़ा सा जो नर्वस एंटिटीज होते हैं विद इन मार्केट, वो इस तरह की रीडिंग करते हैं। मैं नहीं समझता हूं कि कैपिटल गेन्स जैसी चीजें जो हैं वो एजेंडा पे होंगी, क्योंकि वो एक ऐसा काम है कि बहुत क्रिटिकल काम नहीं है, जो बड़े बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हैं इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के। उसमें जो एक बात और कही चलते चलते मैं उसको हाईलाइट करना चाहूंगा, आपने नोटिस किया होगा एक एक वर्ड में उन्होंने कहा, लेकिन क्या क्या जिक्र किया, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, डिफेंस, EVs, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और डिजिटल पे उनका बहुत ज्यादा फोकस था। AI का उन्होंने जिक्र किया। मुझे ये वो वर्टिकल्स, वो सेक्टर्स नजर आते हैं जहां बहुत एक्टिविटी होगी। आपके कैपिटल मार्केट के और स्टॉक मार्केट के पर्सपेक्टिव से इन सेक्टर्स की एक्टिविटी और वहां क्या पोटेंशियल है और क्या पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन हो सकते हैं, ये मुझे लगता है कि आगे का फोकस एरिया होना चाहिए।
All right, तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा क्लोज हमें मिले हैं. This has been an insightful interview, and I think one which will age well even after the 4th of June. If people go back and see this interview, it's more than just the political heat and dust. So very, very valid, especially for NDTV Profit viewers. Thank you so much, Sanjay ji, for taking out the time this morning and talking to us about the hot button topic for the entire market. All right, we'll take a very, very short break at this time, but on the other side we get you the F&O setup. Agam joins us to set the stage for you before opening trade.
वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
some people say, hey, you know what, I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting models. Therefore, this means if you need a personal loan now, it may not be as easy as it was. Let's understand the problem better. What exactly is over-leverage? How does it affect you and me? And how is it measured? An over-leveraged borrower is when an individual has so much debt that it becomes almost impossible or extremely difficult to repay that amount. Now, to measure this, every lender, the one who gives the money, has something called Fixed Obligation Income Ratio or FOIR. This is a ratio which
Welcome. This is India Market Open. We are taking stock of the futures and options space now, how things have panned out, and perhaps we can get our expert now to talk to us about the election trade. But before that, let's take a look at how things have panned out as far as markets are concerned. Now, Saturday was a truncated session. It was a special session, so we didn't see too much traction when it comes to the Nifty or the Bank Nifty for that matter. Both the indices were marginally in the green with very little traction when it comes to the futures. As you can see on your screen there, the Nifty and the Bank Nifty, the picture is very much the same. Let's move on and talk about the options market. And when it comes to the Nifty options market, again, we didn't see too much traction on an intraday basis. But if you consider just the overall open interest, it does seem like at the moment we're starting to see a lot more traction around the 23,000 mark. So let's have the overall open interest for the Nifty on your screen as well. As you can see, the 23,000 call looking at more and more addition. But remember that this is the weekly options expiry for this coming week. Now, on the lower end, of course, a lot of activity has now shifted back from 22,000 to around 22,400 in terms of puts. And we have a significant amount of OI spread out between 22.2, 22.3, 22.4 and 22.500 puts as well. 22.500 is going to be an important mark because we are actually seeing the Nifty move in and out of that particular level. Again, today it will be another important key level to watch out for. Let's move on and talk about the 6th of June expiry now. And we're looking at more and more positions being built in. But remember that last week we were talking about a significant amount of open interest distribution around the 22,000 mark, both in terms of calls as well as puts. We move on and now all the activity has shifted to around 22,500, and that remains because that was the next level to watch out for, considering the Nifty is also around this mark. But what is now standing out to be, a little bit more, perhaps what's taking a little bit more importance is, as you can see, the 23,000 call on the 6th of June expiry, which, and it's just the call. We don't have as much traction in puts, naturally, perhaps unexpected lines. The question really is that, is smart money actually buying these calls? Because it's not like these calls are, well, cheap at the moment, considering we're looking at an expanded premium on expectations of higher volatility as we move into the outcome of the general election in the first week of June, which means that it's a wait and watch on that one. But, from a writer's point of view, that's how we tend to look at things, which means that we'll go with the assumption that there is a significant amount of writing coming through around the 23,000 call. Now, well, very quickly taking a look at the stocks, we didn't see as much traction given that it was a truncated session. So longs for IEX, BHEL and Escorts among stocks which saw unwinding. Let's pull that list up as well. Again, short covering for BEL, Concor, Z Entertainment and Bandhan Bank. BEL, of course, coming up with a strong set of numbers. So, of course, the entire defense pack stays in focus. But with that said, let's take a look at what our experts are suggesting and the kind of positions in options that can be deployed, keeping the big first week of June in mind. Well, let's get in Amit Goel of Amit Ventures, who's joining us on the show. Amit, good morning. Thank you so much for joining in. Amit, I reckon that we can now talk about perhaps an option structure that you're looking to deploy as far as marks go, keeping the outcome of elections in mind. Can you take us through that?
Yeah, hi. Good morning, Agam, and good morning to all your viewers. I'm here today to discuss a very interesting setup, especially keeping in mind the upcoming elections event. The simple trade here is, I'm not really looking to take a directional bet because on election day, once the results are getting out during the live market on 4th of June, it could turn out to be a very, very sharp, volatile and a binary event sort of a day. So what I would like to do is I would like to try and capture some bit of option structure that is offering us some bit of a trade here. The structure that I'm looking at is purely from a slightly more professional method of trading of options. I'm looking at the differentials in the implied volatilities on the 5th of June expiry for Bank Nifty and the 6th of June's expiry. Now, if you notice that obviously the premiums for the 5th of June expiry are going to be elevated because we are running into the event at that point in time. So what I'm trying to look at is I'm trying to set up a calendar spread at 50,000 levels for the 5th of June and the 26th of June. We sell the 50,000 call of 5th of June expiry and we buy the 26th June expiry 50,000 call. This becomes a simple calendar spread on the OTM spread. This is obviously a little bullish view, okay? But there is some bit of risk on the downside. In order to protect the downside risk, we will also look to set up along with this bear put spread on for the 5th of June expiry again, in which we will buy the 48,500 5th of June put, and we will sell the 48,000 put of 5th of June. Now, this is a slightly complex structure, but this gives us a protection of a wide range of from 46,000 to nearly 52,000 on the upside. Now, what happens between this? If I were to compare this with a short strangle, in a short strangle, it's a highly gamma negative trade. When we speak of gamma, any sharp movement on either side causes a lot of mark-to-market pain. But in this structure which we have constructed, gamma is very much under control. So any sharp movement does not cause us problems, and we are allowed to stay in this trade for a long period of time to get the theta benefit here.
Right, Amit, let me come in on this one because this is a slightly complicated structure. Let's break this down into two parts. The first bit here is where you're actually playing the calendar, and this is a slightly bullish structure, and this is over two different legs, as in over two different expiries. Can you take us through just this bit and what the thought process is in the event of the markets moving significantly higher?
Sure. So what I noticed between the two expiries of 5th of June and 26th of June for Bank Nifty especially is the differential between the IVs, which is the implied volatilities, is fairly elevated. In the sense, the 5th of June expiry, 50,000 call IV is trading at about 26-27 percent levels. Whereas the 26th of June is around 23. So I'm getting about 3 to 4% of variance or the differential, which I'm trying to capture. So when I set up this sort of, I'm trying to capture this IV differential. Hence, I've set up a calendar spread here, selling the shorter dated expiry, which is a higher expensive, higher priced IV, which is 27, and you buy the 23% IV here. Now, if the market moves inside or around 50,000, which also happens to be the previous all-time high for us, we will extract a lot of profits here. Right, we are trying to pin that level. But setting up an OTM calendar spread, which is slightly away from the current market price, also exposes us to the downside risk, which is second part of the trade, which if you allow me, I will then explain the second
Absolutely.
part.
No, Amit, go on. So basically, the second part of the trade is where you're playing a simple bear put spread, in this case, in order to arrest a significant downside should we expect a lot more volatility, a sharp downturn. Take us through that now. How does that protection work?
So we have already set up the OTM call spread on the upside, which is essentially the bias on the trade, or the tilt we have is on the bullish side. I mean, if the Prime Minister of the country comes and says on our channel to be bullish on the markets, who am I to argue with that, right?
Sure.
So, but as a trader, we need to protect we need to hedge our positions. So any downside movement needs to be controlled. For that, we are setting up a 5th of June expiries simple bear put spread, in which we buy the 48,500 put of 5th June and we sell the 48,000 put of the 5th June expiry itself. What happens here is this gives us a lot of protection on the downside right up till 46,000 levels. And even if the price goes, even if the market goes beyond that, the mark-to-market losses on this entire trade on the downside beyond 46,000 is a paltry 1,500 rupee levels per lot basis. So it's a fairly protected, well-hedged position. And from a Greek's perspective, from an options Greek's perspective, it has a very well-balanced Greeks where it is delta neutral, controlled gamma, and it yields a good amount of theta also. The exit on this trade or the make of this trade here, Agam, is we are looking at a max profit, a theoretical max profit of about 9,000 and a max risk of 6,000. This 6,000 is manifested on expiry day beyond 54,000. So we are not looking to wait that much long, and plus that is also about 6,000 points away from the current market price, which again is a very distant dream. So what we would like to look at is we would like to target about 3,000, 3,500 rupees on this trade, which given the margin, the net margin on this, which is about 40,000, yields us about a very cool 7.5% yield. And we will keep a rupee stop loss of about 1,500 rupees. I'm not looking to make any adjustments in this trade. It's a simple trade wherein we control the Greeks of the options trade. We wait for the theta to kick in. And when we are making about 2,500 to 3,000 rupees, which would manifest by next week thereabouts, we will look to take exit before the actual event. So we would have made the money before the actual event when we don't expose ourselves to the binary movement of the market.
Right.
On the election day.
Right. Fair enough, Amit. So what Amit is basically saying is that on the first end, in terms of the positive, in terms of in the event of the Bank Nifty moving higher, he's actually deploying a calendar spread to take advantage of the differential between implied volatility, which actually at the end of the day means it's a reflection of your option premium. So he's actually deploying that calendar spread. And of course, on the lower end, to protect us from seeing a significant sharp drop, he's also deploying a bear put spread. Now, on an overall basis, he's covered a lot of areas, but while there is a max profit and a max loss, what Amit is also suggesting is that for every one lot deployment, well, one should look to book profits at around 3,000 per lot and perhaps keep a rupee stop loss of around 1,500 rupees per share and per lot, and that would give you a rough risk to reward ratio of 1:2. Amit, am I correct? If you could just give me an affirmative on that one.
Absolutely, Agam. You've explained it very well. Thanks.
All right, Amit, on that note, taking a moment to thank you for joining us and taking us through that option structure that we can in fact deploy, keeping the outcome of elections in mind in the first week of June. We'll be, of course, watching out for that. This is a very interesting option structure, certainly. But, well, with that, we shift focus back to the markets. Back to you, Tamanna.
I like how Amit referred to this as our channel, and I hope our viewers feel like that. This is really an effort to bring in all of that intelligence in one place, and you guys are as much a stakeholder as we are. Now, having said that, let me welcome this morning Rajat Bose. He's a SEBI registered research analyst, and Sunny Agarwal, head of fundamental equity research, SBI Cap Securities, with us as well. Good morning to both of you. Rajat, let me begin with you first. On the levels that you see today, are you seeing on the charts some of the confidence coming back? I mean, that's the conversation, that's the narrative. Are the Nifty, Bank Nifty charts reflecting that?
Yeah, narrative is to some extent getting reflected on the Nifty performance. I mean, and the way Nifty is moving up, and there is a bullish crossover that is going to happen if Nifty continues to move up. That would be the 9-unit and the 20-unit exponential moving average. If that happens, there would be further, there would be further upside in the immediate future. So the levels that we need to closely watch out if there were to be any profit taking, that is 22,350 to about 22,225. So 350 to 225, this 125 support range, unless it gets broken, I don't think you would have much to worry. Initially, it is likely to move up, and the immediate resistance on the upside would be, say, around 22,620. After that, 22,734 and 22,800. So these are the resistance levels. Now, there can be more upside. The bias is more on the bullish side. Now, coming to Bank Nifty, what I would say is that Bank Nifty needs to take out 48,500 decisively. Once 48,500 is decisively taken out, then you can expect it to move up to 48,800 to about 49,000. And above 49,000, Bank Nifty will show strong bullishness. That is the kind of scenario that I can envisage at the moment. And the Nifty VIX, though it has moved up again, so unless it moves up substantially in today's or maybe tomorrow's session, I don't think you would have much to worry.
What would be your top calls for the day, Rajat?
I have one large cap stock, that is ACC. This cement stock looks pretty good. I feel it is on a breakout mode. Once it moves above 2550, there will be a clear breakout. In that case, it will be moving towards 2600, and the next target would be 2655. I would suggest a stop loss of 2479 on closing price basis. Then there is a small cap stock that I would like to recommend. Disclosure has it that I personally do not hold any position in it, but long back I have recommended these stocks to my clients. So Kotari Petrochem, it is showing a lot of bullishness, and its recent results show that the quarter on quarter, that is the last March quarter 2023 and March quarter 2024, there is almost 3 times operating cash flow generation. That's a very positive, and they have also reduced debt, and the chart also looks strongly bullish. So I would say put a stop loss below 129. It's a short term to short to medium term trade. 157 and 172 should be the targets for Kotari Petrochem.
Interesting. Rajat, you've given us a clue. We'll tell our oil and gas analysts to look at the cash flows of Kotari Petro now that you've spoken about this. But thanks for that. Well, lots of newsmakers, and that's what we got to focus on. And let's get in Sunny Agarwal of SBI Cap Securities in the conversation as well. Sunny, can't take your eyes off what's happening to PSUs and the results and the commentaries that are coming in. If HAL was not enough, the numbers from BEL, the commentary from Concor all seem positive. Talk to us about both BEL and Concor. because they will likely start off higher. What should an investor do if she or he wants to buy these stocks afresh? Would they be good to buy after the gap up today?
Yeah, good morning, Neeraj. Always a pleasure talking to you. Definitely a solid set of numbers by BEL during the weekend, backed by a robust order book. I think stunner numbers. At the same time, what I feel is that the kind of order book on which BEL is sitting, I think the performance should continue in the next year, that is FY25. But if I look at valuation, I think now post recent run up, the stock is trading close to its fair value band of 560, 570 rupees. And I feel a buy on dip should be the right strategy as far as BEL is concerned. Moving on to Concor, I think the big development on LLF, that is land lease licensing fees, the clarification on that front is really encouraging. And I think there is still a lot of scope in Concor to make a money. So I think our fair value of Concor is close to 1,300, 1,400 rupees with investment horizon of 12 to 18 months. I think Concor is a relatively better bet at a current juncture as compared to BEL if somebody want to ride with a medium to long term.
Did you say your target price is 1,400 to 1,500? So if Concor starts off higher, you'd still be comfortable investing in it?
What I would suggest is that staggered buying is something which is that strategy one can adopt as far as Concor is concerned, because post result also we have seen one big up move in Concor also. So a gradual buying is recommended, because we all know the volatility pertaining to the election outcome will still persist over the period of next 8 to 10 trading session, and gradual buying is recommended as far as Concor is concerned.
Right. Sunny, of course, we've talked about a whole bunch of these PSU stocks. I'll come back to you on a few others in a minute. But technically as well, we should be focusing on a couple of these names that have been, on the tear. And Rajat, I don't know whether we've talked about BDL with you specifically. Even on Saturday, on a special trading day, the stock managed to eke out 18% gains. It's up about almost 40% in the last week of trade. From this level, is it still looking like a good buy technically? And this is more short-term trading, if I may.
Can you tell me the name of the stock?
Bharat Dynamics, BDL.
BDL, okay.
And along with that, HAL also would be helpful. We talked about this last week, but yeah.
I mean, see what's happening in BDL. BDL, on the last day, it showed a strong volume activity, or rather, on Friday, it showed a strong volume activity, and it was a record volume. And when a stock gets past a major resistance zone, which is about, say, 2100, after that, if this kind of buying has happened, that means this stock is headed for higher levels. Any dip should be used to buy. If it were to move, if it were to open higher, then wait for a bit, because from the level of 1800, say about 5 trading sessions back, it is now 2440. So it has already moved up 1/3. So you need to buy it, but buy it on a dip. That is your BDL. And the other stock that you mentioned was
Nautics, HAL,
right?
Yes.
See, HAL, it is almost a similar situation, but HAL did not show as much effervescence as, say, the BDL. But HAL now needs to take out 4750. Once 4750 is taken out, it can move up towards 5000. But HAL is highly overstretched from the moving averages, especially the 20-day moving average is still around, say, 4,000. So 20% above the 20-day moving average means there would be a reversing to the mean kind of a movement that can happen. So if you buy here, be prepared to buy on dips. Otherwise, you wait for a dip and then buy.
Wait for a dip and then buy. That's the word coming in on HAL. BDL looking a lot more constructive than HAL. Implied Nifty indicating to marginally higher start this morning. Remember, the bias clearly is on the upside. Then markets were up 2.5% last week, and the momentum is expected to continue into this holiday shortened week as well. We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll gear you up for pre-open and market opening. So stay tuned.
साल में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but
All right, less than 30 seconds for the first pre-open rates to hit. It's going to be an interesting morning. Rajat Bose and Sunny Agarwal with us this morning. Sunny, let's take a look at some of the stocks that have been in news, and I wanted your view on Balkrishna Industries. We already saw a bit of a run-up in that truncated Saturday session, good numbers, positive brokerage notes out on it this morning. Do you like Balkrishna Industries? Would you accumulate at this point?
Yes, I think relatively better performance from Balkrishna Industry compared to other tire peers. I think yes, that definitely add in the portfolio at a current juncture. Maybe buy on dip is the right strategy. Post we have seen already a big run up in the stock, so buy on dip is the right strategy as far as Balkrishna Industry is concerned.
Okay, you like Balkrishna Industries. That's one to watch out for this morning. Rajat, any take there?
This is an emerging blue chip of highway tires they do. And it was forming a saucer, and the saucer has been completed on the last trading session at 27.97, roughly 2800. Now, there was a huge gap up, and then this is actually a hangman pattern at the top. So Balkrishna will be bullish for a long-term investor. But Balkrishna, if any short-term trader is buying at current levels, then there could be some problem. So I would say, I feel the gap between say around 2750 to about say 2675 or whatever, this gap is going to be filled. So buy on dips, but don't buy it right now. And from the 50-day moving average, it is about 25% higher. So it has been on a tear, on a vertical run. So you better be careful getting into it right now. If anybody has already purchased, one should book some profits at least.
So, I mean, it's in the pre-open rates at least on a, upswing. And having a good morning. We should refresh that actually. I think it's about 5.5% up now on Balkrishna Industries. But those pre-open rates, of course, will be quite volatile over there. RVNL is the other one that I wanted a view on. And Sunny, let me come to you first. So railway stocks have been fairly good, decent. RVNL, a couple of news flow in terms of order book last couple of days. Do you still like it at the current valuations?
Yeah, definitely. I think a decent set of number by RVNL, but only one thing which concerns me is that for FY25, I think the pace of growth is reducing now. I think the management has guided that the top line growth will be to the tune of 5 to 6% for FY25, and the profit will grow ahead of top line. So 15% is a growth which our management has guided for as far as profitability is concerned in FY25. I think at this slower pace of growth, maybe Street would not like to assign a higher valuation multiple to RVNL. I think the fair value band of RVNL stand close to 325, 340 rupees. So maybe kind of 8 to 10% further up move from here. So I feel not much upside and would like to retain a neutral view as of now. The only big trigger for RVNL and for post-election, if they get some bigger order from Christ on Vande Bharat front, then that can be a next trigger in terms of order win as far as RVNL is concerned. But as of now, for FY25, I think earning growth is likely to be muted at 15%.
Okay. Well, some stocks that might be reacting, and we'll of course revisit these rates at the pre-open session ends, but Kalpataru Projects has won 3 Aramco contracts worth 7,550. No reaction per se there. Good results and good guidance from Data Patterns. Wonder that stock reacts or no. And 2 chemical names, Anupam Rasayan as well as Deepak Nitrite came out with numbers. In Anupam's case, the numbers looked slightly wobbly. In Deepak Nitrite's case, the margins came off, but the phenolics division did well. I think we'll wait for these rates to settle down before we try and talk too much more about it. Rajat, can I come to you on Vodafone? That's the other one where brokerages have sounded a lot more constructive this quarter than the last. It's probably not showing a trend, but is it showing some bottom formation? Would you trade this one if you were a positional trader?
Well, this is actually, it's not, I wouldn't say it is bottom. I would say that it is now testing its 200-day exponential moving average and bouncing back, while 200-day exponential moving average is giving it support, 50-day is resisting it on the upside. It needs to take out 14 to about 1470. If it manages to do that, then you will see it will be gaining bullish traction and further upside can happen. But major resistance, of course, will be there around 18 rupees because there had been 2 tops, some kind of a double top, you can say, that needs to be taken out for long-term bullishness. But close to the 200-day moving average, which is around, I think, 1250 or so, this stock should be bought. Yes, it is around 12 rupees itself. So this stock should be bought at current levels for any long-term investor. I see it is changing patterns for long-term bullishness.
And you've got a whole lot of smaller names that have reported numbers, and we will be expecting to see a reaction on that in market opening. Triveni Engineering, KRBL, Shankara Building Products, IRFC, City Union Bank, Bharat Electronics, Oil India, ONG's the big ones, India Cement, Patel Engineering, to name a few. Sunny, from the earnings we saw between Saturday and Monday evening, any standout earnings, anything that you like or you're constructive on after you saw a whole bunch of mid-cap names reported over the last few days?
Yeah, I think Phoenix Mill has reported a good set of number during the weekend. So what we have seen there, new properties like Indore, Ahmedabad, and 2 more properties have contributed very handsomely to the earning growth. And this clearly reflects that the urban consumption story still continue to remain strong. Existing properties have reported growth of 7 to 8%, whereas new properties have grown aggressively. So I think Phoenix Mill is one stock to be kept on radar, again from a short to medium term perspective. In addition to that, Shankara Buildcon, again a very strong set of numbers from Shankara Buildcon. Record revenue and profitability for FY24. And it seems that despite of so much pressure on building material as a segment, the company has done well on both steel as well as non-steel segment. So this one stock will be in the focus today. Today there is a con call, maybe further update we will get to know on strategy front for FY25 and 26. So Shankara Buildcon is the one company which is on my radar. Electrotherm is again one company, a small 800 crore market cap company. They have reported a kind of 100 crore profitability. So again, this company will be in focus. Auto ancillary company SJS Enterprises, they have reported a good set of numbers. So we have seen 85 crore PAT delivery from SGS Enterprises in line with their earlier guidance, growing at 25% plus number. At the same time, post their acquisition of WPI Walter Pack India, we have seen their portfolio diversification in terms of two-wheeler, four-wheeler, and consumer durable segment. So SGS Enterprises will be on radar today. In addition to that, Nesco, Mumbai-based commercial real estate player, they have reported a decent set of number during the weekend. So their Bombay Exhibition Center is back on track post-COVID and have started generating a sustainable income. In addition to that, we are seeing an expansion on IT Park also. So Nesco is one stock again which will remain in focus today.
All right, let's go across to Harsh, that time of the morning where we get you the top brokerage notes of the day. Harsh, what's on your list?
Well, first off, you have Concor, very solid set of numbers, but even more importantly, very good guidance coming through. With regard to FY25, you are expecting good volume growth, domestic at 25%, that's what the commentary says, Exim at 15%, and Citi has, in fact, hiked their target price on Concor from 1224 to 1340, which is a 22% upside from here, primarily on the back of that guidance. So, of course, the stronger guidance is largely because of the shift from road to rail, and they are expecting a couple of key triggers going forward as well. One, lower land lease fee, which is of course a cost, and a possible privatization piece coming through, probably post-elections, that could possibly lead to a bit of outperformance on the stock. They've also tweaked their FY25 EPS estimates marginally and rolled forward their March 26 estimates, and which is why they've hiked the target price on Concor. So Concor will be in focus on the back of that. The other one is Anupam Rasayan, slightly disappointing set of numbers. Jefferies continues to maintain and underperform. While the revenue was largely in line, probably a bit of a beat, but EBITDA was a miss and PAT largely in line. The disappointment has come in from the working capital piece as well as from the product mix, and that's probably led to the EBITDA shrink as well. What you're seeing in terms of, or rather the EBITDA miss as well, the working capital has risen sharply and therefore operating cash flows have fallen. There's also been a rise in net debt where Anupam Rasayan is concerned. They've spoken about optimism in pharma and fluoropolymer, but limited upside on large LOI pipeline is what Jefferies is penciling in. They're building for a gradual recovery. Estimates remain unchanged. Target price 565, a 28% downside from here.
All right, Harsh there with the top brokerage calls. Rajat, I just wanted to get your take on BEL. I think we discussed it with Sunny earlier, good set of numbers, etc. But in pre-open session, at least the stock's doing very well. We'll wait for more details from the con call, but is it something that you like?
The BEL is actually rising on rising volume. Okay. Each day it is posting higher volumes. I'm not looking at the Saturday's volume because that was a truncated session. So I'm not taking that into account. But otherwise, BEL generally after this kind of a breakout tends to move further up. So I'm looking at 268 to be the first resistance. But it can, before it gives any correction, it may go up to 283 as well. So, but we need to see whether it crosses 268 decisively or not. If it does, then we will see higher levels.
Taru projects now at least closing the pre-open session nearly 15% up, 14.5% up on at least the rates which I am seeing.
Yeah, must be the two exchanges. But
So this on the BSE at least. So that's looking good. BEL interesting this morning. So is Bharat Dynamics that we've been talking about. Vedanta is the other one that's showing an uptick, and Vedanta has been an interesting sort of a story in terms of I think a change in mood as well as far as investors are concerned. Sunny, your take on Vedanta?
Yeah, definitely. Again, we are also constructive on Vedanta. I mean, the kind of rally which we are seeing across the commodities, whether it is copper, silver, or zinc, I think Vedanta is well placed to ride on that. And I think with the especially the issue of bond, personal debt at the promoter level behind us, I think Vedanta is on our radar also from a medium to long term perspective. I think the fair value of Vedanta is close to 600 rupees. I think this year Vedanta has got a potential to generate EBITDA to the tune of 40 to 50,000 crore and trading at close to 9 times EV EBITDA. I think still there is a lot of value which is left on table as far as Vedanta is concerned. In addition to that, the proposed demerger, once it is through, I think there will be a lot of value unlocking, wherein individual investor will get to play ride on the individual commodities through the individual companies.
Okay, so Vedanta looks interesting right now. Just quick take, Rajat, on Vedanta.
Vedanta is a strong buy because its 440 high that was recorded in 2022 has been decisively taken out, and it has done it with good amount of volume activity. So I'm looking at 538. But I would suggest your viewers buy mining, minerals and metals kind of stocks like Vedanta for long term, because there had not been much of an investment between 2011 and current date as per Jeremy Grantham. So there would be a huge bullishness going forward in this sector.
Rajat, lovely to hear stuff around Jeremy Grantham being also spoken while being spoken about trade. I mean, there are not too many people who come as good as he was. So yes, or he is, as the case may be. So yeah, for sure. Rajat, if I had to pin you down, 20 seconds, one top trading call for the day today, 20 seconds, what would that be?
I would say BEL. BEL looks very good. So you can buy BEL at current levels for further upside.
Rajat, it's 9% higher, 283. You will buy it at 283?
In that case, you buy Coterie Pioneer. It has given a very good, very good result, very good chart pattern. Why not?
Got it. Okay, so Coterie, so Rajat Bose is giving that cash call as his top call for the day today. BEL, of course, has opened up 9% higher, so very difficult to then build out a long. Maybe it does well, but Rajat wants to play safe. And rightly so, maybe. But watch out for PSUs, watch out for commodities. If China does do the tinkering around some support for the property sector, then the commodity stocks will be in for a really strong rally. But here come the first rates this Tuesday morning after PM Modi's mega interview. Are the markets excited? For now, flattish to marginally lower, if you will. There has been a rally that we've seen the whole of last week. Let's see if we actually erase these losses as well, because the momentum certainly is in favor. The mid caps and the small caps should come up on your screen because that's the stronger end of the market. That too today is flattish, actually quite unlike what the implied open was suggesting. Pretty interesting moves that we're seeing. Let's get the heat map up on the screen and show you what's kind of dragging the markets a bit. A bit on Nestle. I remember I had a big mover in the Saturday session too. Mahindra & Mahindra pulls back a little bit from those highs. Autos and HDFC Bank, I think, is the one culprit, about 0.5% lower. Autos, financials are a couple of pockets which are kind of sluggish. As we speak, the indices are flattening out. The number of greens are increasing. What's doing well? ONGC post results, 1.74% higher. Hindalco about 1.25% higher. Not surprised there because of what's happening to commodities by and large. Tech Mahindra, Bharti, actually not too many winners. Frankly, it's ONGC and Hindalco to an extent which are doing okay. The quantum of red much higher, but the losses probably weakening a little bit because the indices have flattened out. Nestle is the top loser. Clearly, the action is in the small cap space and the mid cap space, Tamanna.
Yeah, absolutely. And specifically in some of those stocks that are firing, we're going to pull those up for you. Let's just quickly look at the indices before we do that. So yeah, the mid cap 150 in the red, about 1/4%. Small caps also now in the red. So no massive moves, at least in the beginning of this morning. Some specific stocks that are though looking very interesting. BEL, one of them. Bharat Electronics, very interesting numbers, a beat on all fronts. That's one of the key reasons that you'll probably see a BEL 7.5% up this morning, even in regular trade after the pre-open session as well. HAL is the other one that we wanted to point out. Great numbers. You had that comment from the Prime Minister as well. Jefferies has set a target of 572. But remember, we also talked about how much HAL has run up. So that's why perhaps you're seeing a 1% up, but in the green. Balkrishna Industries is the other one. In that truncated session on Saturday was the big winner. It continues on a strong footing, 7% up this morning as well on a Balkrishna Industries. Kalpataru Projects was the one with the big news. They have an order with Aramco worth 7,550 crores. Big order for Kalpataru, about 8.5–9% up this morning on that stock. Zydus Life Sciences is the other one that I wanted to pull up. Strong Q4 numbers, and though it came a couple of days ago, it has continued with that up move. So you have pockets of green, but overall I would say still a hesitant and a little careful market, at least in opening trade.
Stock that I can't get my eyes off is BDL. It did a strong move on Friday. Saturday on that special trading date was up 18%, another 7% higher. It's 40% higher on that stock in the last 5 trading days. I mean, this is phenomenal in terms of market moves. So BEL and Bharat Dynamics are the 2 big players in terms of trade. If I had to sort of figure this out, I think it's only a matter of time, maybe a few days or maybe today itself, that HAL will start playing catch up. They usually work in pairs, which is BDL and HAL. HAL currently at 4,743, but 5,000 is what a number of brokerages are predicting on the stock. And with the reassurance and commentary in HAL, just by the fact of being mentioned by the Prime Minister, could get an impetus. May not be today, but over the next few days, a catch-up rally on HAL cannot be ruled out. So keep this on your radar as well. Along with that, a whole bunch of earnings, smaller companies but worth a mention. But before that, RVNL and RITES, both of them back 2 big orders. Those counters should see an up move. RVNL is up 2.5%. RITES not reacting too much, even though the quantum of order was close to about 900 crores. The stock not doing too much in terms of trade. Very disappointing numbers came in from SAIL. Brokerages have been disappointed. Sell calls are coming out. The stock is not doing too badly. Despite that, trades with a small cut of 0.5%. So trying to look beyond that. India Cements against their losses also have narrowed. Their revenues have dropped. The stock is down about 1.5%. Pull up Patel Engineering. I thought those numbers, at least on the face of it, were phenomenal. To say the least, the stock is up 9%. No surprises there. An 80% uptick in profits. Revenue up 12% meant that the counter is doing well. Trident reported numbers as well. So did Citi, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Both those counters. Trident disappointing numbers. Stocks down 6%. Ujjivan Small Finance Bank also reported numbers. The stock trades with a flat to slightly positive bias. ONGC, Oil India, we've mentioned. Bharat Electronics, we've mentioned. City Union Bank, that's the other one I want to talk about. Reported numbers, 2% higher on Oil India. Numbers were a beat. City Union down 4% on weak numbers. Triveni Engineering and KRPL, Whirlpool, along with that, and Apollo Microsystems. If we can have 4 of these counters, we should see get a sense of what's happening. Triveni is down 4%. Whirlpool, Apollo Microsystems also on the radar this morning in back of numbers. Keynes Technology, this was quite the stock all through last week. This morning is no different. 9% on Keynes Tech is what we have. So there are some very, very big movers and there are some weak ones, largely on back of earnings, but the sentiment clearly is positive. 2 block deals, you've got CG Power and Indus. Keep that on your radar. CG Power was down 2%. Delivery had very weak earnings. The stock was under pressure on Saturday, and another 8% cut coming in on delivery this morning. So that's the picture we are picking up on. KCP, Apollo Pipes, VR Logistics, Wheels India are some of the other ones that would be seeing an earnings reaction. RCF is up 5%. You've also got Wheels up 15.5%. So these are microcap names, but interesting moves. So I know while the benchmark may be looking quiet this morning, some of these micro cap, small cap names are having quite the field day, to say the least. I mean, look at Wheels, it's up 16%. Keynes is also doing so well, not that it's a micro cap. But actually, Rajat, you want to comment on Keynes? Stock had a phenomenal run last week. It's added another 9% in the first 5 minutes of trade. How does this one look on the charts? Is there room to make money on the upside on this one?
It has actually done a phenomenal job over the last 4-5 trading sessions, going up in gaps. But the point that I must mention is that today, after posting a high above, I think 3,600, it is coming down. And this needs to consolidate at current levels because it has left too many gaps on the way up. While it was breaking out around, say, 2,600, everything was bullish for it. But now, in the short term, it has overextended itself. But one thing, any buyer who is buying for the long term at current levels should also buy at lower levels because it has posted a new high after some time. And there is more legs. But today, it is showing a lot of effervescence, a lot of bullishness, but this is unsustainable. This is going to come down.
Okay, Sunny, a clutch of stocks have opened decent. What's picking on from last week's move were those ABB, Siemens kind of stocks. If you had them in your portfolio, would you sell them?
No, Neeraj. I mean, would not like to sell. Definitely trading at an expensive valuation, north of 70, 80 price to earning multiple. But I think the kind of opportunity which India has in terms of cap good stories, in terms of manufacturing, I think I would like to retain them. Maybe I know that for next 3 to 6 months, there may be a time-wise correction, but I doubt the price-wise there may be any correction. But in case somebody is a trader, definitely partial profit booking is advisable at a current juncture. But if somebody is investor, I think maybe next 3 to 6 months, we may see time-wise correction. But price-wise, I don't see any big correction in all these names, whether it is ABB, Siemens, Cummins, or any MNC or cap good companies.
Okay, Sunny, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really appreciate your time this morning. Good of you to join us. As the rates shape up, what's also doing well is Hindalco at 670. So Rajat had spoken about how Vedanta is a strong buy. I wonder if the other metal stocks, Rajat, the likes of Hindalco, SAIL, etc., also fit the bill.
Okay, Neeraj, one thing I must say that Steel Authority I've never liked because your return on capital is so, it is in the single digits. For investments, that's not a stock you should go for. Anyway, coming to Hindalco, I would say that yes, it is really looking good. There is, it has got bullish traction and it can move up from the current levels to something like 690, 700. So you can get into Hindalco, but leave aside those companies whose return on capital is below 13%, because we assume that 13% is the cost of capital for in our market, in Indian market for industries, that is the cost of capital. If you are not generating your cost of capital, what are you leaving for the investors? Where is the free cash flow?
Okay. Well, point well noted, but the stocks for now seem to be doing okay. Have you ever looked at the charts of a Kalpataru projects, Rajat? The market cap is about 24,000 crores. The stock has given a bit of a bump up, but off the highs of the day. Have you looked at the charts ever of this one?
Kalpataru projects?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I got it. Kalpataru projects, today it is showing a breakout.
Nice.
But the breakout has not been sustained after posting a after posting the high of say 1342, it is close to its day's low. Day's low is to 1265 and it is at 1270. So it is once again coming back into the range. Only when there will be a resounding breakout above the range, which is around say 1300, if that is taken out decisively, then it would be a fresh buy. Otherwise, some profit taking is definitely in order, at least part profit taking.
Okay. Rajat, take a moment to thank you for joining in today and giving us your thoughts. Really appreciate your time.
Most welcome.
Morning.
It's a pleasure for me.
Yeah, the pleasure to have you as well, Rajat. Lovely to hear Jeremy Grantham, by the way, I must repeat. Okay, but it's been lovelier, I must say, to hear PM Modi's thoughts on capital markets. As we hit that break, here's a snippet from their exclusive conversation with NDTV Network's editor-in-chief, Sanjay Pugalia, where PM Modi says that the stock market will break all records on the 4th of June. Listen in.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल देती है और स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुंचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए पीएसयू की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, पीएसयू के शेयर तो गिरना है, उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि पीएसयू तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो पीएसयू
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में बर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है। तो मैं अब HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4,000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट।
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
Welcome. We're talking about RVNL today. The stock is already buzzing, and you know this company's numbers is something that the street has liked. It's all about the order flows. Q4 has been strong. Now, what is the road ahead looking like? I'm speaking now with Rajesh Prasad, Director Operations at RVNL, joining us on the show. Mr. Prasad, thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV Profit. Let's begin with the numbers, and you know what has worked in Q4 for you. The order book has bumped up, and the previous quarters were a little weak, but things seem to have turned around in Q4. Is that fair to say?
First of all, good morning, Tamanna ji, and I have been told that Mr. Neeraj and Samina would also be joining.
Yes, so, all of us are here.
Yeah, so if you recall, last time we had interacted in the month of January, and that time it was chilly winter, and now today is very hot outside, basically outside my chamber, and so is the market. And just now I was listening the conversation with the Honorable Prime Minister, and he said that all the PSU shares are going up, and let us wait for the 4th June. And see, during the Q3 numbers, if you see, the cumulative number was all-time high. So here I would like to highlight few things about 2023-24. We had all-time high top line, all-time high bottom line. We had commissioned 250 kilometers in one single month. Now the kitty of the railway projects is going down. 100 kilometers in a single day. Then the projects like the rail over rail bridge, then the metros, and then the Karnaprayag Rishikesh project. In that particular project, we had done 60 kilometers of tunneling in one financial year. So if you see the Q3 and Q4, the Q4 is a more working season, number one. Number two, the Q3, if you see the performance, the cumulative performance up to Q3, it was extraordinary, excellent. See, the company's, the basic strength has been, it is highly flexible, it is focused. We have got very less reaction time to mitigate the risk. We have already transitioned from the role of the contract manager to contractor. So the focus was same. Only thing is that the Q3 numbers were slightly weak, which we have overcome during the Q4 time. And in time to come, this company will keep on growing.
Okay, so you have a similar outlook for next financial year. That, of course, is the key question. And I also want to ask you about, because now we know RVNL has seen a robust build-up in its order book. What next? We're speaking in a pre-election period, as in during the elections, waiting for the numbers, etc., to come in, new government. What next for RVNL in terms of this push? Is high-speed rail where you're going next, and can you share anything on this?
Okay, so let me start with the conversation which we had in the month of January. During that time, you asked about the basically roadmap for the top line, bottom line, and that time I had said the 23-24 we will land 21,000 plus and around 1,400 plus the bottom line. So if you are asking me the outlook, the future outlook, so what we see is that the top line will be growing with a slightly lesser percentage, maybe 23,000 plus, but the bottom line will grow. See, this we are eyeing for 1,600, maybe 1,700 plus crores. The order book last time I had said that we are eyeing for 75,000 crores. All the time we want to have basically order book 3 to 4 times of the top line. And so by this principle, we should have the order book of 80,000, 85,000 crores, which we are now having. And aspirational, we would like to have 1 lakh crores of order book. So as far as the order book inflow is concerned, we would like to maintain this. The bottom line, again, I say last time we had around 15% plus. We would like to maintain the same kind of order book. See, if you see the company's performance in last 10 years, every year it has exceeded the performance of the previous financial year. It happened during the COVID, it happened in 23-24, and this will continue in time to come. And if you see the CAGR of this company, I have got few parameters. The PAT has gone up. It is having a CAGR of 19%, around 20%. The turnover is around 16 to 17%. Net worth is again 16%, and the earning per share is 19% plus. So the CAGR is continuously growing. The company is exceeding the performance of the previous financial year. In time to come, you will see so many businesses. Earlier, we used to have only one business, that is the railway client business. Now we are having large number of business. Earlier we were basically swimming in a protected swimming pool. Now it is a very big ocean. Opportunities are endless and galore, but at the same time, there are some risks. We are trying to mitigate the risk. We are allocating the risk factors. So we have got the large number of opportunities in time to come. And if you can ask any other questions related to the project, then I can also amend that. I can basically supplement that.
Mr. Prasad, hi. It's also Samina joining in. Firstly, congratulations. You're doing a phenomenal job, and it's so good to see your earnings, your order wins. The street is excited, investors are excited. There's so much happening. But let's talk about a recent order win as well. And I want to quickly get a sense of what we can expect going into FY25. We've seen a marginal improvement in your margin pitch at about 6.8% for the quarter. Is there a possibility of margins improving further into FY25 as you consolidate your business? And with these significant order wins that take place every couple of weeks now, we've heard that you won another order for about 148 crores this morning. Give us a sense of it, the timeline, execution, any sort of challenges that you foresee, because you said there will be some challenges. Are those execution related?
Yeah, so let me begin with the margins. So see, we started this business, basically projects through the business development. It is not even 3 years. October 21, we got the first bid in the Indore Metro. And then January 23, the first overseas project. And in the 23-24, we had a turnover of 1,000 crores in these two projects. And I'm happy to inform to the investors through the esteemed TV channel, your esteemed TV channel, that we had a margin of 10.66% in the first Indian project and 11% in the first overseas project. So it is a very good in a sense that the first two projects have given good results. All the projects will not have the similar kind of results, but we are confident that the kind of value addition which we do, we will have this kind of numbers. And the margins earlier were fixed, that we used to have the only nomination projects. Now we will have the nomination plus the bidding plus the projects through MOUs. This 23-24, we have signed 3 MOUs costing around 4,000 crores, 3,500 plus. So we have got a complete basket. Then we will keep on getting the basically dividends from the SPVs. All 5 SPVs have been commissioned. Now it is time to give the results from those SPVs. So what I can tell you is that we have already diversified from local rail infra to global rail infra. The margins will certainly change, because we will have the mix of the various kinds of segments. We are entering into the solar, we are entering into the irrigation, we are entering into the road sector, and the plenty of scope is there. See, 2047, the logistic policy and then Viksit Bharat concept, we need to have large number of logistic projects, the projects related to the logistics. So if you want to discuss on this, I have got plenty of time on this logistics part. Otherwise, you can ask the other questions.
So, yeah, but we have slight paucity of time. So we want to discuss this, Mr. Prasad, about the logistics piece. Can you quickly just explain what happens on the logistics end, and how do the numbers look like in 2-3 years' time when logistics becomes center stage?
Okay, so let me explain. The government of India launched this logistic policy in October 2021. This is a very important policy. The logistic market in the country is $200 billion. And in very simple terms, I would like to explain that if you are transporting any cargo through the road, the cost of the transportation is rupees 4 per ton per kilometer. Rail it is 1.5 to 1.6. Here it becomes 18, and the water it becomes 2. And the other factor like carbon emission, the CO2 emission per gram per net ton kilometer, it is 100 if you transport through the road. The present logistic cost is around 16%. The international market and norms is less than 10%. So there is a vision that by 2047, we should have the world-class logistic infra, number one. Then we should have the less logistic cost. Presently, it is 16% of the total economy. It should be around 8%. Then the carbon emission, I have already said. So the modal share becomes very important. See, in 1951, the modal share for the railways was 88%. Today, it is around 26%. We want to go up to 45%. If you want to achieve 45%, you need to have a lot of infrastructures projects in time to come. So in next few years, if you want to know, we have got plenty of scope for the railway infrastructures, airport infrastructures, hydro irrigation infrastructures, and there is an endless projects. And only thing is that you'll have to get the work, you'll have to execute it, and you'll have to satisfy the various clients and the customers.
So, Mr. Prasad, would it be fair to say, looking at all that's happening on the railway side, plus the logistics piece, and if the share, etc., moves up, that the next 5 years for RVNL in terms of numbers, see, I'm not asking for 1-2 years, it's too difficult to predict, but I'm asking a 5-year vision. The next 5 years would be materially different than what the last 5 years have been. You haven't done badly by then, by the way. From March 2019 of 10,000 crores, you're at 21,000 crores. But it's not been blockbuster in terms of revenues. Do you think this kind of run rate can change over the next 5 years, Mr. Prasad?
See, if you see the 5 years, we had been basically, we got the Navratna status last year, May 2023. And we are eyeing for Maharatna. See, in next 5 years, if you down the line, if you want to ask me that where this company is heading towards, we have got plenty of infrastructure projects. Here is a company which has got a proven track record. It has delivered in the past. It has got a very good CAGR. And we solve the technical issues technically. And down the line, after 5 years, we have got a very strong vision. See, in terms of numbers, if you want to ask, The top line may not be grow with that particular rate, but the bottom line we are very much keen, number one. Number two, we are eyeing for foreign projects and we are diversifying. See, if you permit me, then I'll cite two examples. So let me explain about the solar projects. We had got no exposure. We have signed two basically contracts with a company called JZPL, and one project is in Tabarzal, that is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, KSA, costing around 197 million. 153 million, there is Republic of Uzbekistan. So these two projects are taking off. So we had got no exposure, but we are working on this. We are diversifying it. We have already opened so many offices in foreign countries, and we are eyeing so many projects. See, the irrigation department, we had got no exposure. We have got a work of 2,500 crores. The hydro projects, we are eyeing two big projects. The airport projects, the next 5 years, the government of India is having 1 lakh crores of investments. So see, so what is the strategy? Let me explain what are the strategies for this company. So focus is EPC, HAM and the BOQ based models, mostly EPC models. Then we want to expand the basically domestic footprints, then internationally also. Then leverage the strategic partnership. We are signing MOUs with the different domestic and international countries. We want to use and leverage the government initiatives. We are eyeing to secure high value contracts. So in time to come, what I can foresee is that this company has got a very, very bright future. You just simply see the past performance, and I'm 100% sure that in time to come, it will continue to like this.
Right. So we completely agree. The street likes it. The stock is at the day's high point as we have this conversation. One last question, sir. When do you plan to hit that 1 lakh crore of order book? Can we expect that in FY25?
This is in FY24-25. We should get this.
Okay.
And I just forgot to mention one small statistics. See, we have got an employee total strength of 400, contract engineers another 800, so 1200. So the turnover per employee is 18 crores and the profit after tax per employee is 1.22 crores. Can you imagine that a government company will have this kind of numbers? We have got the efficiency of a private sector and the authority and the trustworthiness of the government sector.
So one quick, very short question. We're completely out of time, but what is the quantum of order book that you have visibility on for this quarter?
See, presently we have not reconciled, but it is around 85,000 crores. And after
this
this
quarter,
we have got a strike rate of around 24%. So whatever bids we are submitting, so there is a likelihood of getting these many numbers. We are eyeing so many projects in overseas, the foreign projects. So let us see. I'm 100% sure that time will tell. But we are going to have good numbers.
I'm certain, and the stock also seems certain at the day's high point on RVNL. Thank you very much, Mr. Prasad. Good luck and congratulations. We'll hopefully see you soon again. On that note, we'll take a break. We'll come back, bring you the conversation with Bandhan Bank. They reported numbers. Of course, more on Bandhan Bank right after this break, so stay tuned.
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Hello and welcome. Bandhan Bank reported its quarterly earnings on Friday. The company's net profit fell 93% on year to rupees 54.6 crore during the March quarter. This was because the bank's provisions jumped over twofold during Q4, along with a 32% increase in its operating expenses during the quarter. We have Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank, to discuss the numbers and break down these numbers for us. Good morning, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you for joining us.
Good.
So my first question to you is on provisions, of course. This is a significant jump, some 140% rise. So what exactly has the bank provided for in this quarter, if you could help us understand?
If you see that there is a good quarter and happened in the financial year, and of course this is a total year also happened good. If I come to this, the total financial year profit has come 2,200 crores plus, which was in the last year 2,100 crores. So in that sense, the year profit has come good. Only the point on that we are provisioned 1,700 crores, and which has been helped us to write up 3,850 crores, which amount is a largely which we are carried in our book as a NPA from 2019-20 to 2022. So I feel that this is a long time we have been carried. We'll be like to one time to make it in a technical write-off, and a separate vertical will be like to recover of those money. For that reason, we are doing it on that, and we have been shown that the quarter profit has come down.
Okay, so is the entire provisioning of 1,700 crore towards the written-off portfolio? What is the breakdown on these write-offs? If you could explain that to us.
If you see that the write-off, we have that the 1,100 plus the crore, and the balance is in standard asset provision.
Okay. Are you expecting any recoveries from the CGM FMU loans in the coming quarters? If you could explain that to us in detail, what portion of this is the written-off portfolio is CGMF loans and the other loans as well? And are you expecting any recoveries as well?
Though we are not counting as a CGFMU loan, we are only written off. We are written off the portfolio which are the more than 2 years with us as a non-qualified as an NPA. So we'll be like to clean on that, the portfolio. And of course, out of 3,852 crores, 3,009 crores as a CGFMU. And this is not really as a write-off, it's a technical write-off. We are separately given a focus to recover those money. So that is the one part. And of course, it is in very good way shown that the future of the quality portfolio in the book, and it will be like to good for the bank.
But are you expecting any recoveries in these loans, and if at all there's going to be any further impact on profitability because of these loans in the coming quarters?
After the return of portfolio, always when we like to recover the money, it will be come to this the profitability. It will improve the profitability because when we go to the technical write-up, we are 100% provision made, so that the provision is little bit higher, and the profit is showing the low. But when this money will become as a recover, this money again will become to thus the PNL, which will be shows that the profitability will be like to higher. In that sense, if I say that the last quarter, we are recovered 250 crores from NPA customers. So this way we are like to looking in future, it will become and the profitability will be increased.
Okay. So why we are asking these questions is because this was a material provision amount that you decided to provide for in this quarter. So what led you to do this in this quarter as a lump sum? If you could shed some light on that.
No, if you see that there's a other point is there. That is, the portfolio quality has come very good in this financial year, including the last quarter. And this is a confidence has given on that. The pandemic time, whatever we have in worst situation we faced, and customer also faced the problem to not to running their business, and all those things will be like to one-time click. And the second point on that, if we come to this, the quality of the portfolio in bank in the last financial year means in the 23-24, out of the total of this, the portfolio is to say that the 50% is our portfolio is in microcredit, and which is out of the 1,25,000 crores. And this is the 50% the portfolio is same that which is the 65,000 crores we disbursed in the financial year 23-24. And out of this 65,000 crores, only 160 crores has come as NPA. And that is showing the confidence on that. Its portfolio quality has come very good and excellent on that. And it will continue in the future on that. And next, another thing we see that the DPD, the SMA 012, we also seen that very drastically has been improved. In the last March, means in the 23 March quarter, it was in a 5.6%, but it has come in this quarter, in this financial year, this quarter, it has come 2%. So it is also again showing on that when the DPD is coming down and the NPA slip is coming down, that means in the future credit quality will become as a very good on that. For that reason, whatever we are carrying some non-performing asset, we should be gradually like to side off from the balance sheet.
All right. All right, thank you. My next question was on asset quality, but your slippage has come down by 1,000 crores in Q4 from previous quarter. So are you seeing any stress building up, or where have the recoveries been from? And if you could give a detailed breakdown of what segment have the slippages come down in?
No, if you see that the slippage has come down, I have been like to calculate in that way. The first quarter, second quarter, third quarter in the last financial year, that means 23-24, we see that the slippage has come 1,300 crores per quarter above. And the recover has come 400 crore each quarter, and 900 crores plus has been taken as a NPA net added in every quarter. But in the fourth quarter, we saw that 1,300 plus has come down to 1,000 crores, and recovered has come from the 400 crores to 500 plus, and net NPA added from earlier it was in a 900 crores per quarter has come down to 500 crores per this quarter. So that is been showing on that the slippage has come down and the recovery has come up, and it has been helped to the bank. The net of NPA addition has coming down, which is showing that very quality portfolio improved and the customer also coming back to the normal position.
Okay.
Another one point I mentioned on that, there is because of 50% of the portfolio are micro. Whatever the measure of my portfolio was in a risk in the time of pandemic, and I explained about in that portfolio how much is going to write off is a measure from that amount. And we see that what is the improvement happened in the last financial year. We say that the 2021, 22 fully pandemic, no group meeting happened, no customer attended the group meeting, discipline have been totally breakdown, and without discipline, without the good habit, there is a risk for the microcredit. Again, we have started the rebuild of the group. 22, 23 have been built up the group again. It has come 50% of the group attendance and behavior change in a positive mode. And it is coming, and 23, 24, it has come again to this 90%, which have been impacted to this the recovery and the good behavior of the customer to repay the money. And then it has been shown that the future it will be coming good because the group attendance and group behavior and customer habit is a very important for the microcredit success of that.
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting more.
Thanks for tuning into Talking Point. I'm your host Neeraj Shah, and with me today is Samina Nalwala, and we are going to be talking about PM Modi's mega interview to the NDTV network and try and pick up some excerpts of that which are capital market related and get the views from two eminent experts about what do they make of what the PM has to say, with an assumption that, of course, that post June 4th, there will be policy continuity. Our guest today, and to start off the conversation, is Abhay Agarwal, founder of Piper Serica, and in a bit we'll also be joined by N. Jaikumar, MD and Group CEO of Prime Securities. But before we get underway, let's hear out the first of the things that PM Modi said, which is capital market related. Well, the stock market, according to him, will break records on the 4th of June in this exclusive conversation that he said, that he had with NDTV. Listen in.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल देती हैं, और स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुँचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे।
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए पीएसयूज की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, पीएसयू के शेयर तो गिरना उसका वो ना उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि पीएसयू तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो पीएसयू
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं आप HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट।
Well, so Samina, Abhay, PM talking about how the stock market may break all records as well in a week after the election results are out, hinting at political continuity. And of course, PSUs will get to that as well. But Abhay, great having you on the show, of course. Thanks for joining in. What do you make of this whole piece wherein the head of the state is talking about capital markets with such so much of conviction, if you will? We don't usually see that.
Yeah. No, I think it is quite refreshing, you know, to see the Prime Minister address the fact that, look, private capital formation is important for economic growth. So if you have the target to grow the GDP by 8%, 9% over the next decade and get India to where it should get to, then it is very important that private capital formation has to take place, which also means that investors or entrepreneurs who are helping form that private capital have to be incentivized. So I think that is a very refreshing message to everybody, that the government is not going to shy away from focusing on growth and also get India into a virtuous cycle. You know, I think that is very important, because the GDP growth cannot happen in isolation. You can dream of it, but how do you make it happen? So another thing in the interview was very specific points on how that growth will happen. So I found it to be a good marriage of grand vision in terms of scale and timeline. You know, it's not talking about next 5 years or 3 years, it's about 25 years. And the scale, and also how will that happen, you know, and we can, I guess, get into the nitty-gritties of that. But I found the whole messaging to be a very comprehensive messaging that should give a lot of comfort to market participants like us. More interestingly, there was one line in the interview about the tax rates, and when the PM said that, look, lower tax rates actually lead to higher collection. I think a lot of people will take comfort from that, you know, because there has been some worry about the tinkering with tax rates. So I think overall, very refreshing. And I think it's great that the Prime Minister did this and put out the economic agenda in an environment where politics is kind of taking over every conversation. So quite happy to hear his views as a market participant, Neeraj.
Yeah. You want to go to Jay as well, and then we'll come back and discuss.
Yeah, Jakes is joining in as well. Jakes, great having you. Thanks for taking the time out. And Abhay tells me he loves talking with you on a show, so it's great to have both of you together. I believe Jakes is there, right?
Yeah. So he's reflecting my thoughts as well. Great having Akshay as a co-participant in this.
Yeah, most certainly. So actually, come in, Jakes, on that. I mean, one is we started off. We are going to play out some of those messages from PM Modi, but just this first thing about him saying that capital markets will break records. Look at what PSUs have done, and how, while everybody's talking about privatization, maybe that's off the anvil. I mean, music to your ears, or no, not quite?
So I'll tell you, one of the best performing, should I say, baskets or portfolios over the last several years now has been the PSU basket, which compares in terms of returns almost with the Magnificent 7 or the Magnificent 13 now in the US. It's almost tech kind of returns for many of the PSU stocks. It's been a disbelievers rally, and it's just kept getting stronger. So if you look at it, the one thing that the government hasn't done adequately enough in the last 5 years has been the divestment targets. And if their mantra of more governance, less government is to hold true, which I think they are serious on, then divestment at these valuations on PSUs also not selling the family silver cheap. I mean, some of the PSUs are valued well. Can they go up further? Possibly. Can they, would they be good candidates for people, private sector to get in? I think the answer is yes. So a lot more on the divestment side can happen, especially with the kind of stellar returns, comparing with the best in class worldwide, notwithstanding anything else. I think, to say that these returns are comparable to tech kind of returns is, I think, really putting them on a pedestal. And there are far more stocks than in the exalted tech category. Here you're talking about 30, 40, 50 stocks that have given returns. This is across material, this is across defense, across oil marketing companies, etc. So my own personal feeling is that a lot more on divestment, lot more on revenue gathering on that front can happen. Everything else that Abhay has said, referring to what the PM has mentioned in the interviews, obviously holds true. But I think a lot more on divestment will and can happen.
Abhay, a few months ago, Chris Woods called the PSU stocks in India the cheaper part of the Indian market and a space that you want to bet big on. The PSU index is up, 150%, 160% in the last 1 year. Stocks like SBI, HAL, LIC have had a phenomenal run. When you look at them today, they don't look cheap.
Yeah.
When you look at them historically, they're anything but cheap. While the PM, of course, even talked specifically about HAL, do you feel like there's still money to be made for domestic investors and foreign investors? Or do you think all of that's already in the price and maybe you want to take a step back and revisit, even though the multi-year theme remains?
Yeah, I think if you break it up into different baskets, let's say railways, for instance, the railway PSU stocks, and there are 4 or 5 of them. I think the railway opportunity is still 10x of what we have done, and we are seeing that, despite the number of Vande Bharats and other things, the amount of demand, mobility demand that is there, that railways has to cater to is 10x. So giant opportunity there. You look at defense, and again, in the interview also a big focus on not only manufacturing for India's consumption in defense, but also to export. I mean, remarkable opportunity. I think if I look at these two sectors and I look at these companies which have taken leadership positions in that space, consolidated industry, leadership positions already there. So I think there is tremendous opportunities in some of these specific sectors, mobility, defense. Some of the other stocks which are on the power and financial services side, maybe they have run up because you look at REC, PFC, the valuation multiples have quadrupled in 1 year. From book value multiple of 0.7, they are at 2.4. So there I would want to see more earnings growth now kick in. So I think within the PSU baskets, there are opportunities that are still there for long-term investors.
You're so right, because PFC, REC as well, while a lot of us complain about the valuation, the stocks don't seem to be taking a pause just yet. Jaykumar, you want to come on this one? Railway and defense. I mean, it's not just an India story anymore. We talked with RVNL this morning, and the focus remains on even the export market. So forget about fulfilling India's infrastructure demand. We're now even looking beyond that. And so is it with defense. We talked about Atmanirbhar, but now again with the likes of a BDL and HL producing for the world markets, it's unprecedented at these times. Do you feel a lot of that's in the price, or there is opportunity to make money? Because eventually it all boils down to that for a capital market participant.
So I think if you look at valuations, the first thing that you do is these were obviously very cheap. In retrospect, they were even cheaper than what we thought. But I think the important thing here is the order flow, because PSUs can get orders on a nominated basis as opposed to the private sector that has to bid for orders. This, to an extent, is limited by the government's imagination as to how much orders they can give. So as the government sector, the public sector gives orders to, let's say, their brethren in the same space, these can be on a nominated basis. And therefore, one of the factors that if you see research reports now waxing eloquent about is the fact that whether it's BEL or HAL, the order book has just, dramatically grown. True for railways as well. So the two sectors that Abhay talks about, railways and defense, I think are governed by order book and also the kind of, the continuing demand that there is, which good quality output can generate. So supply sometimes creates its own demand. So if you have great trains, people want to travel, the word of mouth spreads. So it's not just the Vande Bharat, but now that's become a poster child for the order flow here. On the defense side, it's completely different. There's technology transfer. There are big multinationals tying up in terms of making stuff in India. There's the Make in India, there's the PLI. So there is a whole host of tailwinds associated with order flow. So I would just say that as long as the order flow continues, the growth here is just a function of your imagination. And also, we must not forget a technical factor. Some of these still have very low float relative to any equivalent private sector player. And from that perspective, as more and more money comes in here, the impact on the upside gets magnified and amplified, leading to a greater FOMO effect and greater retail demand. So I think there's a technical aspect that feeds into this. Most foreign investors have been sellers in general in the market, and for them to have taken an exposure in the defense space is almost not there. So there is overseas money that could come in, and the SIP money and the regular investment that the Indian public does. A combination of technical, low float, and order flow that they continue to enjoy. I think there's significant more upside, which may not, at least in the short run, be limited by valuation multiples, etc. It will be more an ownership or a lack of ownership that will drive demand for these.
Viewers, you understand about which way the buck is stopping at, wherein you see a clutch of global brokerages initiating coverage and then continuing coverage on railway and defense names. This morning has been peppered with research notes on HAL. By the way, speaking of HAL as a defense name, the interview comes up at 10:30. You do not want to miss this. So after this very special interview comes yet another special interview of HAL as well. So be mindful of that. But since Abhay and Jakes were talking about railways and infrastructure, speaking about infra spending, PM Modi said that building infrastructure is not enough. We must also ensure its optimum utilization. Hear out that view as we head into the break. We come back and continue our conversation with both our guests.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की मजबूती के लिए करीब मैं समझता हूँ 10+ या 11 या 12 लाख करोड़ रुपया, जो पहले कभी 1.5 लाख करोड़ 2 लाख करोड़ पर रहता था। इतना बड़ा जंप अब रेलवे में भी आधुनिक रेलवे बनाने की दिशा में काम। इतना ही नहीं जी, हमने अनमैन क्रॉसिंग उस समस्या को पूरी तरह जीरो कर दिया जी। यानी एक प्रकार से रेलवे स्टेशन की सफाई देखिए, हर चीज़ में एक बारीकी से ध्यान दिया गया। हमने इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के पर बल दिया, करीब 100% इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन पर हम चले गए हैं। हम रेलवे ट्रैक का उपयोग, आपको खुशी होगी, पहले हमारे यहाँ गुड्स ट्रेन थे या पैसेंजर ट्रेन थी। मैंने उसमें एक यात्री ट्रेन की परंपरा, जैसे रामायण सर्किट की ट्रेन चलती है जी। एक बार पैसेंजर अंदर गया, पूरा 18-20 दिन की पूरी यात्रा करके सारी सुविधाओं लेकर के वो सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है। वैसा जैन तीर्थ क्षेत्रों की यात्रा चल रही है, 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग की चल रही है, बुद्ध सर्किट की चल रही है। यानी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बना करके छोड़ देने से बात बनती रही जी। हमने उसका ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन का भी प्लान साथ साथ करना चाहिए और उस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं।
वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
some people say, hey, you know what, I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Back with Talking Point right here on NDTV Profit in conversation with Abhay Agarwal and N. Jayakumar. Jakes, amongst other things that were a part of this conversation, and we're referring to this so much aside of the fact that it's been done with our network, is the fact that it was not as much about politics as also about economics. PM Modi spoke a lot about, hints about small things. Like we know that there was a lot of chatter, right, around how gaming has been hit badly. And PM Modi is saying that, because of this whole digital infrastructure and the youth, gaming could become a big driver for employment as well as business going ahead. That was to my mind interesting. A lot of hints around how there are so many islands, all of which could become a Singapore as well. Who knows about it? And therefore this mention of tourism as well. Small hints. What of things to come, you think?
I think, we must hand it over to the machinery, if you will, that nuances some of these interviews ahead of the constituency it's addressing. So if this was the weekend when Maharashtra and Bombay were being addressed, in terms of elections, then a message which is more relevant to this constituency is being delivered. So I think whether it's gaming or it's creation of these cities, I think it's talking about business entrepreneurship and creation of wealth. That was, to my mind, the single biggest focus. And I think he dovetailed that with technology, dovetailed that with competing or comparing, more importantly, with the best in the world. I think he mentioned in the interview the fact that he's looking for the best in class when he makes comparisons. It's no longer enough to say that we were X and now we are Y. So the entire focus on creating business opportunities, allowing businessmen to make money, creating wealth, and examples of that for even what was seemingly a taboo topic like gaming is being discussed openly. And gaming actually is a huge manifestation of the technology use case and the kind of participation there is from public at large, now with Supreme Court and High Court interventions on what is legal and what isn't, and what is gaming, what is betting, etc., having been defined. I think we are talking about clarity coming through on multiple fronts. So there is a lot to be, said for whatever he has indicated. And I think from a market standpoint, all that we are looking for is continuity. Whether the number is 270 plus allies or 290 plus allies, to my mind, is less of a concern. Because I think the positioning in the market, at least as far as the foreigners who already were, have been net short, hedge funds who've been underinvested in the markets have missed out a lot of the rally. Flying in the face of that argument of the past that, the FIs are the smart guys and the public at large become the dumping ground. Completely contrarian to that, the SIP approach, the call on India taken by locals who've now become the mutual fund and the institutional space has become larger than the foreign holders in the market. All these are testimony to the fact that there is a much longer runway that the Indian investor has played, and the tactical, if you will, the opportunistic, hedge fund community, if you will, are actually on the verge of a big, short covering that could happen once the event is out of the way. Maybe they are playing for something more drastic, but that's, their call. Nobody, I think, has a feel of the numbers. But to my mind, if the numbers were 275 plus allies, which allows for continuity and allows for a further strengthening of policy and other measures to be taken, I think we're in for a big initial short covering rally post the election results. Contrary-wise, if there's a massive run-up pre-election, which means some of this is already built in, then there could be a correction post. But all in all, I think this is still a buy-on-dips market. And we are hoping that the election results continue that tradition.
Right. Another standout for me, Abhay, was where the Prime Minister said green technology will be a great employment generator. A few months ago, we had Gautam Adani, where he said that the potential here for India to become net zero is going to be phenomenal. Companies like Irida are the only largest green financer players in the country. How does an investor take advantage of this comment, or what, and create wealth in that sense?
I think this government direction towards focusing on green energy has been there for some time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a new announcement, but it was still a big point made in that conversation. And if you look at India, our government has been saying for many years now that we want to be energy independent. We don't want to depend on exports for our energy requirements. So clearly there is a focus that we need to cut down on crude imports. And the only way that we can do it by focusing on green energy, whether it's wind, solar, hydrogen, So, and these efforts have been made in the past, but these efforts didn't go anywhere because they were made with a small vision, small execution, small companies, because these projects require a lot of capital, whether you borrow or you put in your own capital. You can't do it on a small basis. These are large projects. So I think for the first time, what is happening is that scale is becoming important. So government is focusing on scale, that if you want to do a green energy project, it has to be a big project. And it has to come up, it has to deliver, it has to go for full financial closure. So for the first time, again, I'm seeing, we looked at infrastructure 1.0 earlier, which didn't go anywhere. A lot of companies went into NCLT and, they died because they didn't have the capital wherewithal. They signed the PPMs with state governments, but they didn't matter. But now what is happening is that government is saying that, look, you need to have the balance sheet strength. You need to have the execution capability, the management capability to execute these projects, because these are critical for the nation's growth. We can't have a situation that a lot of these projects don't go anywhere, tie up everybody's resources, trouble the lenders, PSU banks or whichever banks there are, go into NCLT, clog up everything. So they have to be completed. So what is it that requires them to complete? So again, the focus on making sure that whoever, whether it's a PSU or a private sector company that is doing these large projects, solar energy project, hydrogen or anything, is given to people who have the capability. So I think that is very refreshing, that for the first time is on execution.
Do you feel like this is what defense was 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Where there was that push coming from the government, it was all about Atmanirbhar, it was all about exports. And now suddenly with so much of commentary on green energy, do you feel like the big boys may be the ones you want to bet on for the next couple of years?
So I think in green energy, you have to bet only on the big boys. There are no small players. And I'm again saying that this is about having access to large capital and execution capability.
Right.
Both these have to come together. You cannot do green projects in small way.
In piecemeals.
Yeah, because they're very high risk. So you have to have the ability to take from day zero till commercialization and beyond that. So it is a big boys game, and it has been globally.
Yeah. But okay, and because we just have 2 minutes left, I'm going to make a small boys game and just talk about one thing that PM Modi said, which is that if you reduce the taxation, then the participation goes up. Now, Abhay, you referred to this. We have 2 minutes left. A quick answer from you. Does this give you an indication that there might not be too much of capital market tax tinkering?
It clearly is, going by what he said, and he said it very confidently. And if the Prime Minister says that, I think that message percolates down the bureaucracy and to everybody that do not increase tax rates. Widen the net, get more people in the tax system. And if I marry that to his other comment about expecting some big announcements, what may happen is that the net may widen by including a lot of constituents who do not pay any taxes right now. But for those who are paying taxes, I think there should be relief. There will be no negative surprise. That is my expectation now.
Hopefully now. And Jakes, very quickly, we have a minute left. Would you go out to think that way too? That the much dreaded thoughts of inheritance tax, capital gains tax, there might not be too much tinkering there?
Inheritance, no question. But as far as the rest is concerned on lowering taxes, I just say hope springs eternal in human breast. So we'll just stay with that.
Okay, hope springs eternal. I think Jakes puts it well. Maybe let's cross the bridge when we get there. Let's see when it happens. But yeah, we can certainly hope for this. Gentlemen, it's been a delight talking to you today to try and decipher what the PM has said on our conversation and otherwise. Thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us today on the show.
Thanks to you and thanks to Abhay.
No, thank you, Jakes. This is the way I get to see him actually. He's so busy otherwise.
We second that. Somehow we get to see him in the studios on the budget days, but be that as it may, and it'll happen this budget day too. But from Samina and me, thank you, Abhay, for joining in the studio, and viewers, thanks for tuning into this edition of The Talking Point.
में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है कि 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what, I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting models. Therefore, this means if you need a personal loan now, it may not be as easy as it was. Let's understand the problem better. What exactly is over-leverage? How does it affect you and me? And how is it measured? An over-leveraged borrower is when an individual has so much debt that it becomes almost impossible or extremely difficult to repay that amount. Now, to measure this, every lender, the one who gives the money, has something called Fixed Obligation Income Ratio or FOIR. This is a ratio which indicates the lender's risk-taking ability. For example, if a lender has a FOIR of 25%,
Welcome, this is Samina Nalwala, and Agam and me will take you through all the market action on FNO Spotlight. But before and bigger that is a conversation with the management of Hindustan Aeronautics. We have with us the CFO, CB Anand Krishnan, in a mega NDTV exclusive in conversation with us. But sir, just before we do that, we have a pleasant surprise for you, which I want to quickly play, and then of course we'll come back to this conversation.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल देती है और स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुँचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी। बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे।
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए पीएसयूज की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, पीएसयू के शेयर तो गिरना है, उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि पीएसयू तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो पीएसयू
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं अब HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट।
And the man behind that profit is going to be talking to us very shortly, CB Anandkrishnan of HAL. We will try and connect with him in a minute to understand what lies ahead for the company. The stock performance has been phenomenal. Earnings have been record. Brokerages are very optimistic on the counter. You're seeing a 2% gain on a day when the broader markets are looking quiet. But over the last 6 months itself, HAL has had a multi-digit gain on its stock price, up about, I think it was 100% in terms of returns on HAL. It's been one of the best performing PSU stocks for good reason, from what we can see. Well, we'll talk to the management in a minute, but just to give you a sense, the likes of UBS and Jefferies believe that we could see an order book increase of over 25% on HAL in FY25. Margins are expected to improve as well. They could be seeing a pickup in large military orders due to a depleting fleet, a robust supply chain, which is ready as well. We'll get a sense of how HAL is competing with global suppliers when it, of course, provides and makes those fighter aircraft. So the future is ready. And of course, the Prime Minister hailing HAL in terms of the kind of good work that the company has done. CB Anandkrishnan is now with us. Good morning, sir. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Just before we came to you, we had an exclusive conversation with the Prime Minister where he hailed HAL and hailed you for the good work that you've done at HAL. The company has record earnings, profitability, investors are happy. I mean, across the board, there is cheer, and you represent the PSU basket in some sense. And of course, I want to start by talking about your earnings. It's been a record-breaking quarter for HAL on top line, bottom line, order book. As we go into FY25, and of course beyond FY25 as well, this is a multi-year story for a company like yourself. Guide us with what sort of expectations you have for HAL in terms of revenue growth and order book. 50% of your order book, I believe, comes in from manufacturing. What is it that you're working with?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, so I think we'll have to come back to you. There's a little bit of a struggle, I guess, when you're trying to do a long distance conversation in Bangalore. Sometimes tech doesn't support you, but yeah, you've been reading out about the specific products about the company, right? And the pipeline looks.
So, Samina, actually, I was just going through how things have panned out for Hindustan Aeronautics. Now, over the last 5 years, they firstly got a very large order book when it comes to Tejas. Tejas is, of course, that light aircraft, well, the key takeaway here is that while they did get those orders over the course of the last 3 to 4 years, the execution of orders has been slotted for perhaps later on in FY25 and FY26, the delivery of which will happen then, which also gives the company a substantial runway, a considerable amount of visibility going forward. And, that, of course, is something which is playing out in favor of the company. This also means that there will be, good reading of revenues, and of course we're also looking at least one broking house which is suggesting that its order book could grow by as much as 3 times over the course of the next 3 years for Hindustan Aeronautics. And of course, we also had updates from the DRDO where the suggestion is that there's going to be a lot more in terms of Atmanirbharta when it comes to the Indian defense space. And that also means that there's going to be more outlay when it comes to the defense sector, the beneficiary of which is among many Hindustan Aeronautics. And as we know about the very strong order book coming through, so well, that's something which continues to play in favor of the company.
Right, I believe we have the man himself back again. Sanand Krishnan, sorry, I think there is a little bit of a technical problem, but I wanted to start by first complimenting you. Every investor is a very happy investor. HAL has had a record quarter in terms of earnings. We also heard the Prime Minister in an exclusive conversation hailing the performance of HAL, and of course the man at the helm of it is none other than you. Tell us about what lies ahead for HAL. It's been a journey. It's been a journey of sorts. The last 5 years have been very significant for your company. Looking at the next 5 to 10 years, what is the sort of guidance that you're expecting or you're putting out for yourself in terms of order book, manufacturing? I believe you're looking to diversify as well across maintenance, repair, and overhaul of commercial aircrafts. So help us, just wrap that up for us. Tell us what lies ahead in FY25 and, of course, the roadmap for HAL over the next few years.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. And we are also grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister for his words of appreciation, which will be a real morale booster for all our team HAL. And we expect the trust and confidence which he has, we'll be able to fulfill to his fullest satisfaction. That apart, HAL has been showing a very robust growth consistently for the last 4 to 5 years. And we have been on a single-digit growth, and we have always projected that we will be onto a double-digit growth from FY25 onwards. But in fact, we have preponed that by a year, and we could show a double-digit growth in FY24 itself. And that shows the resilience which HAL has got and the commitment which HAL has got towards its various stakeholders. And as you are aware, the outstanding order book position as of FY24 is somewhere around 94,000 crores. And we expect this order book to swell to 1,25,000 crores by FY25, with the accretion of another 45,000 crores of orders which are there in the pipeline, which will all get materialized in the next 3 to 6 months time frame. That apart, we are also having very clear visibility of our future orders, that is for a period of 1 year beyond and up to 3 year time frame, where we have got this additional 97 LCA Mark 1A and then around 150 numbers of LCH combat helicopters, and then the various other programs which are running through. There is very clear visibility of an additional 2 lakh crores, which would mean that almost 3.5 lakh crores of order visibility is there as of today. And with our present growth rate of around the double-digit growth rate of around 13%, the momentum will be continued and the growth story will continue as far as HAL is concerned for the next 5 to 6 year time frame. And the order book as of now, and with visibility of almost further order book, we will be in a position to execute all of this up to 2032 with the current growth rate momentum being maintained.
Right. So I want to quickly get a sense from you on margins as well and how you compete with the other global players. On margins, there's been a very clear improvement this quarter. Again, record margins for HAL on back of cost optimization and operational efficiency. Going into the next couple of years, can we expect margins to only improve from these levels, or there's a better chance that you would sustain these margins?
Yeah, today the operating margin is somewhere between 18 to 20%. In fact, last year it has been 20%. There was some abnormal income of almost 1,500 crores, which is the pricing which has been refixed for the LCS, which has already been delivered. And so that has added and helped our margin to have a very healthy growth. But that apart, we are very confident that with our execution plan and then with our mix of both manufacturing as well as our repair and overall platforms, so we will be in a position to maintain this operating margin at 20% at the minimum, and then the EBITDA margin can be at around 30 to 33% depending on what level of interest income will add to that. Broadly, if you see, the operating margin is around 20 plus 7% is our depreciation and amortization. and then the other 6% will add on to 5 to 6% will add on to our interest income, which means that around 33% is 30 to 33% we will be, the EBITDA margin will range between this 30 to 33%, and I mean this is sustainable and we will be able to maintain at this level.
Right, sir. From our understanding is that the first set of delivery of when it comes to the LCA MK1A is set to come through over the next couple of quarters. So can you give us an idea or some timelines with respect to execution and deliveries over the course of FY25 and also what FY26 could look like when it comes to deliveries?
Yeah, we have started, started delivering this LCA Mark 1A. We should be starting from, commencing from the current financial year. In fact, last year we should have started towards the end of March, but we will be now delivering it before July. The first aircraft is expected to be delivered before July. And as far as the contracted delivery schedule, 16 numbers of aircraft are supposed to be delivered in the current financial year, and year on year we are to deliver 16 numbers. In fact, we are trying to expedite these delivery schedules by opening up a third line where we are trying to enhance our capacity from 16 to 24, which would speed up the delivery of this Mark 1A aircraft. And we are expecting to complete the contracted the deliveries of this Mark 1A by 1 year in advance. And as far as the additional orders towards Mark 1A, that will get executed subsequently. And on the helicopter front, we will be delivering again 25 ALH is something we have received it in the month of March, out of which 6 has already been delivered, and we will be delivering the balance helicopters also in the current year. So the execution for the next 3 to 4 years also will be there as per the contracted delivery schedules which we have signed with the customers, and wherever we need to augment the capacity to see that these deliveries are happening, we are augmenting the capacities, and we are sure that the delayed deliveries will be a thing of the past, and HAL will be consistently been delivering as per the contracted delivery schedule.
Sir, you told us about the order book that stands at record levels as well. Now, what about capacity? Are you going to be investing in capacity? Because in order to fulfill this order book and the fact that you're also competing in the marketplace, you will have to build on capacity. Can you share with us your capacity expansion plans currently?
Yeah, capacity is not going to be a constraint at all, because we have planned well in advance that anticipating these orders to materialize, we have started augmenting our capacities. Like for instance, in case of LCA Tejas Mark 1A, the earlier capacity was 16 numbers. In fact, we started with 8 numbers, then we augmented it to 16 numbers when the contract for 83 LCA Mark 1A was getting signed. But now that we have wanted to see that the deliveries are expedited, we have also opened a third line in Nashik, and that line is expected to become operational sometime in the month of October of this current financial year. So which means that we wanted to roll out the first aircraft from our Nashik production line in the current financial year, and from next year we expect the deliveries. We wanted to see that the deliveries are enhanced from 16 numbers. Our target is 24, but definitely we would like to see that a minimum of 20 aircrafts as LCA Tejas is being delivered from 25-26, and we will see to it that 24 numbers are reached in the next 1-2 year time frame. This is as far as the helicopters are concerned. Aircraft is concerned. As far as the helicopters are concerned, as you know that we have also started a new helicopter factory in Tumkuru, where we have got a capacity to start with 30 numbers. We are into the phase 2 of expansion, which would mean that the capacities can be increased from 30 to 60 numbers to take care of the future requirement, and the peak capacity load of 90 numbers can be reached with further investments in the Tumkuru facility. And similarly, we have also realized that to support all these platforms, we need to strengthen our accessories and avionics divisions. We are also putting in the various capital infusions into these divisions to see that these divisions also keep the supply chain is not getting constrained by the capacities of these accessories and avionics. So all in all, we are seeing that to the extent possible that the capacities will not become a constraint. In fact, we can take up much more. We are also planning ahead for catering to our export orders as well. So we will be in a position to deliver with our existing capacity, and with the plan for enhancement in the next 2 to 3 years, capacity is not going to be a constraint at all.
curiosity when it comes to exports. Now, we understand that you being in a very unique business at the moment, of course, India being considering a substantial of your order book. Going ahead when it comes to markets abroad, so what is the opportunity here? Where is it that there is an chance to exploit that market? And what is the thought process as far as the company is concerned?
Yeah, in fact, we have started very aggressively marketing in the global aerospace market in the last 2 to 3 year time frame only. And we have also today got a range of our own products which we can offer to the global customers, which will be of interest to them. And we are also taking certain aggressive measures in terms of opening the marketing offices in the various regions, also engaging the channel partners, besides also actively involving our embassies abroad. Along with this, we get the support from the DA and the defense attaches and the embassies abroad to see that the market potential of those countries is getting fully exploited. Now, with these sort of initiatives being taken by the company, the leads have also started coming, and the leads are quite interesting. We have got leads from the various regions. As you know that we have got the leads from Argentina, we have got the leads from Egypt, we have got certain leads from Nigeria, Philippines, and then of course in Malaysia, even though the LCA Tejas could not make it, but there are other interests which are being shown. So which would mean that all these export potential, all these leads will get converted into business contract in the near future, and we are hopeful that we will be able to contribute substantially through our exports revenue. Our overall revenue, we will be able to substantially bring in our exports also as part of our revenue profile. We expect at least 10% of our total revenue in the next 3 to 5 year time frame to be generated from our from our exports. And we are confident that today, while we are trying to focus on the indigenous industry with our initiatives in the export market also is going to contribute in a big way to the company's future revenue growth.
The export business gives you better margins?
Can I get you the question?
I said export business, sir, gives you better margins?
Yeah, to start with, we would like to see that export we don't see from the margins perspective, but we will slowly, after once we get established, as you know, that margins will always, we will generate margins from our subsequent repair and overall activities which are there. But we wanted to just have a foothold in all of these regions. So we are not initially to start with, we wanted to have a foothold in the export market rather than looking at the margins at present.
Okay, thank you very, very much, sir, for joining us. It's such a pleasure to talk to you, and we hopefully can catch up in a longer format conversation with you sometime soon. But good luck and congratulations once again. It's been phenomenal. We wish you all the luck going ahead. I know the stock price currently doesn't mean very much to you, but it trades at a pretty decent uptick in today's day of trade as well. But a quick detour, we'll go back to the F&O show. Ruchit Jain now joins in with his view on the markets and his strategies. Ruchit, before I get a view on the Nifty from you, we were in conversation with HAL. The Prime Minister talked about HAL. The earnings have been phenomenal. The management has put out a very strong guidance, and the stock has been a star. At these levels, would you buy HAL? Any strategy on the counter? It's off the day's high point, though.
Yes, hi, very good afternoon, Samila. Samila, there is no doubt about the trend the stock has been in since last 1.5 to 2 years, and still you can see that in spite of this recent run-up which we have seen, the volumes in the cash segment are still very high. So I think this outperformance which we have seen recently, that is likely to continue. So in case if anyone is looking to buy fresh over here, in spite of this run-up, I think one can look at taking some exposure, some percentage of exposure over here. And in case if we get any dip in the near future, then look to add more positions over there. The overall trend still remains positive from a bit mid-term perspective. So certainly HL remains a buy at current levels also. And if we get any dips, then one should take that as an opportunity to accumulate more.
Okay, Ruchit, let's shift focus to the benchmarks then. And I was just taking a look at the FI numbers this morning when it comes to their longs and shorts in index futures. While the Nifty continues to hover around 22,500, the FII short number looks substantially high at around 72%, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, it's likely to change. Overall, what is your assessment of how positioning has been from the proprietary desk, from FIIs, and what is your own reading when it comes to technicals of the Nifty?
Yeah, very good morning, Agam. So Agam, if we see FIs have been on the short side throughout the series, along with the cash segment, they have also sold in the future segment. But all the selling has been absorbed by the retail, by the client section, which involves retail as well as HNI traders. So the long short ratio, if we see, then 68% is the long positions of clients, whereas 28% is the long positions of FIs. If we look at the absolute net short positions of FIs, net shorts minus longs, if we do, then that comes around 246,000 contracts. Although in historical terms, it may be around its record highs, it's too high. But no, it's not right to compare with that historical data, but because recently the Nifty lot size has changed. But we should compare that in percentage terms. So that 28% long short ratio, which we are witnessing, has become short heavy whenever that ratio goes below 20%. So I think still a lot of short positions are there. We might see FIs continuing this short position with the short positions in the near term. But in case if the market continues to sustain about 22,500, then I think these shorts would come to cover. So that short covering would add fuel to this ongoing rally. Technically also, we have formed a very strong support base around the 22,000 mark. Now immediately 22,300 has become a very short-term support. So the market remains a buy on dip because the broader market has been doing well. So we are advising our clients to keep a buy on dip approach. And in case if we get any dip towards that 22,400 to 22,300 range on the Nifty, then I think one should take that as a good opportunity to create fresh long positions. When we see market sustaining about 22,500, then I think the short positions of FIs will come to cover.
All right, Ruchit, let's talk about stocks then. What makes it on your radar at the moment?
So momentum is very strong in PSU names and the metal space. So I have a couple of buy recommendations, one from each segment. From the metal space, I'll go with Tata Steel, where a fresh breakout has been seen of previous swing highs. Even if you like the option segment, 170 call option had significant open interest outstanding. So all the call writers, I think they have started covering their positions. Today we can see change in open interest in the call options. Everything, most of the call writers are declining. So clearly short covering move along with the long formations in the future segment. So Tata Steel can be bought with stop loss below 167, expecting targets around 177 to 178. And within the PSU basket, Coal India is looking quite positive. A higher top, higher bottom structure, good price volume action. Post the results, the stock has went through some consolidation phase. So I think this could resume its uptrend. So from a bit short-term perspective, one can go along with stop below 469 for potential targets around 550.
Okay, there you have it, Ruchit. Before I let you go, just a quick view on the Bank Nifty as well. Is that a similar view as compared to the Nifty?
A bit of relative underperformance, I would say, has been seen in the Bank Nifty in this last 3-4 days. Structure is not negative, but it's looking more of a consolidation or sideways from a very short-term perspective. Maybe I think 48,200, 250 is that one level which needs to break out for any momentum to kick in Bank Nifty. And of course, if we resume the uptrend on the Nifty, where if we move towards that record high again, then it cannot be done without the support of the Bank Nifty. So I would wait for a breakout above 48,250 before taking long positions into Bank Nifty. So maybe 1 or 2 days of consolidation could be seen in the Bank Nifty before we see any kind of positive momentum.
Okay, Ruchit, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us and taking us through your views in the markets and, of course, helping us with a handful of trading ideas as well. And with that, we shift focus to the commodity space. We have Biren Vakil, commodity consultant at Paradigm Commodity Advisors, who's joining us on the show. Biren, good morning. Thanks for joining in. Gold at a life high. What's the way forward? More legs to this rally?
After recent stimulus announcement by China, which is very large, 1 trillion yuan. So I think this risk on mode may continue for a while. Gold may approach to 480, $2,500 in local terms. Maybe 75,000 is fairly achievable for near term. And silver is also running high. It's a catch-up rally. Especially Chinese silver market is a little bit euphoric, and it may this bullishness may spill over into COMEX and Indian market as well. Here I'm also seeing a little bit upside. Say near term, we may see 97, 98,000 in domestic term, and for COMEX we may see 34, 35 in near term.
Right. And Biren, finally, what are the other commodities or securities that are in radar that look interesting to you towards the long or the short side?
Now copper is in the forefront because of some short squeeze in COMEX, New York, and some mismatch in origin and destination markets. Copper, zinc, nickel, and tin, all these new age metals, which are key part of energy transition, EV story, they are catching up and produced decent gains. As well as there are some dovish signal from ECB rate cuts, Fed rate cuts. That is also setting up stage for a, as you know, commodities are late stage entrant sometime, just trail behind liquidities. So I think second half would be a little bit promising, encouraging for commodities in general, especially resources, industrial metals.
All right, Biren, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your views in the commodities space. And with that, we're also completely out of time on this edition of the FNO show, but lots more lined up on the other side. You're watching NDTV Profit.
साल में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and
Good morning and welcome. You're watching the Small and Mid-Cap show on NDTV Profit. I'm Harsh Saita and quickly taking you through where markets are at. Nifty largely range-bound in trade today. Not seeing much movement except in a very, very tight band, but a 0.1% lower nonetheless on the Nifty 50. Very balanced even where the advanced decline is concerned on the benchmark itself. So just about 28 declines to 22 advances, and that's been kind of the story, not much so in broader markets, but that's been kind of the story through at least the 2 hours of trading we've seen on the index and on the Nifty 50 counters itself. Let's look at broader markets. They're largely in line with the Nifty 50. The Nifty Midcap at least down around 0.1% again or thereabouts. So not much movement there. The Nifty Small Cap though seeing a bit of underperformance versus the benchmark, down nearly 0.5% in trade. Lots and lots of stocks to focus on, but let me pull up a few. IFGL Refractories down 14.5% after numbers. You also see Trident, which is down almost 6.5%. Power Mech is down 4.5% odd. Rainbow Children is down 4.5% odd as well. Those are some of the buzzers on the downside rather. Let's pull up something like a City Union Bank. That one too down roughly 4.5% odd in trade. Carousel, Triveni Engineering seeing some amount of pressure as well. But on the positives, something like a Rolex Rings doing superbly well in trade, nearly 16% higher. Really solid set of numbers as well. BEL up nearly 7% in trade. You have Nesco doing well, 4% higher, and IRFC 2.5%. But far and few in terms of the winners versus the losers. Let's also pull up a few on the back of some notes which have come, something like a GAIL, if we can just see what that one is up to. Not much actually, and PB Fintech is down 3% as well. You had Yashish Dahiya sell roughly 1% of his stake in the company after the kind of rally the stock has seen. That is not the best news, of course. IDBI Bank also in focus, 1.3% higher, despite the fact that reports suggesting that the government may not be able to divest, and investors concerned have started to back off. So maybe IDBI as well in focus. You also have a Kalpataru projects up 5% after an order win, and you also have RVNL which is up nearly 7% again on the back of order win. Something like a Tata Steel also doing fairly well in trade today, 2.5% higher. So you have all of these stocks in focus. On the Nifty 50 itself, let's pull up the top gainers and the top losers. Something like a Coal India, Hindalco, JSW Steel, Tata Steel doing very, very well in trade. You have the metals pack doing fairly well. And among the top losers, you're seeing Nestle, M&M, TCS. But again, it's been a tempered set of losers. 1.6% down, Nestle being the top loser on the Nifty 50 in trade today. In terms of sectoral indices, the Nifty Bank down around 0.25% or thereabouts. But outside of that, not really much movement outside of the Nifty Metal and Nifty PSU Bank. The Nifty PSU Bank, on the contrary, doing very, very well, up around 0.9% as we speak. You also have the Nifty Metal, which is the top sectoral gainer in trade today. And if we can look at the constituents on the Nifty Metal, again, you'll see a wide array of stocks doing fairly well outside of maybe just 2 to 3 counters which are not doing so well. But look at a Vedanta up nearly 5%, Hindalco up nearly 4%, Hindustan Zinc also following Vedanta up 3.5% as well. But you know, it's that time of the show where we invite managements to speak to us, and we have Arun Chittalapalli, who is the managing director at Wonderla Holidays, to talk to us about the Q4 numbers. Thank you so much for joining us, Arun. It's good having you here.
For having me on the show.
Yes, so Varun, talk to us first off about footfall, right? Footfall is down when I'm looking at it year over year. Talk to us about what trends are playing out and what are you seeing on ground?
Yeah, so last quarter we did have some softness in footfalls, especially from the group segment. And this is because we, coming out of COVID, the patterns in which schools do their excursions, schools and colleges, that has changed. And so some of these things we can't avoid. And we were able to partly offset that because of our growth in retail footfalls. So if you look at our revenues are better, even though there was a small footfall drop. But yeah, so that's pretty much about the quarter. I think retail footfalls did well, but group footfalls didn't do so well in Cochin especially.
Do you expect that to change going forward?
So for us, Q1 is a retail footfall quarter. It's a holiday quarter. It's been doing well, except that we had the heat wave in Bangalore, so that affected our footfalls a little bit. But there's a strong recovery in May, so it's going. I mean, every quarter for us works slightly differently, so it's hard to kind of say that it's not the same trends that continue every quarter.
Sure, take your point. And with regard to ARPU, you've guided for a 10 to 15% increase in your pricing. What does that do to ARPU going forward? Also, you're adding new rides to your existing, setups. So, where should one see ARPU number go? More than 15%? Can we expect something like that going forward?
This year, we are expecting an ARPU growth of roughly about 10 to 12%. Last year, we had a huge ARPU growth, so we are not expecting big growth on top of that because we have already taken a substantial price hikes for all the parks. This year, we are expecting about 10% ARPU growth, leading by the increase in non-ticket revenues.
Okay, and therefore, what would the levers be for that non-ticket revenue?
Non-ticket revenue is sale of food and merchandise in the parks, and it is being, that is, showing a lot of growth. In fact, it's growing at a faster clip than, our footfalls or even revenues. So we are expecting that to show bigger numbers this year.
Sure. Plenty of expansion plans on the horizon. You have Orissa, Chennai coming up, Chennai in 2026, if I understand correctly. Also, you have Bangalore, Hyderabad. In terms of resorts which you are coming up with. So what's the pipeline like, and how do you expect things to evolve in terms of launches?
Yeah, so we have two parks which are under construction. We are soft launching our park in Bhubaneswar, in fact, next week. So it's going to be open to public from next Friday onwards. So that's going to be adding to our into our kitty. Next year, we will have Chennai, which is a larger amusement park, also coming into the coming on stream. So these two will definitely help us to show growth, because the other three parks that we have already tenured parks. The youngest being Hyderabad, which is about 7 years old. We can expect some growth in Hyderabad. We don't expect huge growth coming in from, especially in footfalls coming in from our other two parks, which is Bangalore and Kochi. So we are expecting more growth from these new parks. So, for example, Bhubaneswar this year onwards, and then next year Chennai, and so on and so forth.
Understood. And with regard to Bhubaneswar, what's the likely footfall and ARPU going to be like?
So we are not getting a full year, as you know. We have missed pretty much April and then most of May. So we are expecting about 4 lakh visitors in our first 10 months. Which I think is pretty good, and I think it should definitely help us, show better numbers. And in terms of, it's hard to predict revenues because it's our first year, so there will be a lot of offers and promotions. But we are expecting reasonably good ARPUs there, about between 800 and 1,000 rupees kind of ARPU. And so that's the kind of expectation we have for Bhubaneswar this year.
Understood, and therefore building in a number of 10 to 12% on total ARPU.
Correct.
Got your point. And how long do typically some of these parks take in terms of recovering the investment payback period?
So Bhubaneswar for us is an experimental park. It's a new model for us. It's an asset-light model where we have partnered with the government, and the government has helped us with the land acquisition, such a thing. So it has helped us reduce our capex. So it should have a better payback period compared to our other more expensive parks. We are expecting it to pay back between 6 to 8 years, whereas the other larger parks will take maybe a couple of years more.
Understood. And with regard to capex, how do you plan to fund it? Any plans to take on more debt? What's the kind of debt you're going to be comfortable with?
See, for Bhubaneswar, we don't need any debt. We have already completed the project, and the total investment as of today stands roughly about 190 crores. It could be a little lower also once the numbers kind of come in. So between 180 and 190 crores is what we're looking at. And for Chennai, we have about a 500 crore outlay, out of which 140 crores has already been invested. The remaining, 350 crores will be spent in the next year and a half. We might have to take on some debt, but marginal debt only. If we have further projects coming in, and we might, so at that point we will look at some form of debt, and also maybe if we have many projects coming to our side, we will also look at some equity dilution as well.
Okay, some equity dilution also possible. But with that, we're completely out of time. Definitely warrants a larger conversation with regard to funding as well as where that is expected to go at. But thank you so much, Arun, for coming in, speaking with us, and breaking this down for us.
Thank you.
Right, with that, time to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. We have a couple of more very interesting managements on the other side. You're watching the Smith Show. Stay tuned.
साल में जो हुआ वो तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, ट्रेलर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार साल का 1 लाख रुपया बैंक अकाउंट में डाल देगी।
जो मर्जी करते हैं पावर में है, पावर इज टेम्पररी।
सबसे बड़ी कोई देशभक्ति का काम हो सकता है तो 2024 में इनको हटाओ।
Some people say, hey, you know what, I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting models. Therefore, this means if you need a personal loan
Welcome back. You're watching the Small and Mid-Cap Show on NDTV Profit. I wish to bring on board the CFO at Eclerx Services, Srinivasan Nadadhur, who's going to talk to us about, of course, Q4 numbers, but more interestingly, Srinivasan, talk to us about the 4-year plan which you guys have unveiled. What's the highlight of it? What can one expect going forward, just from a viewer reference?
Sure. Thank you for having me on the show. So broadly, the strategy is to be dominant in the service niches that we are already present in, and to gain full wallet share for all the customers that we service. At the same time, to try and gain more clients and logos. So in each of our 3 businesses today, maybe we offer 1 or 2 services per client, and we want to sort of take the entire firm and all the services of the firm available to all of our customers. So that's the broad idea, and we believe that that should lead to improvement in revenue predictability. And to do this, we feel that we need to have a sharper focus on sales. We need to be seen as the preferred service provider for the industries that we operate in. and we need to have an increased risk appetite and the willingness to try and close large deals and longer term deals. So that's the essence of our strategy. Specifically coming to margins, all of this strategy that we are talking about requires some amount of investment upfront. And in Q4, we've made investments to augment the business development team. So we've hired senior folks onshore. We've also added people in technology and analytics in our India delivery centers. And that is why margin is a little off by about 180 basis points from the previous quarter.
Okay, and is that because your hiring is roughly 2% on a sequential basis, net hiring, I believe. Is this because you're hiring at a higher level that you're seeing margins come off? Is that the logic? Is that the rationale?
That's right. In the delivery teams, the hiring has been at a senior level, and that's part of the investments that we are making to try and get more senior people on board. In the sales team, the hiring again has been at senior levels. So we've recently onboarded a chief risk officer. We've recently onboarded a chief marketing officer. So all of these investments are part of the 4-year strategy that we are talking about.
Okay, and how do you expect therefore margins to evolve going forward? How do you expect top line expansion? What should one expect maybe in FY25 in the more near term?
Yeah. So usually we've guided for EBITDA margins to be between 24 and 28% in prior years. This year we are saying that because investments will be upfront, and usually any sales team that you bring on, typically they take about 6 to 9 months to become productive. So there will be upfront investments, and therefore we are guiding that EBITDA for FY25, the first year of our new strategy, will be between 24 to 28%. Having said that, the way it'll play out is that usually we give our wage hikes in Q1. So Q1 margins will be 300 dips down from Q4. And then over a period of time, it will pick up. It is difficult to predict what the revenue growth will be. Our aspiration is to be in the top quadrant of industry growth, both in terms of revenue and margin. But it is kind of hard to put a specific number.
20% plus?
As I said, it's hard to put a specific number given the fact that there continues to remain a lot of uncertainty in the market. Spend continues to remain subdued. So it's hard to give a number.
Okay. And with regard to where you are putting or making investments outside of purely people, is there a specific place or geography that you're targeting in terms of expanding your top line?
We may think of investing in nearshore delivery centers, but that investment has not yet, we have not made a decision to go ahead with that. So at the moment, the investment is restricted to purely people. We are adding some facilities in our India delivery centers, but that is just seat addition.
And if that were to happen, would that dilute margins as well?
Yeah, we think so, but not, and that is included in our margin guidance.
Fair.
And that will happen only in H2. So it will take about 6 months for those seats to come up and be ready.
Okay, and with regard to new orders coming through and how clients are approaching it, how are things evolving? If you can talk to us about the demand environment.
So of our 3 businesses, we think that the demand environment in financial markets continues to remain strong, barring 1 or 2 clients. The digital business, where most of the discretionary and tech-led spend is, that seems to be a challenging kind of environment with both luxury clients and retail clients facing quite a bit of uncertainty. Whereas customer operations, which is our 3rd business, that seems to have fairly stable demand. So it's kind of a mixed environment. But overall, I would say that the environment is definitely challenging.
Understood. And last off, digital recovery expected when?
Maybe it'll take a quarter or 2, I think.
Okay. Okay, fair. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Srinivasan. It's been a pleasure speaking with you and breaking this down. Thanks so much for coming in, speaking with us.
Thank you.
You know, let me quickly move on because it's a packed show. We have the CFO and whole-time director at Patel Engineering, Ms. Kavita Shirvaikar. Sorry for getting that wrong. Welcome on board, ma'am. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, ma'am, on a console level, your margins have gone up. First off, I want to try and understand, standalone, your margins are pretty much stable. But at a console level, what's happened? Is there a specific execution which has taken place, which is why your margins are more elevated this time around?
So console margin is also more or less in the same line of standalone, which is our EBITDA is around 14 to 15%. If you see in P&L, you will see it is around 17.5%. It is on account of there is some difference of arbitration award received during the quarter.
All right.
Around 50 crores.
All right. I'm joined in by my colleague Anushi Vakharia, who tracks infrastructure closely. Ma'am, while we are at it, I also want to try and understand the kind of order pipeline you have. It's come off from those highs. You expect it to go back to above the 20,000 crore kind of level post-elections? Is that what one can expect?
Yes, it is true. See, right now our order book is around 18,600 crore. Post-election, we see a lot of huge orders coming up in pipeline. See, we mainly operate in hydro, irrigation and tunneling sector. Our 60% is coming from hydro, around 20% is from irrigation and rest from other sectors. So we see there is a huge opportunity available in the sector where we operate in. Like government is planning like 50% to convert into renewable energy by 2030, to achieve net zero emission by 2017. So we see, yes, our order book will go up, substantially will go up post-election.
Hi ma'am, Anushi joining here. I wanted to understand, now that you've said that the order inflow looks quite strong, wanted to understand that you wanted to raise funds for this post-election. Can you quantify the number that we are looking at, and also what is the kind of order inflow that we are looking for FY25?
We have already raised QIP 400 crores via QIP. So which will not only help us to reducing the debt, but also it will augment our working capital required for current projects and future projects.
Okay, and ma'am, on the execution front, as well as on the new orders front, where does the order book go in terms of how many new orders are you looking to capture in FY25, and how will execution work out for you?
So we see, as regards order book, we see around 10 to 15% growth in the current year. See, our current order book is around 19,000 crore. So we see new orders around 10,000 crore. We are targeting around 10,000 crore increase in our order book. So at the end of March 2025, our target is to reach to around 25,000 crore.
And wanted to understand, in the segments that you have given, can you give us a breakup on the margins also for the same, and what are the kind of margins we shall expect going forward in FY25?
So you see, our EBITDA is around 14 to 15%. We expect it will remain in the same level.
Okay, and risks to that, ma'am, because you are seeing currently a decently benign environment in terms of pricing. Any risks to that guidance?
Yeah, most of our project is covered escalation, which is we get paid with the WPI index linked formula. So all the price escalation towards material and labor, we get paid for it.
Understood. And with regard to execution, you are expecting maybe next year 5,500 crore worth of execution. How will execution work out?
It is true. So considering our current order book, which itself is strong, so we expect around 10 to 15% growth in our revenue next year.
Understood, ma'am. And ma'am, with regard to capex and debt, what are the plans going forward? What should one expect?
So our current gross work is around 1,100 crore. Every year we add around 100 to 200 crores capex depending on the new projects which we get. And our current debt is around 1,800 crore. So if you see, if you see in the past, we have been consistently reducing our debt. At the peak 5,500, we have reached to now 1,800. If you consider interest payable debt, 760 is around contracted ones and 1,800 is debt. And last year it was 2,900 total, and this year it is 2,600. So we have reduced around 300 crores.
All right, now you have explained about the capex debt, the margins that we should, but I wanted to understand from you, what is your strategy that we are going to look forward now that we are stepping into the new fiscal year?
So see, our target to see, I'll tell you, we see huge opportunities available in the sector. So we are fully geared up to take an advantage of the growth opportunity available in the sector. We work in hydro, irrigation and tunneling, and we envisage to increase our order book in the area where we operate in. And further, we will look for road and other sector also selectively based on the margin and the geographical complexity.
Okay, Mr. Shirvaikar, it's been a pleasure speaking with you and breaking this down. Wishing you all the very best for FY25. Of course, the stock up and away, if you can quickly mark Patel Engineering, the stock doing fairly well in trade today. But with that, completely out of time on this edition of the SMID Show. From Anushi, myself, everyone who puts the show together, thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. More on the other side.
World's largest democracy and most historic election of India. What will be the future? In special conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, only on NDTV.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have one day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence.
welcome. You're watching Ask Profit on NDTV Profit. I'm Smriti Chaudhary, and this show is all about your stock-related queries. So write to us on any of our social media channels or through the YouTube live chat or through the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen. Be it a short-term strategy, stock play, or a long-term investment. And any query, we'll get them answered by our fundamental and technical guests. But before that, let's take a quick check of the markets. With the Nifty 50, that's pretty flat right now, but has turned positive. So trading with a bit of a positive bias there, but mostly flat. Bit of a day of chop and churn. Started off on a negative note and continued that until just a couple of minutes ago when it turned into the positive. Let's look at the broader markets as well. You have the Midcap index also flattish at this point, not doing too much there. Small cap in the red, down about 0.2%. Let's look at the constituents of the Nifty 50 and see what's gaining and what's losing. You have something like a Coal India that's doing very well in trade today. It's also the biggest gainer on the index. You have SBI, Tata Steel and Power Grid both in the positive. On the other hand, you have ICICI Bank, HDFC, both pulling the index down. Then there's two IT names as well, Infi and TCS. So essentially banks and Infosys, TCS that are pulling the index down today. Let's look at what sectors are moving. You have most of the sectors, bit of a 50-50 actually there. Metals doing very, very well in trade today, up 2.5%. And you have PSU Bank that's up over 1%, energy up over 1% as well. On the other hand, you have FMCG, consumer durables, realty, pharma, all in the red today. FMCG down about 0.7%, so biggest among the sectors that's losing. Let's look at some of the individual stocks as well. You have something like a GAIL that's up about 0.2%. It came out with its earnings yesterday, but not too much of a reaction off the high point of the day for now. You have something like a Trident that's down about 6% in trade. Now this also comes on the back of very weak numbers. You saw the PAT down about 54% and you're seeing that in the impact today. Been lower since it opened this morning. Let's look at something like a Concor. There was a Citi note on Concor and they've increased the target price to 1,340 rupees, but not a lot of impact there, down about 0.8%. Let's look at something like a BEL as well, which is also the focus for today. Bharat Electronics up 7%. Along with that, Bharat Dynamics, just pointing out that the stock is gaining today as well. This stock has been on a tear for a while, up about 6% in trade. However, the focus for today remains Bharat Electronics. It came out with its numbers, and we're going to discuss that in just a bit. But the whole defense sector has been in the focus for a while now, and it seems like the stocks have been on a tear since a while. This valuations may be expensive at this point, but there's a lot of positivity in the market clearly, and people are still buying these counters, and so a bit of a positive in the defense space. You look at something like a Cochin Shipyard, you look at something like Garden Reach as well, doing very, very well in the last couple of sessions or so. So a lot of positivity in that space. We're seeing that this sort of positivity in the metal space as well. But let's look at some of the other counters as well. You have something like a Delivery that's down 9% in trade today. There's something like a Triveni Turbine that's down about 5.5% as well. But let's get back to the focus for today, which is Bharat Electronics. And to break down the numbers for us, we have my colleague Anushi joining in. Anushi, talk to us about the numbers that Bharat Electronics came out with, very strong set of numbers, and also talk about the defense space as a whole. What's working for them right now?
Hey Smriti, so I'm so glad that you mentioned about the defense space. Even if you look at the last week, all the major defense stocks have been in focus. Let's take even Mazda or Hindustan Aeronautics, strong earnings for Hindustan Aeronautics. But I specifically want to come to Bharat Electronics over here. So the company reported a 32% of revenue growth in this quarter, while the EBITDA has seen about a 25% of growth. Margins though have slipped to 27% compared to 28%, but this was on the account of cost of materials going high at about 47%, and the other expenses also going about 68% higher. But what we are clearly seeing that the street has been taking this into account, and still the stock is buzzing, because even if you look at all the Bloomberg estimates that have been there, the stock, it is above the expectations, and that is what is reflecting in today's stock price as well. Net profit has also seen about a 30% growth. Now, even if you look at the order book which the company came out with earlier, there has been a 25.2% of a order book growth over here, which stands at about 76,000 crore as of now. So while we wait for the conference call tomorrow to get more details on what the company expects for FY25 going forward, then let's look at the other important aspects that we should be looking out for. So first is the Nomura, wherein they continue to have a buy rating with about a price target of 300 over here. They expect the revenue CAGR growth of about 16% with the strong order book of 76,000 crore as mentioned above over the course of FY23 to 26 period. Even if you look at the ROEs, they are expected to improve to 27.7% in FY26 compared to about 24% that the company had reported last fiscal. So that again stands as a point. So this will again support the premium valuation with the healthy return ratios in place. And even if now that we have covered about Bharat Electronics, even if we look at the whole India defense play, that remains a very positive sector, a significant opportunity over here with about $138 billion of over the course of FY24 to 28 in India's defense sector. Even if you look at the defense capex, the share is expected to increase to about 37% of total budget in FY35. That is what Nomura says. And again, the momentum is expected to continue with defense exports, government's increasing focus over here at rupees 300 billion over the course of FY24 to 30. So these are some of the key points that we should be looking out for.
Right. Thank you, Anushi, for that. But let me introduce you to the guests for today. We have Sameer Dalal of Natwarlal & Sons Stockbrokers, along with Swati Hudkar, who's the AVP Technical Research at Nirmal Bang. Welcome to both of you, and thanks for joining in. Sameer, I'm going to come to you first on Bharat Electronics specifically and defense as a space. Now, we've seen a couple of stocks, including Bharat Electronics. You see these shipbuilder stocks as well that have run up in the last couple of months. So now the belief may be that valuations may be expensive at this point, but you look at what the brokerages are saying, still they're predicting a decent amount of upside into these stocks. What would you suggest to somebody who now wants to enter these stocks, and also the people who have been holding this for a while? Would you suggest holding on to it or maybe booking some profits at this juncture?
So good morning to you and to the viewers. So, rightfully said that the defense space has been buzzing. And, the defense space has been buzzing given the fact that we have a lot of expectations of order flows coming from overseas market, given that certain amount of the projects have to be executed within India, even if we are buying the equipment and machinery and all of those from abroad. Apart from that, of course, these independently also make certain amount of things which are sold directly to the government, to the various sectors. And given Bharat Electronics does have, it's one of the few companies that are catering to the space and have a good market share and good lead in that space. So, they will continue to do well. But what you also rightfully said is that valuations have changed quite drastically, where they have moved up quite a bit. So let's talk about Bharat Electronics, which is trading at probably closer to 40 times earnings, 42 times earnings. And if we even project our growth of about 20% and operating leverage peaking through, because of which profitability increased by 30-35%, we're still talking of a 8.5 rupee earnings per share for next year. If I 270 divides the 30 times earnings. So valuations are not cheap. Now, for someone who's already invested, they could probably stay invested because the growth opportunity over the next few years is going to be quite significant. But if you haven't invested, I would say wait for corrections. You will get opportunities, you will get market corrections where even sectors which are very hot and in the limelight like defense will see a correction, and that might be the right point to get in. So we remain positive on Bharat Electronics, and like all the brokerages are saying, the price targets are higher. But what price you buy will determine the kind of returns you make. So I say wait for corrections, wait for opportunities to buy it, and don't go out and chase the stock.
Right, fair point. Let's start off with the queries now. The first question is from Rajesh from Bangalore. They're talking about a counter, Texmaco Rail and Engineering. Now, they say they have bought these shares at a price of 100 rupees. It's currently doubled from there, trading above 200 rupees. So, Ati, I'm going to come to you on this one. There's a rally in the stock in the last 1 year, up about 200% or thereabouts. Would you suggest booking some profits, or would you suggest maybe continue holding on to it for a little bit more?
Yes, the technical setup strategy is definitely positive on this particular counter. If we look on the higher degree, say the weekly and the monthly charts are really doing very well on the technical front. Trading in the pattern of the high tops, high bottom. Only the interesting fact is that the stock is in the formation of a flat pattern on the monthly chart, and probably it will give the breakout very soon. And the stock is on its way to reach the all-time high, which comes to at around 231 levels. And I believe that it has a potential to build a new high at around 260 to 270 levels. So the longer-term horizon is definitely positive. One should hold their counter on a buy side. If possible, maintain the profit stop loss of a 180 and carry your long positions for a target of 240 to 260 levels on high side.
All right, fair point. The next counter we're talking about is NHPC. This one's from Sanat. They say if this is the right time to buy something like an NHPC. Samir, from a longer term perspective, the stock is up about 5% in trade today. If you look at the last 1 month performance, it's gained about 15%. Would you suggest buying at these levels, or maybe wait a little bit more for a correction to happen?
So honestly, a lot of the stocks in the power sector have seen run far ahead of what I think fundamentally justifies, right? So we're not denying the fact that renewable energy is a big focus area. NHPC, of course, has its hydropower projects, but they're also looking at setting up solar power projects and, various other things, and they have a huge capex plan lined up over the next many years. But you also got to realize that this is going to require a lot of capital inflow. The returns are going to take time to come through. Initially, the return on equity and return on capitals may not be as great. So, like I said earlier, we find that overall market valuations are a little bit rich, and there will be periods in the next 3 months where the entire markets will correct, and it's very rare that you won't find stocks like NHPC also correcting at that point. So even though the power sector growth opportunity remains good, I would wait for corrections. In fact, if I was someone, I would probably not even buy an NHPC. I'm more focused on NTPC. I think the player, it's a larger player with thermal plus now getting into renewable with the huge solar wind farms. The scalability of that is quite good given the cash flows, given the balance sheet, given all of that. For me, NTPC would be a better play than NHPC. But if the person is interested in NHPC, I say wait for correction. You'll get it around 85, 90. I think it may make sense to buy it at that point of time.
Right, fair point. So NTPC over NHPC for Samir. Next question is on Restaurant Brands Asia, and this is from Marut, and they say fundamentally, okay, now the tide may have been turning for this one, Samir, right? You saw a mixed set of numbers for Restaurant Brand Asia. In the QSR space, would you suggest buying this from a longer term perspective? Do you think there is a positive outlook from here on?
100% there's a positive outlook. We are very, very positive on the long term of the entire QSR space. The QSR space has actually done massive underperformance over the last maybe 6 months to a year. And that is because of the fact that competition was increasing, the discretionary spends because of the higher inflation and higher interest rates was reducing. As the cycle turns, we believe the demand for this space will come back. Now, coming specifically to Restaurant Brands, actually, if you say it's a mixed bag, I thought the results were quite good, given the fact that a lot of the other companies did not see same-store sales growth for the year. Restaurant Brand Asia has actually been able to deliver an SSSG of only 2.7, but they were able to deliver that. So that is a big positive. Now, they are constantly increasing their reach within India. They also have the international piece in Indonesia where they're expanding. So I believe that overall they will continue to see growth. Now, this business is very high on operating leverage because all my cost is already into the business. And the direct increase in consumption, whenever it happens over the next 6 months or a year, will lead to a massive increase in profitability. So we are very positive. We have a buy on Restaurant Brand Asia. We have a buy on Barbecue Nation. We have a buy on Westlife. Well, Westlife is probably the most expensive of the lot. Jubilant Food also is interesting. It's corrected quite a bit. So we are positive. Restaurant Brands is also a buy for us.
All right. And yeah, mixed bag, Sameer, in terms of, if I remember correctly, the loss had widened this quarter, but revenue grew. But coming back to the technicals on this one, Swati, you look at how the stock has performed. If you look at the 1 year performance, it's in the red. But in the last 6 months or so, there has been a positive sort of a change in the stock trajectory. Is that something you see continuing from here on as well? And and do tell us a target if you have on this counter.
If we look on a larger degree, say on the yearly charts since 2021, the stock has not given any kind of a performance. In fact, it was trading in the lower channel as such. And as of now, it has not given any sign of a reversal on the higher side. But definitely on a short-term period, we can see that this particular counter has given a form has cluster support at around 90 to 95 levels. So that can be act as a crucial support levels. Upside breakout comes at around 110 levels. If it manages to give a breakout of that level, then definitely we can see some trend reversal on the higher side, and we might get a target of at least 140 to 150 levels on the side. So looking towards the risk reward ratio, and if one like to take a long positions, fresh position, definitely one can take a buy call, normally at least 30 to 40% at the current market price. And once the stock gives a clear sign of a reversal, then definitely one can add on. So it's a positive view on from my end.
All right. It's time to slip into a short break now, but stay with us, Sameer and Swati. We'll be back and we'll take more questions on the other side. Stay tuned.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
For the past 2 years, people who have wanted to have unsecured loans one after another have had a gala time by borrowing money or small ticket loans via digital apps. But not anymore, because this has led to an inevitable over-leverage in the financial system. This over-leveraging has caused banks, NBFCs and fintech platforms to relook at their business strategy as well as credit underwriting models. Therefore, this means if you need a personal loan now, it may not be as easy as it was. Let's understand the problem better. What exactly is over-leverage? How does it affect you and me? And how is it measured? An over-leveraged borrower is when an individual has so much debt that it becomes almost impossible or extremely difficult to repay that amount. Now, to measure this, every lender, the one who gives the money, has something called Fixed Obligation Income Ratio or FOIR. This is a ratio which indicates the lender's risk-taking ability. For example, if a lender has a FOIR of 25% and a borrower has taken multiple loans from different entities, then in case the FOIR exceeds 25%, the loan application is likely to get rejected. For banks, the FOIR is low, and for fintech platforms, the FOIR goes as high as 50%, which is why borrowers rush towards digital lending apps for easy money, because high FOIR for fintech platforms indicates their willingness to issue back-to-back loans quicker than traditional banks. Besides this, lenders also look at several other variables such as income growth,
Welcome back. You're tuned into Ask Profit. Let's dive into the queries again. This one's on Maharashtra Seamless. The queries from Vivekanand and the question they're asking is that they have already bought the counter at a price of 908 rupees. It's below that price. It's trading about at 808 rupees. So I think I'm going to come to you on this one for somebody who's sitting on a bit of losses here, and the trajectory for the stock in the last 6 months or so is nothing but negative. Would you suggest getting out of it, or maybe stay on for a little bit?
See, the overall technical point, from the technical point of view, this particular counter looks little bit weak, because from the last, as you said, from the last 6 months, the stock has not given any kind of a performance if we compare with the market as well. The interesting fact is that it has formed the cluster support at around 790 so levels. So I will suggest to hold the long positions by keeping a stop loss of a 790. We might get some sort of a rise on some trading sessions, because last week also we have seen that the stock has managed to tick off 844 levels. That is acting as a very crucial resistance level provided by its 20 days moving average.
Fair point. Next counter is RVNL. And this counter is on a thread today. If you can pull up the chart, yeah, it's up about 13% in trade. We have a question from on RVNL from Swastik. They say they bought the shares at a price of 176 a piece. Samir, almost doubler from there. Great set of numbers in the fourth quarter as well. What's the long-term view on this one? Would you suggest maybe taking some money off the table or stay invested?
Given the kind of profit he has, work with stop losses if you want and stay invested. So let's put it this, the infrastructure investment that's going to happen in India, and especially in the railway space, is going to benefit a company like RVNL. I won't deny the fact that valuations are not cheap anymore. But given the fact that order flows will continue, right now what's happening in the market is people are looking at the order backlog like we did in 2007 and 2008. Where orders won by infrastructure companies were being calculated into the profits in the next 2 years, and cash flows were being discounted. We are going through a similar situation, and given the kind of impetus that is there for especially the railway segment over the next couple of years, our expectation is that the BJP government will come now, unless something changes there drastically. If the order inflow on the infra side continues, I think RVNL will continue to do well. Keep a stop loss if you want to, and keep increasing the stop loss as the stock price keeps moving up over a period of time, and stay invested, because I think given the kind of flows, they will continue to outperform.
All right. Fair point. The next question is from YouTube, and this one's from Anush Patel. They're talking about two counters here, and so I think I'm going to come to you on both of these counters. They're asking about Midhani and Jindal Saw. They want to know what are the entry points for these two counters. If you can look it up and tell us for Midhani and Jindal Saw.
Yes, if you look towards the Midhani, yes, definitely Midhani is really doing very well. One can take a long position at the current market price also, because from the last 10 days already we have seen a very positive momentums from almost 400 to now it's trading at 493, 490 levels. At the current level, in order, if anybody don't want to miss this rally, at least they can buy 20 to 30% at the current market price. And on any dips towards to 450, definitely one can add on. I'm looking for a target of 540 to 570 on the high sides. Coming towards the Jindal Saw, this particular counter is little bit weak at the current moment, because price and the volumes are not doing in a right way direction as such, and we are witnessing some sort of a profit booking on every rise towards to 570. I believe that this kind of a profit booking is likely to be continued, and downside, if it's break 540 level, then more downside can be seen up to 520 to 500 levels. So one should wait for a Jindal Saw. Don't buy at the current market price. Any dips towards to 520, one can add on for a target of a 580 by maintaining a stop loss of 500 levels on the downside.
All right, fair point. Next counter we're talking about is Tata Motors. This one's from Bhaskar from Kolkata. They say they bought the shares at 637 and they're planning to buy more. Samir, would you suggest buying a Tata Motors at these levels? They bought it at 637 before. Results, quite decent results, but from a longer term perspective, is this a good time to enter a stock like Tata Motors, or maybe within the space there is some other favorite that you have?
So super results, okay. Barring even if I take out the one-off that was there, the results were phenomenal. Where the problem lies, and after the results, why the stock has come off is because the management guidance by itself was a bit subdued, right? Now, when you have a management saying that growth is going to have a little bit of difficulty, I would not be in a rush to go out and buy the stock because they obviously see something, maybe the orders that are coming through from their, from their distributors, or even the expectation of the slowdown that is probably there in Europe and the US markets, and that is kind of weighing heavy. So I like Tata Motors. It is one of the counters that I would recommend buying. But I say wait. In the next 3 months, you'll probably get an opportunity below 900. So wait when it goes below 900, one can add on. The fact that he's identified at 630 is great. You want to add is also a good idea because the long term for Tata Motors remains good given the fact of the Indian market growth, the international market growth. Kind of investments they're making will eventually pay dividend. But for the time being, wait for a correction, given what the management commentary was, and you will get good returns over the next 2 years, but wait for a correction to buy.
All right, we're almost out of time, but I'm going to take one last question. This one's on Kotak Mahindra Bank, and we're going to take a technical view on this one. So, Ati, we've seen a lot of chop and churn in this counter in the last 1 month because of some regulatory action. But from a technical standpoint, would you suggest buying at this juncture?
Yes, for a longer term perspective, definitely one can take a long positions because we have seen a very good kind of a recovery in this particular counter from 1550 to now 1700s. This particular bank, one can take a long positions. Upside, I'm looking for a target of minimum at least 1800 to 1900 levels on the higher side. So definitely one can go for a long position at the current market price.
All right. Thank you so much, Swati, for that. And thank you, Samir, as well, for joining in on the show today and for answering so many questions for us. And viewers, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow and we'll take more questions tomorrow. But don't go anywhere. We have lots more lined up for you on NDTV Profit.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the
नमस्कार, आप देख रहे हैं एनडीटीवी। मैं हूं संजय पुगलिया। चुनाव का फेज अब सारे करीब करीब ख़त्म होने को है और सबको 1 जून और उसके बाद 4 जून के रियल नतीजों का इंतज़ार है। इस कोलाहल भरी दुनिया में जो सबसे एक रेयर कमोडिटी है उसको कहते हैं क्लैरिटी, और वो भी न्यूट्रलिटी के साथ। तो हम कोशिश ये करेंगे आज एक खास मेहमान प्रशांत किशोर जी से बात करके कि आप लोगों को एक क्लैरिटी दी जा सके कि इस चुनाव में हुआ क्या है, रुझान क्या है, नतीजे क्या हो सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब बहुत बड़ा इवेंट होता है तो एंग्जाइटी पैंस आते हैं दोनों साइड के लोगों को, पक्ष हो या विपक्ष, उसको समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। प्रशांत किशोर का परिचय देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप जानते हैं कि वो पहले पॉलिटिकल कंसल्टेंट के रूप में भारत की पब्लिक लाइफ में शुरू हुए। उसके बाद उन्होंने ये काम छोड़ा और इस वक्त बिहार में एक अभियान चला रहे हैं, जन स्वराज अभियान, जो कि अगले साल विधानसभा का जब चुनाव होगा उसमें एक पार्टी में तब्दील करेंगे और बिहार की राजनीति में एक बड़ा बदलाव हो सकता है। उस पर आखिर में चर्चा होगी। शुरू करते हैं यहाँ से। प्रशांत किशोर जी, आपके साथ समय निकाला आपने, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया। पहला सवाल यही है, एक ही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं लोग, 4 जून का नतीजा क्या होगा?
धन्यवाद संजय भाई। 4 जून का नतीजा क्या होगा ये तो भविष्य के गर्त में ही है। आप जैसे पत्रकार, बहुत सारे विशेषज्ञ, सेफोलॉजिस्ट, दुनिया भर के जितने राजनीतिक नेता हैं उनका अपना मत है। लेकिन एज फार एज आई एम कंसर्न, मैं आपको ये कहूँगा, कंसिस्टेंसी सम टाइम कुड बी बोरिंग। तो मैं अभी जो आपको बताऊँगा वो बोरिंग ही आपके और आपके दर्शकों को लगेगा, क्योंकि पिछले 3, 4, 5 महीनों से जो कुछ भी 2, 4, 5 साक्षात्कार हम लोगों ने करे हैं, मैंने कम से कम अपना जो नज़रिया रखा है कि मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी तरीके से आप चुनाव का आकलन कर लें, ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि बीजेपी, मोदी लेड बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार वापस आ रही है। नंबरों को लेकर, आंकड़ों को लेकर चर्चा हो सकती है, उसमें मत भिन्नता हो सकती है, लेकिन मोटे तौर पर ये बात करीब करीब साफ दिख रही है कि जो सरकार अभी है वो जिस तरह का नंबर उनके पास पिछले लोकसभा में या अभी के लोकसभा में है, मोर और लेस इन्हीं नंबरों के साथ या इससे थोड़ा बेहतर नंबर के साथ वो वापस आ सकते हैं।
जी, बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज है कि सेम नंबर या थोड़ा बेहतर नंबर के साथ आ सकते हैं। प्रशांत जी, जहां से मैं बैठ के अभी आपका इंटरव्यू ले रहा हूं, ये मुंबई है और साउथ मुंबई में सबसे लो टर्नआउट हुआ है। लेकिन मुंबई के लोग चूंकि ताकतवर लोग हैं तो बड़ा अनुमान लगाते हैं, इनका ब्लड प्रेशर बड़ा जल्दी ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है, जो रिफ्लेक्ट होता है स्टॉक मार्केट की एंग्जाइटीज़ में, जो पिछले दिनों हमने चर्चाएँ सुनी। जाहिर है कि उसको ग्राउंड रियलिटी का पता नहीं है बाजार को, इसीलिए डिबेट ये चली कि कहाँ सीटें घटेंगी, कहाँ बढ़ेंगी। ये भी एक चर्चा का विषय रहा। थोड़ा सा मीनिंगफुल भी है, थोड़ा सा वो बेमतलब का डिस्कशन भी है। लेकिन ये सवाल आपसे पूछना ज़रूरी है कि सीटें कहाँ बढ़ेंगी और फिर चर्चा करेंगे कि कहाँ घट सकती हैं।
देखिए, यहाँ आपको एक चीज़ समझना जो हम लोगों को ज़रूरी है कि मार्केट भी जो है वो विजडम ऑफ क्राउड को दिखाता है। मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल, इन्वेस्टर्स एंड अदरवाइज अपनी समझ से या फाइनेंशियल एनालिस्ट या एडवाइजर्स की समझ, उनकी मदद से एक डिसीजन लेते हैं और उनका एक कंबाइंड जो जजमेंट है वो मार्केट के रूप में हमको दिखता है। उसी तरीके से जो चुनाव भी जो है वो भी विजडम ऑफ क्राउड है। सो व्हेन दिस टू इकोसिस्टम्स आर ट्राइंग टू सेकेंड गेस ईच अदर, तो आपको थोड़ी बहुत टर्बुलेंस दिखेगी। मार्केट को जो लोग चला रहे हैं या जो उसके पार्टिसिपेंट हैं वो मिलियंस में है, वो सेकेंड गेस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो मिलियंस ऑफ लोग वोट करने जा रहे हैं वो कैसे करेंगे। तो जो मार्केट की एनोलॉजी है कि व्हेन यू विल कीप चेंजिंग योर स्टांस और ट्राइंग टू गेज विच साइड मार्केट इज गोइंग बेसिस द numbers going up and down, then you are more likely to make mistake than get it right. सेम चीज़ यहाँ पर भी लागू होती है। अगर आप चुनाव को मिनट टू मिनट, डे टू डे, वीक टू वीक के बेसिस पर रनिंग कमेंट्री के तौर पर देखेंगे और ये गेस करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि चुनाव किधर जा रहा है, तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि आप यू विल बिहेव मोर लाइक ए डे ट्रेडर। तो और डे ट्रेडर्स का फेट क्या है वो आपको, हमको, दुनिया को पता है, डॉक्यूमेंटेड है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि रादर देन गोइंग बाय दैट वी शुड लुक एट द बेसिक फंडामेंटल्स। बेसिक फंडामेंटल, अगर आप जो भी इनकम्बेंट सरकार है, अगर सरकार के प्रति, उसके मुखिया के प्रति लोगों में गुस्सा है तो एक संभावना बनती है कि कोई विकल्प हो न हो, लोग ये कह सकते हैं कि भाई हमें तो आपको हटाना है। अभी तक जो हम लोगों ने कमेंट्री सुनी है पक्ष विपक्ष दोनों ही तरह की ओर से, किसी ने अभी तक इस तरह की सिस्टमेटिक बात नहीं बताई है कि लोगों में मोदी जी के खिलाफ बहुत गुस्सा है कि इनको हटाना है। डिसअपॉइंटमेंट हो सकता है, थोड़ी बहुत दबी हुई नाराजगी भी हो सकती है, लोगों की जो आशा अपेक्षा रही है संभव है किसी की पूरी हुई किसी की नहीं हुई, लेकिन वाइड स्प्रेड एंगर की बात अभी तक हम लोगों ने नहीं सुनी है। दूसरा फंडामेंटल रीजन जिससे आप चुनाव हार सकते हैं, अगर आपका प्रतिद्वंदी जो है वो इफ देयर इज ए क्लैमर फॉर हिम और हर कि इस बार ये आदमी आएगा तो हम लोग की स्थिति जो अभी आज है इससे बहुत बेहतर हो सकती है, ये बातें भी हम लोगों ने अभी तक नहीं सुना कि भाई राहुल जी आएंगे तो उससे देश सुधर सकता है। कुछ लोग जरूर उनके समर्थक कहते हैं, मैं वाइड स्प्रेड बात कह रहा हूँ। तो इन एब्सेंस ऑफ ए वाइड स्प्रेड एंगर अगेंस्ट द इनकम्बेंट और ए क्लैमर फॉर समबडी हु इज ए चैलेंजर, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कोई आमूल चूल परिवर्तन या कोई बहुत बड़ा परिणामों में जो परिवर्तन की लोग बात कर रहे हैं वो दिखेगा। दूसरा, अगर इसको आप आंकड़ों में देखें तो पूरे इंडिया को आप बड़े आसानी से राजनीतिक नज़रिए से ऐसे देख सकते हैं कि वेस्ट और नॉर्थ का जो एरिया है जहां पर करीब करीब 325 सीटें हैं जो बीजेपी की 2014 से बीजेपी और एनडीए के पार्टियों का एक तरह से समझिए गढ़ रहा है, वहां करीब करीब 90% सीटें जो हैं वो बीजेपी या उनके साथी दल जीत कर आए हैं। और इंडिया को अगर आप ईस्ट और साउथ का जो एरिया है, जब मैं ईस्ट और साउथ कह रहा हूं तो स्टार्ट विथ बिहार, एड दैट टू बंगाल, असम, उड़ीसा, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु और केरल, ये जो 225 के आसपास सीटें हैं, ये एरिया रहा है जहां पिछले 10 सालों में बीजेपी का प्रदर्शन उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा है। इन 225 सीटों में भाजपा के पास आज की तारीख में 50 से कम सीटें हैं। तो अगर बीजेपी को हारना है तो आपको कोई, अगर आप उसका आकलन करना चाहते हैं तो आपको कोई सेफोलॉजिस्ट होने की जरूरत नहीं, बस आपको ये देखना है कि क्या वेस्ट और नॉर्थ में जो उनकी बल्क ऑफ द सीट्स है, 250 सीट जो आई हैं, उसमें उनको कोई मटेरियल डैमेज हो रहा है कि नहीं। मेरा अपना जो अनुमान है, जो सारे कंजर्वेटिव अनुमानों को भी अगर आप साथ में ले लें तो वेस्ट और नॉर्थ में बीजेपी को कोई मटेरियल डैमेज होता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है। और दूसरी 2-3-5 महीनों से जो लोग राजनीति को फॉलो करते हैं, वो हम लोग जैसे लोग भी जो बता रहे हैं कि ईस्ट और साउथ में भाजपा की वोट शेयर और सीटें दोनों ही बढ़ रही हैं। मैं राज्यों का नाम मैंने आपको पहले ही बता दिया है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भाजपा को इन चुनावों में उड़ीसा जैसे राज्यों में, तेलंगाना में, आंध्र प्रदेश में, बंगाल में, असम में, बिहार में, क्यूमुलेटिवली, मैं एक एक राज्य की अलग बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, पुट टुगेदर तमिलनाडु एंड केरल, इन राज्यों में जितनी सीटें उनके पास है उससे 15-20 सीट बढ़कर आएगी और इन क्षेत्रों में भाजपा के वोट शेयर भी बढ़ेंगे। तो नेट स्टेटस को विथ ए पॉजिटिव बायस टुवर्ड्स द इनकम्बेंट, यानी कि जो उनकी स्थिति है उससे कुछ बढ़कर ही सीट आ सकती है, कम होने की संभावना मुझे बहुत कम दिखती है।
जी बिल्कुल, आप एक बहुत ब्रॉड और बहुत कॉशियस तरीके से बता रहे हैं कि 15-20 सीटें जहां हैं वहां से बढ़ सकती हैं और जो करंट नंबर है उससे थोड़ा ऊपर जा सकता है बीजेपी का नंबर जो है। तो जाहिर है कि इस वक्त जो चर्चाएं हैं वो ये है, एक वो होता है साइकोलॉजिकल मार्क दिमाग में बैठ जाता है। 303 है तो 304 के पार है तो एक नया रिकॉर्ड बनता है, 300 के नीचे है तो हम 90 बोलें, 280 बोलें, 272 बोलें, जो मैटर करता है वो 272 का नंबर है। तो ये जो इस वक्त गणित हो रहा है इसको आप ज़्यादा तवज्जो नहीं दे रहे हैं, जो लोग -300 की अलग अलग पिक्चर्स पेंट कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, जो लोग राजनीति करते हैं, अगर भाजपा को कल होके 290 आ जाए या 295 आ जाए या 280 आ जाए, स्वाभाविक तौर पर वो आप पर आकर, आपके कैमरे पर आकर ये कह सकते हैं कि भाई मोदी जी ने 370 का दावा किया था, वो तो आया नहीं, उनको 280 आया, 285 आया। या उसी तरीके से जैसा आपने बताया, अगर 303 से ज़्यादा नंबर आ गया तो 310 आ जाए, 320 आ जाए, या ऊपर का नंबर क्या आएगा मैं जानता नहीं हूँ, तो भाजपा के लोग कहेंगे कि भाई हमारी जो संख्या थी उससे बढ़कर हमको बहुमत, हमको जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है। लेकिन ये तो बहस का मामला है। संवैधानिक नजरिए से सरकार बनाने के लिए 272 सीटें चाहिए और जिस किसी दल को या गठबंधन को 272 से ज़्यादा सीट आएगी वो सरकार बनाएगा। अगर भाजपा को कल मान लीजिए कि 273 या 275 सीट आता है, ऐसा तो होगा नहीं कि भाजपा के लोग कहेंगे कि भाई हमने प्रयास किया था, दावा किया था 400 का, हमें 275 आया, अब हम सरकार नहीं बनाएंगे। ऐसा तो होने वाला है नहीं। तो टू कट द चेज, व्हाट वी शुड सी इज कि क्या इनके 275 से ज़्यादा सीट, 72 से ज़्यादा सीट आ रही, तो क्योंकि संविधान में व्यवस्था वही बनाई गई है कि जिसको भी 272 से ज़्यादा सांसद जीत कर आए वही सरकार बनाएगा। तो बातें तो चलती रहेंगी, राजनीति है, चलता रहेगा। फिर मैं वही आपको बात कहूंगा, अगर मार्केट चल रहा है, मार्केट ऊपर जाए तो भी कमेंट्री होगी, नीचे आए तो भी कमेंट्री होगी, मार्केट में टर्बुलेंस होगा तो भी कमेंट्री होगी, मार्केट में बीटा कम हो जाए तो भी लोग कमेंट्री करेंगे कि, तो कमेंट्री करने वाले तो करते रहेंगे। लेकिन सरकार बनने के नजरिए से मैं कोई रिस्क नहीं देखता हूं। बीजेपी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जो गठबंधन है वो वापस सरकार में लौटते हुए दिख रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, आपने ठीक कहा कि मामूली चेंजेस भी जब ऐसी परिस्थितियों में होते हैं तो हम लोग उसको एम्पलीफाई कर देते हैं, या तो जिनके अपने आग्रह हैं वो, या मीडिया में चूंकि हमको खबरें बनानी होती हैं वो। एक बात और, पिछले जितने चुनाव हुए हैं जब से मोदी लेड बीजेपी इमर्ज होकर के सामने आई है, तो क्या ये कहना मुनासिब होगा कि दरअसल चुनाव के पहले बीजेपी हमेशा, कितने भी सर्वे कर लिए गए हों, अंडर एस्टिमेट की गई है, उसने सरप्राइज किया है तो अपसाइड में सरप्राइज किया है एक्चुअल आउटकम में?
ऐसा 2014 और 19 के चुनाव को अगर आप देखेंगे तो ऐसा आप कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि 14 में जो सबसे ऑप्टिमिस्टिक प्रोजेक्शन थे वो भी 210 या 220, 230 लोग बता रहे थे और आंकड़े 272 से ऊपर आए। 2019 में भी शुरुआती अगर आप चैटर याद करेंगे 2019 के चुनाव में, बिकॉज बीजेपी चुनाव हारी थी राज्यों में दिसंबर के महीने में, तो ज़्यादातर लोगों का अनुमान था कि भाई अब 272 से ऊपर तो रिपीट नहीं होगा। लेकिन देखिए, इस तरह के जितने आकलन अनुमान हम लोग करते हैं, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टाइम्स वी आर लुकिंग इन द रियर व्यू। हम लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि पीछे क्या होता आया है। तो चूंकि 2014 से पहले करीब 15-20 सालों तक किसी एक दल को एक नेता के नाम पर पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं मिला था, तो लोग कहते हैं अच्छा बहुत अगर सपोर्ट है भी तो कितना मिल जाएगा, 220 मिल जाएगा, 240 मिल जाएगा। 2024 का मामला थोड़ा उलट है। 24 में शुरुआत ज़्यादा लोगों ने बहुत ज़्यादा ऑप्टिमिस्टिक नोट पर करी, क्योंकि बड़ी बहुमत की 2 बार से सरकार है। प्रधानमंत्री ने पार्लियामेंट में खड़े होकर खुद कहा कि भाई 370 सीट आएंगी। तो पिछले 3-4 महीनों से पूरे चर्चा का जो केंद्र रहा है वो 370 और 400 पार, ये चर्चा में रहा है। और इसको आप एक तरह से बीजेपी की स्ट्रैटेजी समझ लें, उनका प्रोपेगेंडा मशीनरी की ताकत समझ लें, या विपक्ष की बेवकूफ़ी समझ लें, या उनकी कमजोरी के तौर पे देख लें। हुआ ये है कि पूरा जो गोल पोस्ट है उसको मोदी जी और भाजपा ने 272 से शिफ्ट करके 370 कर दिया है। तो सारी चर्चा इसी पर हो रही है कि भाई बीजेपी को 370 आ रहा है कि नहीं। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो मार्केट है या लोगों की चर्चाएं हैं, लोगों का आकलन है, वो उसी के इर्द गिर्द है कि 370 आएगा कि नहीं। 270 की कोई बात ही नहीं कर रहा है। मुझे फिर मैं वही बात कहूंगा कि दे हैव स्मार्टली, एंड वी मस्ट गिव क्रेडिट टू बीजेपी और मोदी जी, कि उन्होंने शायद इन चुनावों में स्मार्टली वो बार ही शिफ्ट कर दिया। चर्चा का केंद्र जो था, न्यूक्लियस था, उसको चेंज करके 272 से 370 कर दिया। और इसका उनको एक तरीके से फायदा है, क्योंकि कोई ये कह ही नहीं रहा है कि मोदी जी हार रहे हैं। सब यही कह रहे हैं कि भाई 370 नहीं आ रहा है, अरे भाई 320 भी आएगा तो सरकार तो उन्हीं की बनेगी।
बिल्कुल, और उसमें ये होगा कि अगर
लेकिन हैविंग सेड सो, मैं एक बात ऐड करना चाहूंगा
जी,
एक बात ऐड करना चाहूंगा, चूंकि आप भी स्टॉक मार्केट से जुड़े हुए पत्रकार बहुत लंबे समय तक आपने करी है। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि जब कंपनियों से एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज़्यादा होती है और उनका बहुत बेहतर भी परिणाम आए लेकिन एक्सपेक्टेशन से कम आए, तो मार्केट उनको पनिश करता है। तो उस नज़रिए से आप ये सुन सकते हैं कि अगर बीजेपी के मान लो 310 आ जाए, 15 आ जाए, तो एक वर्ग ये कह सकता है कि भाई 370 तो नहीं आया, जितना दावा कर रहे थे उतना नहीं आया।
बिल्कुल सही कहा, मैं वही कहने वाला था कि एक वर्ग
और
ये भी
उसका रिफ्लेक्शन आपको मार्केट के रिएक्शन में भी दिख सकता है।
जी जी, और एक वर्ग ये भी कह सकता है कि 400 की बात कर रहे थे, 370 की बात कर रहे थे, 365 भी आ गया तो बोल सकते हैं कि हार गए।
हाँ, हार गए तो नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन कहेंगे मतलब देयर कुड बी समथिंग टू फॉर देम टू टॉक अबाउट।
एब्सोल्युटली, एब्सोल्युटली। आपने बहुत केयरफुल 2 शब्द इस्तेमाल किए कि विपक्ष की कमजोरी कहें या बेवकूफ़ी। ये भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि जिस डेमोक्रेसी को प्रोटेक्ट करने की हम बात करते हैं उसमें विपक्ष का बड़ा रोल होता है। इस बार विपक्ष ने अपनी ये भूमिका कैसे निभाई?
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, भारत जैसे देश में जहां 60% से ज़्यादा लोग सारे विकास के दावों और प्रयासों के बावजूद आज भी हम लोग के देश में 60% से ज़्यादा लोग दिन में 100 रुपया नहीं कमाते हैं। ऐसी परिस्थिति में आप ये तो कह ही नहीं सकते कि देश में विपक्ष नहीं है, सारे लोगों की ज़िंदगी सुधर गई, हर व्यक्ति सरकार से, व्यवस्था से खुश है। ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता है। ये बात मैं हमेशा ही दोहराता हूँ। इंडिया की, अगर आप इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया की हिस्ट्री देखेंगे, कोई सिंगल पार्टी आज तक यहाँ 50% भी मत लेकर नहीं आया है देश के स्तर पर। तो ये आपको दिखाता है सिंपल शब्दों में कि जिस कभी दौर में, जिस किसी दिन को कभी भी जब चुनाव हुआ है, तो जो लोग वोट देने गए उसमें सरकार के पक्ष से ज़्यादा विपक्ष वाले लोग रहे हैं। लेकिन वी हैव इन इंडिया फर्स्ट पास पोस्ट सिस्टम। यहाँ पर अगर जो इसको सबसे ज़्यादा वोट आया, वो चाहे 31% आया 2014 में मोदी जी को या 38% आया 2019 में, अगर सबसे ज़्यादा वोट जो पार्टिसिपेंट थे उनमें से आया उनको, तो सरकार तो उन्हीं की बनेगी। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत मायने नहीं रखता है, विपक्ष तो रहेगा ही। हम नागरिक होने के नाते हम लोग के लिए ये अच्छी बात है कि देश में विपक्ष है। और अगर आप देखेंगे सरकार बन भी जाएगी, चाहे वो 310 से बने, 280 से बने या 340 से बने, देश में विपक्ष कमजोर होने वाला नहीं है। अभी जो बहुमत की सरकार चल रही है, भाजपा के 303 सांसद हैं, एनडीए के ऑलमोस्ट 350 हैं। मोदी जी ने कई इंटरव्यूज में ये भी कहा कि अगर आप कुछ साथी दलों को मिला लें तो हम लोग के पास तो पहले से भी 400 थे। इसके बावजूद हम लोगों ने देखा है पिछले 5 वर्षों में किसानों का बड़ा आंदोलन हुआ और उन्हीं मोदी जी को पब्लिकली आकर माफी मांगनी पड़ी, उन कानूनों को वापस लेना पड़ा जी। हम लोगों ने सीए एनआरसी पर प्रोटेस्ट होते देखा। तो विपक्ष कभी कमजोर नहीं हो सकता है और इस तरह के मुद्दे आगे भी आते रहेंगे। सरकार में जो लोग जीत कर आ रहे हैं, अगर आप मेरे से पूछेंगे, बिन मांगी सलाह है, लेकिन अगर आप जीत कर आ रहे हैं तो दे हैव टू बी केयरफुल कि जिस तरह के माहौल में चुनाव जीत कर सरकार बन रही है या बनने जा रही है, आप पब्लिक डिसेंट को अंडरमाइन नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि रूरल डिस्ट्रेस और बढ़ती हुई इनइक्वालिटी और बेरोजगारी, ये 3 बहुत बड़े मुद्दे धीरे धीरे नीचे जमीन पर मुझे लग रहा है कि सरकार के लिए परेशानी का कारण बन सकते हैं।
आप बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं प्रशांत जी, इसीलिए मेरा सवाल था कि विपक्ष को थोड़ा सा और स्पेसिफिक कर दें कांग्रेस की तरफ। और मेरी कोई ऐसी मंशा नहीं है कि हम बिना मतलब का किसी का क्रिटिसिज्म करें, लेकिन ये जो अपॉर्चुनिटी थी थर्ड टाइम इनकम्बेंसी वाली, कांग्रेस इस गेम को अच्छा खेल सकती थी, इंडिया अलायंस अच्छा बन सकता था, जो लॉस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी का केस मुझे दिखता है। क्या मेरा ये कहना सही है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए, लॉस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी कोई पहली और अंतिम बार नहीं है। कई लोगों, मैंने अपने पहले किसी वार्ता में भी कहा है कि भारत जैसे देश में ये अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको, अगर आप विपक्ष में हैं तो आपको हर 1-2 साल पर आता है। कोई ना कोई आपको मौका मिलेगा कि विपक्ष के नाते आप अपने आप को रिसरेक्ट कर सकते हैं। और जो विपक्ष, कांग्रेस लेड विपक्ष हम लोग के यहाँ है, इनके पास भी ये मौका 2014 के बाद से, मैंने आंकड़ों से, प्रिसाइज डेट से बताया है, 3 ऐसे अवसर तो मुझे दिखते हैं जो कि 12 महीने से 15 महीने का दौर रहा है, जिसमें भाजपा या मोदी जी या उनकी सरकार बैकफुट पर रही, लेकिन विपक्ष उसको भुना नहीं पाया। आपको याद होगा 2014 में जब ये सरकार जीत कर आई पहली बार, 2015 में जनवरी में आम आदमी पार्टी दिल्ली में चुनाव जीती और 2015 उसी साल नवंबर में बिहार में चुनाव में भाजपा को करारी शिकस्त मिली। मतलब पूरा जो 2015 का महीना है, 2015 का साल है, और अगले 2016 मई तक जब बंगाल, असम, तमिलनाडु के चुनाव हुए, वो करीब करीब 18 महीनों में भाजपा को कहीं चुनावी सफलता नहीं मिली। सिर्फ किसी भी तरह अलायंस की मदद से, गठबंधन के मदद से असम में वो जीत उनको हासिल हुई। वो 15 महीने का समय था कांग्रेस के पास या विपक्ष के पास, क्योंकि मोदी जी तब नए थे, तब ये कल्ट इमेजरी बननी शुरू हुई थी या नहीं बनी थी, तब सत्ता या पूरे व्यवस्था पर इतना कंट्रोल नहीं था। उनके भी जो मुरीद थे उनको भी शायद इतना विश्वास नहीं रहा होगा। आपके पास समय था अर्ली बाउंस बैक करने का। उस समय कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों ने उस तरह का प्रयास नहीं किया। फिर दूसरा दौर आया जब डिमोनेटाइजेशन के 6 महीने के बाद देश में थोड़ी सी टर्बुलेंस शुरू हुई, इकोनॉमिक डिस्ट्रेस कह ले, रूरल डिस्ट्रेस कह ले, और भाजपा को यूपी में डिमोनेटाइजेशन के तुरंत बाद तो सफलता मिली, लेकिन आपको याद होगा गुजरात के चुनाव से पहले गुजरात में पटेलों का एक बड़ा आंदोलन शुरू हुआ, महाराष्ट्र में कुछ मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर आंदोलन शुरू हुआ और पूरे देश में एक बड़ा माहौल धीरे धीरे बनना शुरू हुआ था, जो कि बीजेपी के लिए, मोदी जी के लिए आसान नहीं था। गुजरात के जो परिणाम आए, आपको याद होगा, वो नवंबर 2017 में, उसमें कांग्रेस ने अपने 20 साल का सबसे अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया। मुश्किल से 15 सीटों से भाजपा गुजरात बचा पाई। उसके बाद वो कर्नाटक में उनकी हार हुई और फिर लगातार 3 स्टेट हारे, छत्तीसगढ़ हारे, मध्य प्रदेश हारे, राजस्थान हारे। तो मतलब आप मिड 2017 से उठाकर 2018 अंत तक 15-17 महीने का एक दौर था जब भाजपा बैकफुट पर थी, विपक्ष के पास अवसर था कि वो चैलेंज कर सकते थे, उन्होंने वो मौका गंवा दिया। तीसरा मौका एक फिर आया जब कोविड का दूसरा दौर चला। आपको याद होगा, बंगाल के चुनाव में नतीजे बीजेपी के पक्ष में नहीं आए और ये वो दौर था जब कोविड का दूसरा फेज देश में शुरू हुआ था और एक तरीके से सरकार बैकफुट पर थी, पता नहीं चल रहा था क्या होगा, कोविड की महामारी है। और पहली बार MOTN सर्वे में 10 साल में मोदी जी की पर्सनल पॉपुलैरिटी में रिकॉर्डेड जो डिप आया है वो वही टाइम है जून 2021 का। बंगाल चुनाव हारने के बाद करीब करीब 1-1.5 साल का जो समय रहा है वो बीजेपी और मोदी जी के लिए चुनौतीपूर्ण रहा है, लेकिन फिर विपक्ष ने वो अवसर गंवा दिया। अब अंतिम मौका विपक्ष के पास तब आया जब उन्होंने पिछले साल इंडिया गठबंधन बनाई। जून के महीने में आपको याद होगा, पटना में इनकी गठबंधन बनी, बेंगलोर में इन्होंने UPA को रीनेम करके इंडिया गठबंधन कहा और देश में एक चैटर, कम से कम उनके समर्थकों में एक उत्साह आया कि इस बार एक मजबूत विपक्ष, सारे दल, सारे नेता मिलकर एक कॉमन नैरेटिव पर, प्रोग्राम पर शायद वो मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को चुनौती देंगे। और वो अगर देते तो शायद संभव था कि भाजपा का नंबर 220-40 भी हो सकता था। लेकिन गठबंधन बनने के बाद हमने जो पूरे देश ने देखा, 4 महीने तक उन्होंने नामकरण तो किया, लेकिन उसके बाद ना उसका कोई प्रोग्राम हुआ, ना उनके सीटों के गठबंधन फाइनल हुए, ना कोई ऐसा ग्राउंड पे प्रयास किया गया। कांग्रेस ने प्राइमरली जो उनकी सोच थी, मैं जो समझ पा रहा हूं कि राज्यों के चुनाव जो नवंबर-दिसंबर में थे, उनका ऐसा मानना था, उनके लोग बता रहे थे कि वो राज्यों के चुनाव जीत जाएंगे। तो उनको ऐसा लगा कि इंडिया गठबंधन बन गया, अब अगर हम राज्यों के चुनाव जीत जाते हैं तो वी विल हैव अपर हैंड विज़-ए-वी एलाइज, वी वुड बी एबल टू मैनेज इंडिया गठबंधन फ्रॉम पोजीशन ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ। उस चक्कर में उन्होंने अपने ही द्वारा बनाई गई इंडिया अलायंस को 4-5-6 महीने तक ठंडे बस्ते में डाल दिया और वो क्रूशियल टाइम है जब मोदी जी और भाजपा, उन्होंने धीरे धीरे अपना लॉस्ट स्पेस गेन कर लिया। और जनवरी में जब राम मंदिर का जो सेरेमनी हुई, उसके बाद से तो 2 महीने तक करीब करीब विपक्ष ने बिना किसी वजह के एक तरह से हथियार ही डाल दिया कि भैया अब तो कुछ बचा ही नहीं है। जब तक फरवरी में वापस जगे, उनको लगा कि नहीं देश में है विपक्ष, कुछ किया जा सकता है, तब तक शायद बहुत लेट हो चुका था। इस तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि ये मौका भी उनके हाथ से निकल गया।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत ही कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एनालिसिस आपने किया।
आप देखते होंगे जब जो जमीन पर आपके जमीन पर जो पत्रकार जा रहे हैं, लोग क्या कह रहे हैं कि जो लोग नाराज भी हैं, जो लोग डिसअपॉइंटेड भी, वो क्या कह रहे हैं कि लेकिन सामने है कौन।
एग्जैक्टली
ये जो स्टेटमेंट है एक सामान्य आदमी का कि सामने है कौन, ये दिखाता है आपको किसी प्रशांत किशोर की जरूरत नहीं है। ये सबसे बड़ा वैलिडेशन है या सबसे बड़ा असेसमेंट है। एक लाइन, एक सामान्य आदमी का ये कहना कि मैं बहुत परेशान हूं, गरीब हूं, बेरोजगार हूं, मुझे दिक्कत है, लेकिन सामने है कौन। ये दिखाता है कि विपक्ष अपने तरह से, चाहे उन्होंने जितना भी प्रयास किया हो, जनता को यही दिख रहा है कि विपक्ष की ओर से कोई क्रेडिबल फेस, नैरेटिव या ऑल्टरनेटिव उनके सामने नहीं है।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत ही गंभीर समस्या रही इनके सामने और ये कहना शायद गलत नहीं होगा अगर मैं ये कहूं कि इस बार विपक्ष जो कि बेसिकली कांग्रेस लेड है, उसको लगा कि ये चुनाव सोशल मीडिया पे हो गया है और वहाँ हम जीत रहे हैं, उसके कारण ग्राउंड पे कोई ये सवाल पूछता है कि भाई सामने है कौन। समय मेरी सीमा है इसमें, लेकिन एक अंतिम सवाल बहुत ज़रूरी है आपसे प्रशांत जी, वो ये है कि पिछले 2 साल से आप बिहार में घूम रहे हैं और आप अगली विधानसभा चुनाव, जो अगला विधानसभा चुनाव होगा, उसमें आप एक पार्टी के रूप में चुनाव लड़ रहे होंगे। मैं पर्सनलाइज करूं इस सवाल को तो ये कहना चाहता हूं कि मैं अपना परिचय देता हूं कि मैं बाय रेस बिहारी हूं, तो मेरी बड़ी दिलचस्पी है कि बिहार में क्या बदलेगा, क्योंकि वो अल्ट्रा डेमोक्रेटिक स्टेट है और आप एक थर्ड फैक्टर के रूप में उतरेंगे 2025 में।
देखिए, आप बिहार के होने हैं उस नाते भी है, अदरवाइज भारत के जितने भी लोग हैं जिनकी सेंसिटिविटी है, उन क्षेत्रों के बारे में, उन लोगों के बारे में जो विकास के दौर में शायद कहीं ना कहीं पीछे छूट गए हैं। बिहार वो भूभाग है देश का जो देश का आज भी सबसे गरीब और पिछड़ा राज्य है। 10 साल मैं पहले संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ में था, 10 साल फिर मैंने जो काम किया जिसको आप लोग राजनीतिक रणनीतिकार, प्रबंधक, कंसल्टेंट जो भी कह लें, 20 साल के अपने अनुभव और जो मेरी क्षमता बनी, समझ बनी, उसके बाद मैंने ये तय किया कि बिहार के होने के नाते मुझे ये प्रयास करना चाहिए कि उस राज्य में परिवर्तन हो। और मैंने मेरी जो भी समझ है वो सारी समझ इट्स ऑल एंकर्ड इन व्हाट गांधी हैज टॉट एंड प्रीच्ड। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बिहार में अगर सुधार आना है तो वो किसी दल को क्रिटिसाइज करने से, किसी व्यक्ति विशेष को गाली देने से या किसी पर जिम्मेवारी थोपने से नहीं होगा। कहीं ना कहीं समाज के स्तर पर जब तक वो प्रयास नहीं होगा, कहीं ना कहीं जब तक बिहार के लोग ये नहीं समझेंगे कि अगर उनको अपनी स्थिति सुधारनी है तो जिस तरीके से वो वोट करते हैं, जिस तरीके से और जिन लोगों को अपने प्रतिनिधियों के तौर पर चुनते हैं, उनमें उनको परिवर्तन लाना पड़ेगा। इस परिप्रेक्ष्य से मैं बिहार में पिछले 2 साल से गांव-गांव घूम रहा हूं और करीब 4800 गाँवों में तो मैं गया हूं, रहा हूं, लोगों से बात करी है। काम मैं वही कर रहा हूं जो पहले कर रहा था। पहले मैं नेताओं को, दलों को ये बताता था, मदद करता था, सुझाव देता था कि किस तरह से वो अपने संगठन को मजबूत कर सकते हैं, किस तरह की नैरेटिव के साथ वो पब्लिक में जा सकते हैं, किस तरह के प्रयास से उनको बेहतर वोट मिल सकता है। सिर्फ मैंने अपना कैनवस बदल दिया है। अब मैं किसी दल और नेता को सुझाव नहीं दे रहा हूं, मैं अब बिहार की जनता को ये सुझाव दे रहा हूं। नेचुरली ये थोड़ा आपको ज़्यादा क्योटिक दिख सकता है क्योंकि कैनवस बड़ा है, लेकिन प्रयास यही है कि लोगों को ये जाकर बताया जाए कि आप में ये क्षमता है, आप अपने बीच से ऐसे लोगों को निकाल सकते हैं, संगठित हो सकते हैं और जनसुराज या प्रशांत किशोर आपकी मदद करेंगे। आप साथ में आइए ताकि आपके बच्चों का जीवन सुधरे। मेरे जीवन का मैंने अब लक्ष्य जो बनाया है, 10 साल के नज़रिए से मैं अपना जीवन तय करता हूँ। 10 साल मैं संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ में था, 10 साल मैं चुनावी रणनीतिकार था, अब 10 साल कम से कम मैं अपने बिहार के लिए देना चाहता हूँ। मेरा लक्ष्य है कि अगले 10 साल में बिहार में वो व्यवस्था बने ताकि बिहार भी अगले 10 वर्षों में देश के 10 अग्रणी राज्यों में शामिल हो सके।
बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग प्रयोग है और गांधी के सिद्धांतों की बुनियाद पर है। हम आपको अपनी शुभकामनाएं देना चाहेंगे। समय की कमी है वरना और बात करते। अंत में यही कहना है कि इस चर्चा का जो निचोड़ है, चूंकि चुनाव के संदर्भ से बात शुरू हुई थी, कि प्रशांत किशोर क्लियर राय दे रहे हैं कि जितनी सीटें हैं बीजेपी की 300 या 300 के ऊपर, इनका मोटा मोटा अनुमान यही है। प्रिसाइज नंबर तो कोई जाहिर कर नहीं सकता, वो भारत के चुनाव में संभव भी नहीं है। लेकिन प्रशांत जी, आपकी बहुत ही क्लियर और निरपेक्ष भाव वाली इस एनालिसिस के लिए बहुत शुक्रिया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Some people say, hey, you know what, I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Earnings Edge and I'm your host Varsha Chandanani. JB Pharma is in focus today. Company reported its Q4 FY24 results. Well, to discuss the results, I am joined by Mr. Nikhil Chopra, who's CEO and whole-time director of the company. Welcome to the show, Nikhil.
Thank you, Varsha. Good to be on NDTV Profit.
So, if you see the numbers, so revenue growth is 13%, while this was in line with the estimates. Good uptick in EBITDA margin. Net profit is up 43%. So, what were the reasons behind this growth?
So, if you look at overall performance, it has been a all-round outperformance in terms of market growth, EBITDA growth, and profitability. Market growth was backed up by more what we are trying to do in India, where India business overall for Q4 grew at 22%. But if you look at organic outside the Opthel deal that we did last quarter, the organic growth was 13%. And more of this 13% growth was driven by volume. And volume was more happening in the chronic space, particularly in cardiology, where today we are the 8th ranked company and the fastest growing company. That is where we stand. And if you look at EBITDA growth and EBITDA margins, EBITDA growth was close to 16%, 20%, and your profitability also was as high as 43% growth. This all is our EBITDA to profit is as high as 85% because we run a tight ship in terms of capex, in terms of our spends, in terms of efficiency program, and our gross margins for the company were as high as 65% for the quarter. As compared to year, the gross margins were 66%. Our South Africa business, where we have taken a haircut for last 4 quarters and first quarter of this financial year, also we will suffer some dip in the value, but overall our margins have gone up. Our mix of products have improved in terms of what we are trying to do in India. Our CDMO business for the quarter also across 100 crores, where our margins are good. So all this put together, overall outperformance for the quarter. And also for the year, we are very much happy and satisfied in terms of what we are able to deliver.
So this increase in margin, we did 23% of margin versus 21% last year. So as you said, this was mainly because of change in product mix. Now, where do you want to take this margin going forward?
So Varsha, you are talking of absolute margin. We as a company, when we give commentary, we talk of operating margins. Our operating margins were as high as 26%. And the guidance that we are giving for operating margins for the coming year is ranging between 26 to 28%. That is where we stand. And this will be aided by our enhancing our overall mix in India, which will be once again what I shared earlier was cardiology chronic space. Our CDMO business, which grew, which absolutely delivered 100 crores for the quarter. In second half, that is October onwards, you should see this business growing at mid-teens. That should also overall help. And equally, our South Africa business, where we have seen a good jump in our margins for the current year, in terms of the mix of business that is improved. Our private contribution mix was as low as 40%, which has jumped to 70% over the last couple of years. The efforts that we have made, getting into new therapeutic segments in private market, tying up with Discam and other chains in South Africa. So all that has helped us in terms of overall improving our margins in South Africa. And equally, also happy to share, and this is happening pan company, whether it is on productivity in the field, which is now as high as 7 lakh rupees per rep per month, which has almost doubled as compared to where we were 4 years ago, or what we are trying to look at increasing our batch sizes in our manufacturing plants for our big products, which will only help us to be more efficient. Equally looking at better vendor management. So enhancing the productivity pan company, that is what we are trying to do, and bring savings, which will help us to reinvest in the business. So this overall will help us to be between 26 to 28% operating EBITDA margins, pre-ESOP cost.
All right. And I just wanted to know about your optho portfolio. So how was growth there now that integration would have been smooth? How are you seeing this going forward? And I'm assuming this will aid your margin going forward.
Unfortunately, for next couple of years, it will not aid the margins. We will see 100 bips plus dip in the margins, because the margins currently with this Optel business are low, are thin. Just for you to understand, you and the audience to understand the deal that we have done. This is a marketing cum distribution agreement that we did with Novartis for their Alcon Optel portfolio. And we have bought around, what we have bought is around 10 brands, out of which five products are in the world of glaucoma, which are leaders in their space. Equally, we have bought portfolio in the world of pain, antibiotic, anti-allergic, all put together close to 160 crore revenue with thin margins. January 27, we pay Novartis $115 million, 1,000 crores, and we get perpetual license. And the margins surpasses company EBITDA margins at that moment of time. Gross margins surpasses company gross margins at that given time. So thin margins go as 70-75% in January 2027, as we pay Novartis $115 million for perpetual license. So couple of years we may see 100 bips point dip, but from a marketing perspective, ophthalmology as a market is 4,000 crore in the country today, which is going at 14%. And 160 crore revenue that we got from Novartis Alcon, we intend to grow it better than the market growth. The market growth is 14%. And unfortunately, this portfolio for last couple of years was flat or degrowing. So in first year only, we'll be able to grow this portfolio better than the market. 65 people from Novartis on the field have joined. And today, that within a couple of months, we have added around close to 35 people. So we have a team on the ground, which is 100 plus medical reps, pan-India coverage. It's a smooth transition and best-in-class execution that JB is known for. That is what we have put in place. So the intention is to grow better than the market. Also, at some given time, you will see us enhancing the portfolio. Today our portfolio is more in the world of glaucoma, pain, antibiotics, anti-allergics. We'll be launching portfolio for dry eyes. We'll be getting into antioxidants for ophthalmology. Equally, at some given time, you will see us partnering and in licensing for some biological products in the world of ophthalmology for some serious ailments. That is how we are placed today in ophthalmology, and we are very much bullish in terms of what we have acquired and what we intend to do with this entire range of products.
And also on your CDMO business, if you see, it crossed almost 100 crores as guided by you. Now, what was the reason for the same? And the most important question is where you want to see this business, what contribution to top line CDMO business can make in maybe FY25 and FY26?
So, Varsha, when we started this journey at JB 3.5 years ago, CDMO business was contributing around 5% to the revenue, $10 million. 3.5 years, CDMO is today contributing 12% to the revenue, $50 million. So from 10, the journey has been $50 million. A lot of hard work has happened in terms of engaging with new partners, continuation the relationship with the existing partners, getting into new therapeutic segments within lozenges. Predominantly our lozenges are the CDMO business. 70 to 80% of business happens in the world of lozenges, and predominantly our presence is in the world of cough and cold. We manufacture some marquee products for some big consumer players across the globe. Entire business, Varsha, happens outside India. So $50 million business in the world of CDMO, 70 to 80% happens in the world of lozenges. Now from here, this $50 million business, we want to take it to $100 million in 3 to 5 years from here. The capacity that we have to manufacture lozenges is as high as 2 billion lozenges annually. And last couple of years, we have been manufacturing 1 billion lozenges. Last year, this business almost doubled. This year, we could go at around single digit. But as I shared earlier, in second half of the year, you should start seeing mid-teen growth. And from there onwards, you should start seeing high teens growth in this business of CDMO, which will be predominantly happening in the world of lozenges. We are trying to get into lozenges for sleep disorders, lozenges for pain, lozenges for immunity. And we are trying to get into newer geographies like Europe, Mexico, Brazil, all those markets. Our today presence is in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Southeast Asia, Middle East. That is where our lozenges go. And we manufacture only branded lozenges. That is where we stand. So this is overall what we want to do in the world of CDMO, and we are blessed to have this portfolio with us and capacity overall as good partners and good products.
Well, Mr. Chopra, my last question to you before I let you go. Considering your CDMO business, your domestic business and international business, have you set any target for FY25, overall top line target that you want to see in FY25?
So I will talk you short term FY24 target and overall mid-term what we want to do. Let me talk about first FY25 as a guidance. We intend to grow our India business, CDMO business, and ROW emerging market business. India business is $250 million, CDMO is $50 million, and ROW is $50 million. We intend to grow this businesses at 12 to 14% outside the Opthel deal that we have done. Opthel will be addition. That is point number one. Russia, US, South Africa, we want to grow at high single digit, as high as 8 to 9%. That is what we want to do in terms of top line growth. EBITDA growth, 16 to 18%. That is what you will see us growing in terms of EBITDA. And EBITDA margins, operating EBITDA margins, 26 to 28%. This is short term. If you should see us this happening in the world in FY25. If you look at mid to long term, India today is contributing 53% of the revenue with $250 million, close to 2,000 crores. This 53 in couple of years should be as high as 60% overall to the revenue that we will be doing. That is what we want to do. And CDMO, which is contributing 12% of the revenue, which is $50 million. In next 3 to 5 years, we want to take it to $100 million, which will be contributing 20% of the overall revenue. So India plus CDMO should contribute between 75 to 80% to the overall revenue of the company. And that is where we'll invest time, money, effort, and energy. Also, last but not the least, is rest of the world emerging market, where for the first time last year, we have done BE filing of 10 products, which are more progressive in nature, Flozins, Gliptins, ophthalmology, heart failure product. That is what we did. This year also, you should see us filing 10 more products, and next year also we'll be filing 10 more products. Today, our portfolio in rest of the world emerging market, which is $50 million business, is more commoditized. We are not able to take price increases. Though the cost of the API, the cost of doing business is going up, but unfortunately, we are not able to take the price increase because the market is highly competitive. But eventually, with the progressive portfolio, which we are doing BE filings, probably FY26 onwards, you should see us probably launching new products where we'll be getting better margins, better pricing, and it will overall once again help us to reinvest in the business. But India and CDMO are going to be the two strong legs, which will contribute 75 to 80% of the revenue in the coming time.
Well, that's great, sir. Thank you so much for answering our questions, and all the best for your business.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, this was management of JB Pharma. Now we slip into a short break. Stay tuned. We do have management of Kaplan Point Lab on the other side.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Bro, what are you doing?
Welcome back. You're watching Earnings Edge on NDTV Profit. Vivek Parthibin, who is the management of Kaplan Point, we're going to speak about the Q4 FY24 numbers with him. Hi, Vivek.
Hi.
So, Vivek, if you see, revenue is up 16%, while if you see the net profit is up 20%, while EBITDA margin is flat year on year. So, what stood out for us this quarter?
Yeah, I think we pride ourselves in being as consistent as possible across all segments. And that also goes back to the fact that ours is a mostly focused on private market rather than institution based. So our unique business model is in the fact that we don't have any intermediaries. So we either manufacture or outsource a product and we supply it right down to the last mile. So nothing specific. Of course, the US business is growing quite well. So apart from that, I think nothing specific. It's been consistent growth, like what we would like to keep always.
Well, Vivek, if you see, Kaplan is aspired to convert a top line of FY22 to bottom line in FY28 as per your annual report. Now, are we expecting more revenue growth going forward versus what we have been doing these years?
Yeah. So for us as a company, we've been very, very focused towards cash flow, bottom line and top line in that particular order. So we, as you can see, we remain debt-free, and we've remained debt-free for quite some time now. In fact, despite investing close to 600 crore in capex over the last 5 years, we still sit on internally accrued reserves of more than 900 crores on our balance sheet. So that goes to show that we have a very sharp focus towards the cash flow and bottom line for the company. I think if you look at peers amongst our size, we are probably better than most others in the size segment where we operate in. And despite pressures of increasing our top line, we want to make sure that we bite off what we can chew rather than be specifically focused only towards the top line.
So just to get a sense on numbers, what kind of growth are we expecting in near term, say for FY25 and FY26 with expected EBITDA margins?
Yeah, I'll answer your second question first. Our EBITDA margins are currently at 34-35% numbers, which we feel is certainly sustainable. In fact, over a mid to longer term, that can potentially go up as well. When it comes to what we're expecting in the next couple of years, we have 3-4 levers of growth. Specifically, the US business is one that is coming up well. We have our oncology business that is in very nascent stages, and also our larger market targets such as Mexico and Chile right now that is going to be driving growth forward. Having said that, over the next 18 to 20 months, I think we need to be a little bit cautious. We need to be a little bit patient, because anything in pharmaceuticals, especially in semi-regulated markets and regulated markets, will take time. So we filed a bunch of dossiers, especially in Mexico. We filed a bunch of dossiers in the oncology segment, and also the US starting to take shape. I think 26 and beyond is something that we can really look forward to. But for the very short term, I think growth, what we have shown in the last couple of years, should continue.
Okay. And Vivek, also, are we entering into value-added products like insulin and biosimilar?
Yeah, so if you look at our Latin America business specifically, we've been operating there since over 2 decades now. And Kaplan as a brand has been very well established on the market. So the platform and distribution network, everything is already in place. Now it will be important for us to add value-added products such as branded generics, some biosimilars, especially on a fill-finish concept, etc. Because like I said, there is a significant amount of trust and goodwill that has been created on Kaplan as a brand. So what we are going to add over and above the products that we have in our portfolio would be important. And I think early stage biosimilars and also some mainstay products like insulin, etc., would really augment our portfolio going forward.
Also, we have got good cash on our balance sheet. So, any acquisition that you are eyeing in future?
So we obviously want to make sure that we are prepared for when the right opportunity comes along. What is very important for us is the right fit. We have certain segments of the market where we're not present right now. That could be distribution in the US, that could be something in the domestic market, etc. But eventually it has to be something that would be value accretive to the overall company. And we always like certain amount of de-risking when it comes to the business segment of it as well, you know. So we don't want to be going to the banks for anything. So we want to try and live within our means. So whatever that we're collecting right now should be, it should put us in a good position should anything good comes along in terms of inorganic growth.
Also, would you please brief us about your Kaplan sterile business, which is our regulated market and US focused business? So what are your plans there?
Yeah, so far I think the growth has been quite commendable, I would say. We were about almost zero revenue about 4 or 5 years back. Right now we crossed over 310 crores in operating revenue. Early on in our lives, we knew that being a complete CMO might stunt our progress going forward. And Kaplan as a company has been built on the foundation of being in the front end. Right. So right now, the important part for us to evaluate is how quickly we'll be able to come to the market in the US with products of our own. So we're making fairly good progress on that front. Almost 30 out of the 50 state licenses has been received already. We hope to come to market with our own label product between September to December of this year. We're in a unique position in the sense that we have over 22 products that are already approved, Kaplan Sterile's name. We have another 14 products that are under review. So I think we can come to the market with a fairly large portfolio of products, very specifically focused towards the hospital segment in the US.
And about your oncology facility, so what are you expecting there and how this will add to your top line?
Yeah, so we have a small oncology business already. What we've done in the past is we've outsourced some of these products from other manufacturers. Now we have our own entity. We would be focusing on manufacturing most of the products in-house. We are also trying to see how best we can integrate backward by way of our own API. Again, it goes back to what I said earlier, that Kaplan as a brand is very well established in emerging markets, especially of Latin America and Africa. And oncology as a segment was not available with us back in the day because oncology manufacturing needs to be in a dedicated unit as well. So we've already filed a few products in our existing markets. We look forward to filing, close to 50 products in the larger markets of Latin America before the end of the year. So I think in the next 18 months, you will start to see the oncology business starting to add to the bottom and top line for us.
Also, Vivek, my last question to you is there a threat that we are seeing right now as, considering a lot of Chinese businesses are entering into Mexico because US is having a lot of trade problems with them?
To be honest with you, we've been pro-China in terms of our outsourcing piece of it, right? So in the past, since 2005, 2006, when I used to be in China myself, we set up a large outsourcing operation from there. And I think if there's enough value left on the table between your supplier and yourselves, I think you can have a very coordinated relationship. Having said that, I think when it comes to Mexico, we've read a little bit on this as well, but we've not really seen this in the pharmaceutical space. We've seen this in multiple other, industries, but pharmaceuticals per se, I've not seen too much of a presence from Mexico from China in Mexico. If anything, I think that encourages us to actually tie up with more manufacturers where we can take their product to Mexico, because we'd like to believe that we understand the geography and terrain of Latin America better than someone that is trying to enter today.
Well, thank you so much, Vivek, for answering our questions, and all the best for the business.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, this was Kaplan Point Management speaking with us. Stay tuned in. We've got lots of news on the other side.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market IQ. I'm Smriti Chaudhary. Let's take a quick look at where the markets are currently at. You have the Nifty 50 index up about 0.4%, finally in the positive in the last hour or so. Started off on a negative note, but the tide has turned a little bit. You look at the constituents of the Nifty 50 as well, and if we can pull that out, you have something like a Coal India, Tata Steel, SBI, all in the red today. Coal India contributing about 13 points or thereabouts to the index. And it's the top gainer on the index as well. You have HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, both in the red today. On the other hand, you have IT names like TCS and Infosys. Okay, Infosys is not okay. That's changed a little bit. There's TCS and ITC as well. That's in the negative. You have Nestle also losing today. So on Friday, Nestle's shareholders rejected the increase in royalty, and we saw that positive reaction on the Saturday's trading session, but that has turned negative today. So Nestle in the red and one of the losers of the Nifty 50 as well. On the broader end of the spectrum, you have Nifty Midcap that's up about 0.2% in the green as well. However, small cap, there's a bit of a pressure there. It's down about 0.2%, has been in pressure since morning, and let's look at some of the sectors as well. You have something like a Nifty Auto that's doing well in trade today, up about 0.2%. However, metals takes the award today as well, up about 3.5%. Names like Hindalco, doing very well in trade today. You have Nifty Bank that's almost flattish as of now. Nifty Energy up over 1.5%. You have on the other hand, you have something like a Realty that's pretty flattish right now, but with the negative bias. You have Nifty FMCG down about 0.6%, and Nifty IT also trading flat but with a negative bias. Let's look at some of the counters as well in trade today that are moving. You have something like a GAIL India that's down about over 1%, and that's on the back of fourth quarter results. You have something like a Trident that's also down about 5.5%, also in the back of fourth quarter results. However, there are two counters that are doing very well today, which is Bharat Electronics, and if we can pull that chart up, it's sustaining that 6-7% of gains since morning. Then there's something like a Kalpataru as well. Now that's on the back of an order win. And to talk about these two counters, I'm joined by my colleague Anushi. Anushi, let's start off with something like a Bharat Electronics. What a day for Bharat Electronics. We've seen the counter rise in the last couple of sessions, a month or so as well, a rally in defense stocks. Talk to us about that.
Hey Smriti, so as you mentioned, there has been a rally that we have seen in the last week or so in the defense sector. It's not only just Bharat Electronics, that's Hindustan Aeronautics, which came with its results last week, along with a Masgao Dock, which is yet to post its results, but has seen about a strong up move of about 30% in just these last 5 trading sessions itself. But again, shifting our focus back to Bharat Electronics, the company came out with its Q4 results yesterday, wherein it reported about a 32% of a growth in its Q4 numbers, but the EBITDA saw about a 25% growth. However, the margins, they compressed to 26.7% compared to 28.3%, but still remained above the analyst expectations. Well, this was on the account of the cost of raw materials going up about 47% and other expenses seeing about a 68% jump. Now, if you look at the net profit, that also saw about a 30% growth. Order book as of April stood at about 76,000 crore, which showcases about 25% growth. So some strong numbers over here, a beat on all parameters against the expectations. If you look at some of the key brokerages also, Nomura remains bullish on this stock, setting a price target of about 300, which is at current levels, if you look at about 8% upside. Now, they are expecting a revenue CAGR of about 16%, considering the strong order book of 76,000 crore it has. Also, ROE is expected to improve further, so that also remains on a standout. Again, what you mentioned about the India defense play in general, significant opportunity of about $138 billion over the course of next 8 years over here, and the defense capex is expected to shift to 32% of the total budget. So that also remains on a watch out on how the defense companies take advantage of this growing opportunity. But now let's shift the focus back to Kalpataru projects also. Now we are going into the infrastructure space. This is in focus after the company signed a 7,550 crore of a project with Aramco Saudi Arabia. Now they have signed 3 contracts over here for expansion of the master gas system network with Aramco again. Now, considering this, 7,550 crore is a pretty large deal and took the street by surprise. The company opened, the shares opened at about 12% premium, but then pared down some of those gains, and now currently it's about 5% up. Again, if you look at the total consolidated order book, that stood at about 58,000 crore as of FY24, which was about a 27% higher compared to its previous fiscal. FY25 trajectory so far remains strong in terms of orders, with this order as well as about 850 crore order it had declared earlier. Now they are targeting a revenue growth of about 20% in the upcoming fiscal, so that remains on a watch out. PBT margins, the company does not give its EBITDA margin guidance, but focuses more on the profit before tax margins, which are expected to be around 5%. So again, that remains on focus. If you look at the Q4 results also, 22% of a revenue growth over here, while the EBITDA saw about a 36% growth. Margins also 7.56% compared to 6.8%. So some a bit of improvement over here as well. And now if you look at the overall analyst recommendation, most on the buy side, 11 buy calls, while 2 have a hold rating and one has a sell rating. So this is overall the picture that is happening in both Bharat Electronics as well as Kalpataru Projects International.
Thank you, Anushi, for that. A big day for Kalpataru. It hit an all-time high and was up over 14% in trade this morning. And this is the first time they have hit these levels of 1,369 rupees since their listing in 2000. But there are some other stocks that are buzzing also on the back of numbers, and Puneet is joining in to talk about that. Puneet, tell us some of the stocks that are moving and also the numbers based on which they're moving.
Well, thanks for that. So there are a couple of stocks that we're looking at. One of the first ones is RVNL. Now the stock is buzzing on the back of strong Q4 results, up almost 12% right now. So if we look at the results, the revenues were up 17% compared to the previous year, coming in at roughly 6,714 crores, while its EBITDA went up 22% to come in, and margins came in at roughly 6.8%, which is 30 basis points higher compared to the previous year. On profitability basis as well, there was a strong show, up 33% compared to the previous year, to come in at roughly 478 crores. Now, do note that yesterday on the exchanges, the company also said that they have secured a new order worth 148 crores. This is from the Southeastern Railway for electrification as well as electric traction systems, which the company builds. Now, the company has been on a tear. The stock is up roughly 85% in just this financial year, and over the past year as well has been upwards of 100% of returns. So it's in its own stratosphere of returns going forward as well. The guidance for the next year, the company hasn't mentioned on numbers, but it's expected to be really strong, and brokerages also have given it a thumbs up. The second stock we're looking at is very interesting. It's in the EM space, which is Amber Enterprises. Now, the company had a strong show in its results, but the stock is down roughly 3.5% currently. Now, that could have been just because of a revenue fall that the company had reported. So, if you look at all the numbers, the revenue fell roughly 6% compared to the previous year to come at 2,804 crores, while its EBITDA as well as profitability was up. Now, for EBITDA, the margins have come at 8.6%, which is upwards of 120 basis points compared to previous year, while its net profit is also slightly down because of the revenue fall. Now, what led to this fall is very interesting. The company has said that its clients for whom they make room air conditioners or the RAC segment have been internalizing the production process. Now, because of that, certain assembly has been taken in-house by these brands, and because of that, there is slightly revenue fall. What has the company done to prevent this? They've been diversifying into other segments as well. They also have a JV with Titagarh, as well as other segments that they operate in. But currently, RAC, which is the room air conditioner segment, is the biggest one. Also, do note they have a 27% market share in this particular segment of RACs. So, a very strong EMPS player for Amber Enterprises. So, overall, one really strong results from RVNL. While for Amber, we see that the street was slightly disappointed with the revenue fall, although it was well documented by the company. Back to you.
Well, thanks for that, Puneet. Well, now the trend of plant-based meats, which were a rage at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, seem to have faded, so much so that ITC, Tata Consumer, have decided to pull the plug on vegan meat offerings. My colleague Sesha joins in to talk a little bit about that. Sesha, tell us what has changed now. What is it that is making these companies taking these offerings off the market?
Right, so both Tata Consumer and ITC have decided to exit the plant-based meat market as the hype surrounding the category begins to fade. Now, both the packaged consumer goods companies said that they find it economically unviable to operate in this niche category because it has not yielded enough profits. Now, speaking exclusively to NDTV Profit, Sunil D'Souza, Managing Director and CEO of Tata Consumer, said that the category has not taken off as it was anticipated, and unsure of the future demand, the company has decided to pivot away from fake meat segment and instead focus on other high margin categories such as its millet-based portfolio. Now, consumers can no longer find even ITC's vegan meat items in retail stores, e-commerce platforms, or even ITC's own online store, though some variants are still being offered for institutional sales. Now, Ashu Phake, who is the business head of frozen food at ITC, attributed the company's exit from the market, citing that the market remains very small at the moment. And the two key reasons that are driving away consumers are the underwhelming test of fake meat, and the other more concerning bit rather is the expensive price. Now, for example, ITC's plant-based meat options that are no longer available was nearly 3 times more expensive than its animal equivalent. Now, we must remember that the entry of ITC and Tata back into the market few years ago sparked optimism amongst analysts who saw significant potential. Nirmal Bang, in fact, projected the plant-based meat market to reach 500 million by 2024. However, currently the market size is only at 160 million. And it is also expected to reach another 260 million by 2027.
Right. Thank you so much, Sesha, for being so comprehensive with us. Let's circle back to the defense space, and the next counter is Hindustan Aeronautics. You look at the run it has had in the last 1 year, gains of over 200%. Now, PM Modi in an exclusive interview with NDTV highlighted HAL's record profit and how it is a shining example of PSU strength. We caught up with the management of the company about the Prime Minister's remarks and their growth guidance for the coming quarters. Listen in.
We are also grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister for his words of appreciation, which will be a real morale booster for all our team HAL. And we expect the trust and confidence which he has, will be able to fulfill to his fullest satisfaction. That apart, HAL has been showing a very robust growth consistently for the last 4 to 5 years, and we have been on a single-digit growth, and we have always projected that we will be onto a double-digit growth from FY25 onwards. But in fact, we have preponed that by a year, and we could show a double-digit growth in FY24 itself. And that shows the resilience which HAL has got and the commitment which HAL has got towards its various stakeholders. And as you are aware, the outstanding order for 1,25,000 crores by FY. The pipeline which will all get material. That apart, we are also having very clear visibility of our future orders, that is for a period of 1, where we have got this additional 97 LCA Mark 1A and then around 150 numbers of LCH combat helicopters, and then the various other programs which are running through. There is very clear visibility of an additional 2 lakh crores, which would mean that almost 3.5 lakh crores of order visibility is there as of today. And with our present growth rate of around the double-digit growth rate of around 13%, the momentum will be continued and the growth story will continue as far as HAL is concerned for the next 5 to 6 year time frame. And the order book as of now, and with visibility of almost a further order book, we will be in a position to execute all of this up to 2032 with the current growth rate momentum being maintained.
Well, HAL management reiterating the growth story for the company, an order book that is going to cross that milestone of 1 lakh crore in FY25. But time for a quick break. We leave you with what the Prime Minister in an exclusive conversation with NDTV said about the stock markets post June 4. We'll be right back.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल देती है, स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुँचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे।
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए PSUs की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, PSU के शेयर तो गिरना है उसका वो ना उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि PSU तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो PSU
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं आप HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have one day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the...
Welcome back. You're watching Market IQ on NDTV Profit. Now on to NDTV's special election coverage. Today's focus is on the temple town of Puri. The constituency is witnessing a triangular battle between BJP's Sambit Patra, BJD's Arup Patnaik and Congress's Jay Patnaik. Can BJP breach the BJD bastion? Sikta Deo brings in a ground report on that.
Puri, Odisha's temple town and pride and BJD's bastion. In poll season, BJP's Sambit Patra, BJD's Arup Patnaik and Congress's second choice, Jay Narayan Patnaik are seeking votes as Prashad for the Lok Sabha bid. Also at stake is the assembly, with simultaneous polls in the state. BJP's candidate from this temple town, Sambit Patra, is going all out, hoping to recover from the 2019 setback.
पिछले बार के मुकाबले इस बार क्या फर्क लग रहा है?
देखिए, आपके कैमरा ने सब कुछ दिखाया है सामने। जिस प्रकार का समुंदर आप देख रहे हैं, जन समर्थन, ये कोई हमारे लिए नहीं है, हमें कुछ नहीं देखना है, सब कुछ नरेंद्र मोदी देख रहे हैं, सब कुछ नरेंद्र मोदी जी। जो मैं फोटो दिखा रहा हूँ, ही इज़ द मैन हु इज़ रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर एवरीथिंग। ये जो आज जन सैलाब है, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जन सैलाब है। और पिछली बार केवल 15 दिनों में मैं चुनाव लड़ा था, इस बार 5 साल से मैं लोगों के बीच में हूँ।
Come evening and Patra sets off on his door-to-door campaign. He is handing over his report card for the last 5 years. Even though he lost the elections in 2019 by a very small margin of 11,000 votes, Patra claims he did not forsake Puri. He made sure that centre's schemes reached the Labhartis. Sambit Patra reminds the people about Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana.
This is the booklet which I present to them. You loved me, I love you, I have worked for you, I have followed Modi mantra of working and politics of performance. So this is what I believe everyone should be doing in India. कुछ बैठ के नहीं होगा, खट के करना पड़ेगा. See, as far as Jagannath Mandir corridor is concerned, I will never object to any developmental work. Any developmental work by any party is a welcome sign. No issues. But their own MP said on the floor of the parliament that we are constructing only 4 toilets. So, well, as far as my concern was, it was that within 75 meters, no concrete structure should have been built, which in fact the Supreme Court also ruled, and I'm thankful to the Supreme Court for the same.
Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated the Jagannath Temple corridor in January this year, many questions were raised around it. And it seems to be echoing in Odisha's Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections too.
पहले से बहुत अच्छा किया है और लाइन के लिए वहाँ पर सब अच्छा बनाया है. यहाँ पर लाइन के लिए
इश्यूज हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे हैं, जैसे कि अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, एजुकेशन, फाइनेंस, इकोनॉमिक्स. सो इन सारी चीज़ों को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए हमें जो भी कैंडिडेट अच्छा लगेगा हम उसी को वोट कास्ट करेंगे.
Puri has been BJD's citadel since 1998. Sitting MP Pinaki Mishra has decided not to contest this time. And the party has fielded former Mumbai Police Commissioner Arup Patnaik to take over. Patnaik made his electoral debut in 2019 when he contested from the Bhubaneswar Lok Sabha seat. He lost to BJP's Aprajita Sarangi. Patnaik says losing the election was a learning experience for him.
He was not an MLA, he is not an MP, so he was not a minister. So how does someone without any kind of a constitutional position do anything and print a card like this? You know, I don't know, he may have helped some people, I don't know that he's in the knowledge of it, I don't know. Puri, you know, nothing moves without the Lord's consent. It is a fact, it's not I'm just not saying it for this. So, the very fact this took place, it had the Lord's consent. The Gajpati is on record saying that in the last 700 years, what did not happen took place here. And knowing the Chief Minister, as all of us do, is the last person to do anything for an electoral gain.
Congress is going through a difficult phase in Puri. Chosen Congress candidate Sucharita Mohanty returned her ticket. Mohanty says it's tough to manage campaigning without any funds.
ओडिशा के जो इंचार्ज हैं उन्होंने मुझे एक बार बुलाया और कहा कि आपको इस बार कोई हम मदद नहीं कर सकते, आपको कोई फाइनेंशियली.
And now it's Jai Narayan Patnaik who has taken up the challenge for Congress in Puri. Puri is considered the land of Lord Jagannath. It has its own cultural and religious significance. The politics of this area also revolves around this temple. That is why the BJD and the BJP are all geared up to give each other a tough fight from this Lok Sabha seat.
The government has taken action against spice exporting companies Everest and MDH, conducting inspections and recommending corrective measures after tests revealed elevated levels of ethylene oxide, a cancer-causing chemical, in products exported to Singapore and Hong Kong. The Spices Board of India, the nodal agency for spice exports, recently mandated ethylene oxide testing for all spices exported to Hong Kong and Singapore. Well, also after a small respite from the overbearing heat, New Delhi is back to experiencing sweltering heat levels as temperatures cross the 47-degree mark. The IMD has issued a red alert for the next 5 days. The temperatures have pushed the power demand to its highest for May. That's all that we have on this edition of Market IQ, but don't go anywhere. We have lots more lined up for you on NDTV Profit.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future,
as we've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Mutual Fund Show on NDTV Profit, and I'm your host, Samina Nalwala. As always, the show aims to bring you actionable insights from the mutual fund industry so you can make smart choices when it comes to your investments. Today on the show, we have with us Manoj Chand, co-head product strategy of White Oak Capital AMC. Manoj, thank you very much for joining us in the studios today. I believe you've recently launched a Special Opportunities Fund. The NFO opened on the 15th May and closes on the 29th May. You want to tell our viewers everything about the Special Opportunities Fund before we dwell more into it?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. So this is an open-ended equity mutual fund scheme, actively managed. We are basically looking for opportunities created by some unique events, commonly refers to as special situation. Because of these events, sometimes stocks are trading below their intrinsic value or called fair value. These events can be positive event or can be negative event. Sometimes market do overreaction to some negative event, because of which ideally stock price should be corrected by, let's say, 10%, but is down by, let's say, 20%. So it creates an opportunity for active fund managers like us that we take advantage of this mispricing. Sometimes there is some positive news created by some event. We will discuss about those events as well. But market is pessimist and they underreact to that positive development. And maybe stock should be up by 100%, but it is up by, let's say, 20-30%. Again, it creates an opportunity because the intrinsic price or intrinsic value of that stock has went up after this positive development, but the market is not appreciating that good news. So again, we will be looking for these opportunities. Some of the examples of these special situations can be, let's say, regulatory actions, policy actions. It can be corporate restructuring like delisting, demerger, etc., spin-off. It can be geopolitical events. It can be disruption by new technology, etc. So yeah, we will be looking for these opportunities.
So just to break this down, so we understand special opportunities, situations or special situations better, assuming there is an event and the reaction is far worse than expected or the impact it's going to have on the company's operations, how long before you actually say that, you know what, well, I've taken that stand, gone out and bought the stock because it is a special situation, but you may not have seen a recovery come through. So how much time do you give an investment or a stock either on the upside or the downside?
So yeah, good question. First of all, there are a set of companies which we will avoid, because there are certain companies which will always be in special situation. So they are cheap for and they will become cheaper next year. So we have a list of companies which we are comfortable with. If any of these companies are facing some special situation because of which stock price has corrected significantly, we may or may not wait to enter. Sometimes you will see that market will start appreciating, that company price should be on the higher side, maybe in 3 months, sometimes 6 months, that we don't know. But if we find that the prices are available at a steep discount and we have a strong reason to believe that the problem is temporary and it can be solved very easily by the management, we will jump onto the opportunities.
Now, Manoj, this is a very interesting strategy, because I'm assuming if this is based on special situations, very rarely can you predict a special situation. Usually negative, if it's regulatory driven, it's very tough to call these things, and hence you see the kind of reaction that you see on some of these counters. What is the process of identifying a special situation? Is it more at a macro level or a micro level in terms of stocks? And once identified, what is the approach? How do you put a stock on the radar? Because you can't predict a special situation in that sense, and hence it's special.
Yeah, that's true. And we are not trying to predict the special situation themselves, by the way.
Correct, yeah.
We are just saying that after event taking place, we will analyze whether the reaction by the market participants, is it overreaction or underreaction? Let me give you an example. Like few years back, when government formally introduced PLI, Production Linked Incentive Plan. So that development was very positive for some of the manufacturing sector companies, specifically those who already were doing very good job. So now in that situation, you can see that there are a couple of players who are doing fantastic job, but market is not appreciating this new development and they will be benefiting out of this new development hugely. So you may decide to buy. Let me give you one more example. Recently, when geopolitical tension happened between Russia and Ukraine, suddenly the entire focus was shifted towards domestic defense capability building. So that was very positive for domestic players in the defense and aerospace business. Again, if you see that market is not giving enough benefit to this new development, you may want to jump in this case.
Right. Manoj, you want to walk me through the process of identifying these situations, and also what are the caveats that you want to give out to investors who are watching the show, trying to learn more about this fund, the primary objective, the risk that one needs to keep in mind as well?
So 2 3 things. First of all, we will be looking out these opportunity across sectors and across market capitalization. So it is going to be a flexi cap strategy at the heart of it. But because of the fact that we are buying companies, mostly those stocks which are contrary to market belief, You are not buying consensus stock, you are buying non-consensus stock. That is the reason why they are trading below their intrinsic value. So that means there will be a tilt towards contrarian bet, which also means if you compare this portfolio with any other traditional flexi cap portfolio, the top 10 holding of this flexi cap strategy, special situation category, will be very different than a traditional flexi cap mutual fund scheme.
Obviously,
Which further means that if you are buying a portfolio which has a very high active share, or basically the how much portfolio is different from the benchmark. So here the portfolio will be significantly different from the benchmark, which also means that on a day-to-day basis, NAV movement can be slightly different than the benchmark. So for first-time investor, I still believe that categories like flexi cap fund, large cap fund, large and mid cap funds are the better category to start with. But anybody who already have a investment in some flexi cap fund or large and mid cap fund looking for add another flexi cap mutual fund scheme, I think these are the schemes which are in true sense provide diversification benefit, because in true sense you are buying another strategy which has a different portfolio altogether. The caveat here is that not all special situations are special opportunities. So sometimes there are reasons behind why the stock price is corrected, and sometimes the business model itself is sham. And you find that there are a lot of examples in India itself. So for that you need expertise, and at White Oak, as you know, that we have a large investment team. Also we have in-house forensic capability also. We have a dedicated resource, and the whole job of that dedicated resource is to look for red flags. So we are not looking for each and every special situation. We are looking only for opportunities created by some of these special situations. So we may avoid many of these special situations. We may not want to participate in each and every.
Would you be able to tell us what these situations currently are that you've identified that make a good opportunity for investment? You don't need to talk to me about stocks, but any sort of themes or sectors that are currently picked up and identified by the team?
So for example, let me give you an example of special situation which are very recent. Recently we have seen regulator taking action on some financial institutions, financial companies. So now in this environment where every month or so you are getting some new stock in news in the financials, you may pick some stocks which you believe are a great company. And the problem is that when you pick great company, they are rarely cheap. So because of these regulatory actions, some of the great companies are available at a fair price or maybe below their fair price. Now it creates a lot of good opportunity for active managers like us.
Okay, and what is the average number of stocks that you hold in this fund?
So, so we don't have any, I mean, as you know, it is an NFO, and we don't have any number in our mind. It all depends how much opportunities we are getting, and so we don't want to put any number to it. But is it going to be a very, very concentrated 20 stock portfolio? I don't think so. That is the that is what we are looking at. But obviously, just to give you a reference, is it fair to expect that from a typical traditional flexi cap mutual fund that we are also running, you can expect on a longer period of time, on an average, the number of stocks will be lesser than traditional flexi cap mutual fund? I think it is a right expectation to have.
Also, help me break this down. Tell me if this is a fair understanding. Because it is a niche sort of offering and there's not too much to compare it to in the market, would it be a fair assumption that a fund such as this cannot be part of your core portfolio? It should be part of a satellite portfolio. Is that a fair way of reading it? And if yes, what percentage of one's equity active allocation could one consider investing in the White Oak or Special Opportunities Fund?
So first of all, I'll tell you, this is a difficult category. And not everybody and anybody can launch a fund in this particular category, because you have to be constantly looking for opportunity across sectors and across market capitalization. As I said, we have a very large investment team, one of the largest in the industry. So our investment universe is about 1,000 companies. Okay, so I think we strongly believe that we have the right capability to do justice to this category, and hence I strongly believe that not every mutual fund house will be able to not only launch product in this category and to do justice to this category. To your second part of your question, I think, as I said, that anybody who already have investing experience in equity mutual fund and looking to diversify further. So if you are already a flexi cap mutual fund investor, you are buying another flexi cap mutual fund, and the overlap is about 90%. So, you are just adding another scheme. You are diversifying your portfolio.
And then you don't have a concentrated portfolio, so you can't beat the market.
Yeah, if you end up buying up the market, you cannot beat the market.
Yeah.
So here, in true sense, you are diversifying your portfolio because the underlying theme necessitates us to take contrarian bet, because we will be buying companies which are non-consensus, which are basically market have given up on those companies for some reason. Maybe they have good reason to believe.
Yeah.
And hence, I think anybody and everybody who is existing flexi cap, multi cap, large and mid cap investor looking to add another scheme in the equity space, I think this can provide a true diversification. So depending on their existing equity allocation, I mean the next allocation can go to this product. And as I said, this should not be a first equity mutual fund scheme for lump sum. Maybe for SIP you can still consider. But for first time investor, I think flexi cap, large and mid cap, large cap are the better.
To learn in the market.
Yeah.
Right. Also, in terms of, and of course, you can help me understand this. I haven't personally come across many special opportunities fund. Are there other fund houses that have a similar offering?
I think there are about at least 4. I know 4 which are existent in the market, and I think along with us, couple of more fund houses have filed with SEBI. So you will see some action.
Some more in the pipeline. Also, given that this is relatively higher risk in that sense, would it be a fair assumption to expect higher returns? And I know there's no way to predict future returns, but and this is a qualitative answer I'm seeking, because high risk should commensurate high returns.
So it is a thematic fund whereby at least 80% of the portfolio should be invested in special situation stocks. So to that sense, yes, you can. If you have to compare it with the flexi cap strategy, so you can say the alpha volatility will be higher as compared to flexi cap fund, which is more balanced in terms of various factors. So I want to believe that when you give freedom to a fund manager, and if you believe that the investment team is good, so that freedom, the investment team can use that freedom to potentially generate more alpha. But because here you can deviate too much from the benchmark, the volatility of alpha is something you have to be mindful, and hence you should be okay to see volatile alpha.
Yeah, swings, big swings. What is the average recommended time horizon for one to stay invested in?
I think minimum 5 years. That should be your. I mean, when you are investing in a thematic fund, equity fund, for example, at least 5 years something you should have in your mind.
And this is the theme that is sector and timeline agnostic in some sense, right? So sector agnostic for sure.
Sector agnostic and market cap agnostic.
Market cap agnostic. Right, I think we've covered everything. Just a quick last question. You want to take us through who the fund managers are and if they manage any of the funds in the fund house?
Yeah, so Dhiresh will be managing this fund. And Dhiresh is a very senior resource with us, and he is managing a healthcare fund as well.
It's another thematic fund.
Yeah, and also he's a co-fund manager in many of our other schemes as well, equity schemes.
And ideal way of investing, lump sum or SIP?
It all depends on your existing portfolio, risk appetite, investment horizon, etc., etc.
Right, Manoj, thank you and congratulations, and also good luck with this NF4. Remember, viewers, if you're interested and keen to invest in the White Oak Special Opportunities Fund, the NF is open on the 15th of May and closes on the 29th May. On that note, we'll take a quick break, but we've got a lot more programming and we'll take up all your queries on the other side of this break, so stay tuned.
Some people say, hey, you know what, I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, Profit. Profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable show.
If you want to be in the money.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
Or a long-term investment.
all you have to do
Is ask profit.
Welcome back. You're watching the Mutual Fund Show on NDTV Profit, and today we're joined by Amit Kukreja, founder of AmitKukreja.com. Hi Amit, it's Samina from NDTV Profit.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
Amit, just before we came into this break, I was talking to Manoj of White Oak Special Opportunities Fund. It's a very interesting one. Assumption is it's high risk, high return, thematic in nature. I want to get your view on this one. I also am aware that up until recently, White Oak was very famous or popularly known for its PMS and AIF strategies. With its venturing into the equity mutual fund space, this is of course the 11th NFO. What do you make of it? Have you read about it, heard about it, talked about it? Would you recommend this to your clients?
So I know about White Oak products, and I think they are doing well. I'm also aware how the leadership team is continuously working to add value in their product space. This particular product that you were referring to is a special opportunity product where I think there is fair bit of value fund ideas which have been implemented or which will be implemented to create alpha for the investors. Now, in terms of other product space, I think they have delivered decent value in last few years, in last 3 to 4 years, ever since they started, because their technical team is very strong. There's a big team of investment analysts and the fund managers who have put together a solid proposal, who have a very good pedigree of having worked elsewhere. So it's a good leadership team and early stage, but I'm sure they're going to do well in this space.
Well, that we'll have to wait and see. But yes, it's a flexi cap fund with a very interesting proposition where they identify special situations and, of course, then go out and buy the stock in their portfolio. But like the fund manager explained to us, it's not for a retail-ish new investor in that sense. But anyway, Amit, let's move on and talk about our queries. We have a query coming in from one of our viewers, Pranab Gupta. He's 62 years of age. And his goal is to create a corpus of 1 crore rupees. So we've got to do a little bit of backward math over here. His question is, I want to start an SIP of 3,000 rupees each in 10 mutual funds for the next 5 years. Can you recommend the necessary funds for my portfolio? So I think,
So first of all, I want to tone down his
expectations. Yeah.
So he's hoping that just by investing 3,60,000 in 1 year, which comes out to be 18 lakh in 5 years, he will reach the milestone of 1 crore in 5 years. 18 lakhs of investment through systematic monthly plan, turning into a total accumulated value of 1 crore. That's absolutely impractical expectation, just so that he familiarizes himself with the reality. I was doing simple numbers for him. For a growth of 8% per annum, given he's 62, I'm not sure about his risk profile, given he's 62, if the portfolio is going at a rate of 8% per annum, he'll be able to accumulate about 22 lakhs. At 9%, he'll be able to accumulate anywhere between 22 and 23 lakhs. And at 12% per annum, he'll be able to accumulate 24 lakhs. Anything more than that, obviously, accumulation is going to be going about 24 to 26, 28. And just a 5-year horizon. With equity investments, we always say keep a long-term horizon of 8+ years. I want to just comment from a behavioral expectations aspect point of view. Because of the rally, because of the bull market that we have seen in last year and a half, these sentiments have suddenly turned towards quote unquote greed or unrealistic expectations. So it's not going to be easy for anybody to reach a mark of 1 crore, be it stocks or be it mutual funds. If you have a knack for technical evaluation of a company of stocks or a group of stocks, you can evaluate that, but I don't think it's possible to accumulate 1 crore with the total net investment of 18 lakhs in 5 years.
Right. Amit, while it's all about power of compounding, and I think we are cognizant about that, but yes, a 1 crore number with a 30,000 rupee monthly allocation is extremely far-fetched in that sense. But if I had to work this backward, if we do, one way to do this is, of course, increase your allocation monthly, or alternatively reduce your goal. What I also want to ask you is the way of investing, right? Do you think maybe making a little bit of a lump sum investment could help him reach his goal earlier than it would if it was just an SIP?
Yeah, I mean, I can simply run the
that'd be great actually.
If I make an investment of 50 lakh rupees now, growing at 12% per annum, it'll turn into 88 lakhs. If I make it 60 lakhs, in 5 years, growing at 12%, it'll turn into 1.5 crore. So if he has a lump sum 60 lakhs ready, he can invest with an expectation of 12% per annum. As I said, 5 years is too small a window. So 60 can turn into 1 crore plus in 5 years.
And if he's doing about 3.5 lakhs annually, which is about 3,000 rupees across each fund for the
30,000 per
where
month.
Where is he going to get to at the end of 5 years, realistically?
Somewhere between 25 lakhs and 30 lakhs if the ROI is more than 14%.
And that is being realistic. So I think, Pranab, that's most important. You've got to keep the time horizon in mind. Asset allocation also is extremely critical. We have no idea whether you have equity heavy or debt allocation in your portfolio, but keeping your age in mind as well. You want to build a portfolio that has risk adjusted returns, and the long term returns on equity is 12%. So keep your expectations real. And of course, if you do make that investment of 3,000 rupees across 10 mutual funds every month, you will get closer to 25 lakhs over a 5-year period. To hit about 1 crore in 1 year, you have to look at about a 65 lakh rupee lump sum investment in the market, which we're not recommending, but that's the goalpost if that's what you want, or rather the road to the goal that you want. Well, we have another query coming in now, and this one is from Lakshmi Narayan. She's 42 years of age and her goal is 3 crore rupees. She hasn't mentioned the time horizon though. She says, I've invested 4.3 lakh rupees lump sum in mutual funds, 13.3 lakh rupees in the Sukanya Samriddhi scheme, 3 lakhs in SGBs, 8 lakhs in fixed deposits, 2 lakhs in the RBI floated bonds. Will these investments help me achieve my lump sum return goal? My current mutual fund portfolio is as follows: HSBC Small Cap Fund, Parag Parikh Flexi Cap Fund, Canada Robeco Blue Chip Equity Fund, Motilal Oswal Large Cap Fund, SBI Magnum Children Benefit Fund, and DSP Multi-Cap Fund, and the SBI Energy Opportunities Fund. Amit, I don't know about you, but I feel like she's got way too many funds on her portfolio, and they seem to be a little spread all over the place in that sense.
Yeah. So 2 comments. One, we don't know the horizon by when she wants to accumulate 3 crore. So it's very difficult for us to tell us whether she will be able to hit the milestone or not. If she's 42 and if she's looking for achieving this figure in 18 years, let's say until she turns 60. So I'm going to just do a simple math here. And she's getting 18 years. She would need an SIP of about 15,000 rupees a month if she has a current value of 50 lakhs accumulated in 18 years to turn that corpus into 3 crores with an aggregate rate of return of 12%. I don't know if that will help her. But in terms of schemes, what she needs is what Lakshmi needs is just one good flexi cap, one good mid cap, one multi cap, and a couple of index funds. Right now, she has a lot of mutual funds. And I see there are a couple of large caps, there are a couple of multi caps and thematic also. The list should be reduced significantly to no more than 6 mutual funds. At least she can start with stopping the SIPs. I'm not saying that she should redeem all, but at least reduce the SIPs to a smaller set of mutual fund schemes and make it at least 15 to 20,000 rupees per month to achieve the target corpus of 3 crores in 18 years. That's assuming she wants it all by 60. That's all I can comment. Sovereign gold
She's
bond
also
is...
got a significant amount of money in the Sukanya Samriddhi scheme. She's got SGBs, which over the long term do pull out returns of 12%. And she's got about 8 lakhs in fixed deposits and 2 lakhs in the RBI floated bond. Would you recommend looking at maybe tax efficient, return efficient products instead of staying with the conventional fixed deposits?
Yeah, it's a good query. You know, it highlights why the financial planning conversation needs to have a lot more details. The fact that she has a Sukanya Samriddhi scheme is telling me that she has a girl child. She's trying to prepare for funding her education. The fact that she has gold, naturally affinity for gold in women, and naturally she might be wanting it to be part of her retirement portfolio. The fact that she's having RBI floating rate bond, which means she could be a homemaker or she could, I don't know, because people who take RBI floating rate bonds are either senior citizens or the ones who need passive income because they are exploring things in life. They want to figure out what's their next. Maybe she's a very conservative investor. We don't know. We are playing a guessing game here. At the same time, she's investing in flexi cap and thematic and sectoral funds besides gold and mid-cap funds. So we are making too many assumptions about Lakshmi, and there's a lot that she's trying to elicit from us. We are happy to help, but had it been a little bit more specifics in terms of what is the mapping towards the goal and what is her investment objective and horizon, we would have been a lot more helpful for her.
You're right. I think their strategy is missing in the the portfolio. Looks like an amalgamation of products as opposed to products being invested into for the long-term keeping the long-term objective in mind. But of course, Lakshmi, if you're seeking advice, you can of course connect with Amit and he can break that down for you. But with that, we're completely out of time, Amit. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you viewers for watching us. This is the end of the edition of Mutual Fund Show.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit.
Hello
and welcome to NDTV Profit. Today we have with us Mr. Hiranand Savlani, the CFO of Astral. Hello, sir, and welcome to the show.
Thank you for inviting.
Thanks, sir. So, pretty great numbers in revenue front, but margins are a little bit of contraction. So, what's your take on the overall result this time?
I think margins were in line with what management has guided. We have guided 16 to 18% kind of zone. So we are within that zone only. But few of the exceptional things were also there in the last quarter because we lost sizable money into the inventory losses because of the polymer drop in the first 3 quarters. This quarter there was no loss. That's why you see in this quarter the margins were better. Otherwise, previous 3 quarters, because of the inventory loss, we incurred that. Secondly, we celebrated 25th anniversary of the organization. So because of that, we have to run a special drive. So for that, we have to completely change everything, all our packaging material, all our printing material, all our boxes, all our TVC aid, all our social media aid, all our dealers paid, everywhere, all the material we have to completely revamp with this drive of 25 years silver jubilee. So because of that, company has to incur a sizable cost on that. So like I can give you a number. Last year, we have incurred 127 crore rupees for advertisement, sales promotion and all this activity. This year, we have spent 178 crore. So almost 50 crore additional we have to spend because of a special drive of 25th year. So that was also one of the reasons that this year the margin was a little bit lower. Otherwise, we could have delivered even much better.
Sure, sir. Looking at the plumbing business, you had guided around 16% to 17% of margins, but the margins were really healthy at around 20%. So do you expect the same to maintain over the next coming quarters, or what is your outlook on the margin front?
So we are confident we will be able to maintain the same kind of margins, so should not be a challenge. And next year we are expecting even the growth trajectory will also be fantastic because looking to the current scenario of the market, and if post result, if the government is going to spend the similar kind of money on the infrastructures and housing and all, we are expecting that these kind of healthy growth will continue in the next year also.
Sure. That's great. Talking about the bathware and paints business, you know, the company, the business is relatively small on that front, but you have been doing a lot of efforts in the bathware segment. So what kind of revenue growth are you expecting there?
I think bathware is going to deliver a minimum 100% plus growth this year because the base was very low. So last quarter itself, we have delivered close to about 24-25 crore rupees of revenue. If I extrapolate that only, then the 100 crore plus number will be there in the next year. But our expectation is minimum 125 to 150 crore kind of revenue next year. So that division is also going to pick up very fast in the coming year.
Sure, sir, sure. And in the adhesives business, you had guided at around 15 to 20% kind of margins, and the margins have contracted by around 200 basis points on a year-on-year basis. So on that segment, what's your margin outlook?
So like our India operation has delivered what we have guided, close to about 15.5-16% kind of margin was there in our India operation. But the little setback came from our UK operation. In the UK last quarter, if you see, we were in a negative 3% EBITDA margin because the chemical prices dropped sharply. So because of that, we have to incur the inventory losses on that. But this quarter, we have recovered very fast, I can say. From -3 to this quarter, close to about 5.5 to 6% EBITDA margin. And next quarter onward, we will be back to again 10% plus margin. So next year, again, we will be coming back to the normalcy of the margin. This was the exceptional year in UK. That's why we have seen a little cut in the margin. Otherwise, overall, the growth trajectory is maintained.
Understood. Okay, so in the last earnings call, you had mentioned that you will see synergies from the Dahej plant from the coming quarter, that is from the fourth quarter. So any synergies that you have seen, or do you think that is elongated?
So I think now next year onward, you will see some improvement into the margin because the objective which we have put up this plan, that was mainly because we are sourcing sizable raw material from the local area only, nearby all. So that is going to save a lot costing to our organization. And secondly, we have to shut down our Unnao plant. So that was also needed to shift some of their items into the Dahej plant. So all these things will be operational next year. So next year, we are expecting even the growth will be better and at the same time cost control will be there. So there will be some improvement into the margin front also.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I just want to have some more perspective on the raw material pricing. You mentioned that those were bottomed out in the last quarter, or will be bottomed out in the fourth quarter, and then have comfortable margins, will support comfortable margins. So, what's your take on the raw material price increase?
So I think raw material, we guided that it will be now bottom out, and that is what exactly happened in the last quarter. The raw material prices bottom out, and this quarter already you see a couple of days before, the Reliance has already increased 2 rupee price. So 2 rupees effectively 3%. So raw material has already started inching up, and we are expecting that further some rise is expected in the near term. And even CPVC side also bottom out has been there. So after some time, there will be a price rise into that side also. So that is going to be in favor of the company, because last year, because of the drop in the polymer price, we have to incur the losses on the inventory. This year, it may happen that there will be a gain into the inventory. So that is also going to support extra to the margin front.
Okay, so there won't be any more destocking of the inventory, is it?
I don't think, because now already polymer price have started going upward. So dealer distributor will rush to have a restocking rather than destocking. So recently, 3 days before only, when PVC price has increased 2 rupees, a lot of rush is there from the dealer distributor community to restock. So we don't see any destocking will be there. On the contrary, we are of the view that now dealer and distributor will restock. On the contrary, some pent-up demand can come because of the restocking.
Okay, sir. So on the back of that, sir, what kind of revenue growth guidance do you expect for FY25 overall?
I think we are expecting minimum 15 to 20% kind of volume next year. And if the first half will be better, which looks, then we may revise our guidance upward side also. Like last year, what we did, we originally guided 15% kind of volume growth. In the second half, we increased to 20% volume growth guidance for full year. And actually, we have delivered close to about 23% volume. So we are maintaining our 15 to 20% guidance at this stage, but there are high probability that we may revise upward once the first half number will be with us.
Sure, sir. So in the last earnings, you'd also mentioned that there'll be 3 new plants as the demand is very strong in the pipeline. So how has the progress on this plants thing happened during this quarter?
Like our Cuttack plant is operational, Guwahati plant is operational, our Hyderabad plant is likely to start the commercial production by June end, and then Kanpur plant will be ready by March. So I think next year also, means FY25 also, we are expecting 2 new plants to commission. And if the growth trajectory will be like this 20% plus kind of run rate, then we may add a few more plants in the coming time. So we have not still finalized the things, but we want to monitor the number. And if that run rate will continue, yes, definitely we are going to expand further.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So lastly, on the sale of the UK business, how has that been? Because we had incurred losses last quarter due to, the silicon prices. So what's your take on that?
So I think now that is the past, because last quarter was minus 3% EBITDA, but this quarter we have delivered almost 5.5 to 6% EBITDA. And next quarter onward, almost majority of the inventory will be wiped out from the system. So next quarter onward, we are going to be back to close to about 10% EBITDA margin.
Sure, sir. I think pretty healthy outlook and confident outlook on the business environment and macro thing as well. So I think this helps our viewers, and thank you so much for joining us on this show today, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade,
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. I am your host Varsha Chandanani. Today we are going to talk about Medicure, which is a manufacturer and exporter of medical devices. Our company posted its results, Q4 FY24 results, wherein our revenue was up 23%. If you see margin, EBITDA margin was at 25% versus 27% last year, and net profit was up 15%. To talk more about the numbers, I am joined by Himanshu Bed, who is Managing Director of the company. Hello and welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
So, Mr. Bed, how was the quarter? What stood out well for you, and were there any disappointments?
I think for us, two things stood out very well. One was export business, and especially to Europe. That really did well for us. And the second thing was our renal business. We started taking off again. First 9 months, we had a very slow growth. But after that, I think the last quarter, once there was a change in policy at the government and in terms of regulations and also bringing standards for medical devices, I think that changed a lot for us. And I think again the business started picking up, and we saw higher growth, over 30% in that business also in the last quarter.
Also, I wanted to understand your domestic growth versus export growth, because last quarter our domestic growth was lower than anticipated. How did we do this time?
So I think it's still lower than what we had anticipated. So exports growth, of course, was around 25%, but domestic growth was only 18%. And I think that is where I think we are putting more efforts now in that area, and especially with starting 2 new divisions, cardiology, critical care, and renal coming back, with a high growth, numbers. I think we should be able to do much better, and then hopefully we should be in that range of around 23 to 25% this year.
So, okay, so talking about the renal business that you mentioned, in FY25, you wanted to grow around 140 crores to 145 crores. Any update on that? Yeah. And how are you seeing this business segment? Because I think this is the growth for Medicure, the growth driver for Medicure.
So it is one of the drivers, I would say, because the other growth driver is definitely our, foray into US market and then growth in the European markets. But when we look at one segment, particular segment where we are focusing much harder, because of import substitution, and we are very confident of this 50 to 55% growth this year, as our indigenously made dialysis machine has got a BI certification. And also, we are seeing a good traction. Earlier, we had planned for around 300 machines this year, but I think now we are seeing a traction of over 500 machines. Almost 10% of the market share will be able to take for these kind of equipments in the country with a Make in India product. And also on the consumable side, we will have a more bigger market share. We are also looking around 15% market share on the consumable side also for this kind of product, and it's completely dominated by foreign players. So there's a big room to grow with a locally made product.
So overall, what is your market share in all the medical devices that you sell?
I think it should be between 7 to 8% in the country, in the categories we operate and the product areas we work on. And I think still the market is underpenetrated in India. We still cover only maybe 1/3 of the hospitals. So I think we need to still increase our coverage. And that's what we are doing now in next few years. And also with more products getting added in the basket in the same category, I think we will be also able to expand our market share.
And also about your US business, so how much was the contribution this quarter? And also, if I remember, you were going to send bigger shipments in the Q4 FY24. Any update on that? And the second question would be, how much it can contribute to top line, maybe say in next 2 years?
So I think we have already given a guidance for the US business that maybe in next 3 years we'll be able to do between around $12 to $15 million. And we continue with that guidance. We already received 4 US FDA approvals. In last few months, we have already, more products in pipeline for US FDA. So I think once we have more approvals and we are already, working with a couple of large distributors for some products, and the first, orders are already in place. They'll be shipped shortly. And then we are going to, start, expanding the market and the business in next few quarters. So I think it's actually as per track. This will be a slow start, and then it will accelerate maybe next 1 or 2 years to a very higher number.
So given your renal business, then your US business, so in FY24 you had given a guidance that you will be doing around 22 to 24% growth with a EBITDA margin of 25% for FY24, and you have achieved that, so congratulations for that. So what are you expecting in FY25 considering your US business and renal business and other? I'm expecting that you may be launching new products as well.
Correct. So you're right. So we have a lot of new things which are happening right now, and we have guided already by 22 to 24% growth this year again in FY25. And also we are looking at maybe a little bit of margin expansion, 100 to 150 pips, going forward with new product additions and also with some more, new launches. So that will help us to also increase our margin a little bit in the business. So we are very confident what we have seen so far in the past year, and the same momentum continues, going forward in the current year also.
So you are expecting margin accretion in FY25, where your margins can go?
See, I think we have ended the whole financial year close to around 26% EBITDA. If you look at that in that range, 25, 26. So hopefully we'll improve that margin by 100 to 150 pips. So, that's probably staying around 26, 27%.
Oh, that's great. And I wanted to understand about your capex. So what was the capex in FY24? And you were adding more equipment machines in FY25. So with that, what will be your capex for FY25?
We have done close to 250 crores of capex in FY24. And basically, the 4 new plants we had, started, constructions in 22, 23 are now fully live and operational. Of course, we'll be adding more equipment in next 1 or 2 years there. So some capex will be required there. Plus, we have decided to add 3 more manufacturing facilities, 2 for the domestic market, 1 will be more for export orientation. So, and those facilities will be ready by end of 25 or early 26. So we are going to spend, some, more money there. So plan for FY25 is close to around 225 to 250 crores of capex. That's what we are guiding. And most of it will come from internal accruals, but also a company is, going to make some fundraise for some, getting into new technologies, especially in cardiology and oncology and critical care. and that's what we're targeting right now. So more acceleration is needed, because if we go with new developments today, it takes 3 to 5 years. So we need a faster acceleration to bring products faster to the market, and probably that is where we need higher capital, or maybe our equity, new funding, to help us to grow the business faster.
My question on your fundraise, so have you decided anything on that? How much, and any details on that if you have?
Yes, so the board has given an approval to raise close to 800 crores, but of course the methodology has not been finalized right now. And we are talking to investors and also figuring out how and when we need it. And the company has cash on the balance sheet, but we are looking at some other opportunities, also inorganic opportunities. I think it's been finalized so far, but for us, it's important to have a war chest so that we are ready. And medtech market is kind of evolving. India is growing very fast. Globally also, we see big opportunities for Polymed to look at new technologies. So we continue to work in that direction.
Mr. Himanshu, if I heard you correctly, are you looking for some inorganic opportunities as well?
Yeah, that's correct. So we are already looking at some new technologies. See, anything when we want to develop in medtech space, it takes around 3 to 5 years, from prototyping to clinical trials to regulatory evaluation, setting up proto manufacturing to final manufacturing. So it's a very long process. And then regulatory approvals in every market you want to sell your products. So it's a long process. So I think we are looking at companies which already have done that and maybe subscale. And that is where we can add value and look at those opportunities. So we are on the lookout.
Well, that's really great. Thank you so much, Mr. Himanshu, for speaking to us, and all the very best for your business.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुँचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए। एब्सोल्युटली, ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच करके क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे। तो आप HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की। आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4,000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट। एक आपका ध्यान होगा, बहुत कम लोगों का है, और मैं मानता हूँ कभी आप पूरा एक प्रोग्राम कर सकते हैं टीवी चैनल, गति शक्ति। जैसे दुनिया में हमारे डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की चर्चा होती है, लेकिन गति शक्ति की उतनी चर्चा नहीं है। टेक्नोलॉजी का एक अद्भुत उपयोग, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का अद्भुत उपयोग, और पूरे भारत में कहीं पर भी कोई भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का प्रोजेक्ट करना है, लॉजिस्टिक्स खर्च को कम करना है, लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट बढ़ाना है, गति शक्ति एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म होगा। मैंने देखा, मैंने जब पहली बार इसको लॉन्च किया तो राज्यों के चीफ सेक्रेटरी से इतने खुश हो गए कि भाई अब आप हमारी गति शक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो डेटा है 1600 लेयर्स हैं, आप कोई भी चीज़ डालो तो 1600 लेयर में से वेरीफाई होकर के आता है कि यहाँ कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते। ये अपने आप में एक बड़ी यूनिक चीज़ है ये। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लानिंग में हमें बहुत बड़ी सुविधा रहती है, इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हम बहुत गति से आगे हैं।
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have one day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Hi, I'm Tanuj Bhojwani and I run People Plus AI. We're an organization that helps startups build AI. Is AI useful in India? Most definitely yes. We have a huge, approximately 60 crore people using the net passively, meaning they're watching YouTube, Instagram, etc. But perhaps only 20 or 30 crores who are actively contributing or transacting on e-commerce websites. One big hurdle is because this involves typing, needs you to be literate, comfortable with using the smartphone, etc. One huge area AI will change in India is the use of voice, video and other multimodal technologies. These new LLMs can understand human voices, accents and languages like nothing ever before. Think Alexa times 1,000 because you can talk to it in your local language in an accent. Many companies, including Pharma and Krutrim in India, are training these models for Indic languages and the way we speak to each other, in mixed coding where we use Hindi, English, Marathi seamlessly. This is why we believe exciting times are ahead as AI can unlock access to computing, apps and that entire ecosystem for a large number of people.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager. Thanks for tuning into India Market Close, and it's been a quiet day of trade if you look at the benchmark indices. But within that, if you look at PSUs, look at defense, you look at metals, it tells you a completely different story. But the indices are lying flat, the Nifty at least. But in the green, it was not in the green when we started off. The mid caps and small caps should come up on your screen, and then we'll try and pull up the, so Nifty mid cap about 1/3%, small cap index will come up, and then Nifty metals should come up on your screen. Small caps are a bit quiet in today for sure. Nifty metals though is anything but quiet. Some strong moves there. 4% higher on that index today. Some strong buying interest visible in almost all of these names. You look at a Vedanta, you look at a Hindalco, you look at ferrous steel companies as well. Some really strong show that is happening out there. Look at that. Hinzinc is a different kettle of fish altogether. But Vedanta up 7%, Hindalco up 5%, ferrous companies, Tata Steel, JSW Steel up. This isn't a steel company per se, but it's still up about 2.1%. I mean, a couple of losers maybe, but otherwise, metals are doing just a remarkable day. Harsh will talk more about this. We'll talk about in these stocks in detail as well. But just very quickly, the Nifty heat map before I hand it over to Harsh for what's happening across the broader end of the spectrum. And even there, the Nifty metal gainers. Look at the top four. Some really strong moves for Hindalco, Coal India, Tata Steel and JSW. Adani Port is packing a punch, a serious punch, about 3% higher in trade today for that one, giving it companies, Adani Enterprises up 2% as well. And equal number of losers and gainers. The only point is Nestle stayed subdued for a better part of the day. Autos have stayed subdued for a better part of the day. But if you were invested in metals, Harsh, I don't think you would complain.
Absolutely, Neeraj. And you did cover metals, but I also want to cover the PSU pack, because that pack also is doing very, very well. So let's pull up the PSU stocks. The Nifty PSE is up 2% and the PSU Bank also doing very, very well. But that's specifically on the PSU pack. Look at a Coal India, NHPC, look at those moves. BEL up 6% odd, BHEL up 3.5% odd, LIC. LIC has been on a tear of late. We've seen LIC make some very, very strong moves over the last 5 odd trading sessions. Again, doing very, very well for itself. GAIL and Concor slightly somber, but outside of that, you're seeing good moves on the PSU. Of course, Neeraj covered a large part of metals. But let's move on to the broader markets, see what's happening there. The Nifty mid-cap and small-cap indices, we can quickly pull those up. Before I move to specific stocks, 1/3% lower on the Nifty small cap. It's come off those days lows, so that's a positive. The Nifty mid cap trading in the green, 1/3% higher. But specific movers, especially on results, but even outside of that, there are several movers on the back of news as well. Let me first off pull up or focus in on the results. IFGL Refractories, probably within the mid cap, small cap space. One of the names is absolutely beaten, 13% down. Axis Cades also down roughly 11.5% odd. Trident, you can see on your screen, also trading lower on the back of a poor set of numbers, especially on the profitability front. Let's pull up a carousels. While numbers were quite good, but sequentially the numbers look somber. 5.5% lower on that one. City Union Bank down 5%. Again, no growth coming in from there. Just about 6% odd single digit growth in an otherwise in a market where Compete is growing at least double digit, and Rainbow Children also down 5% odd. Endurance Tech is the other one, down roughly 4% odd as well. Those are the ones which are trading lower in at least trade today. Let me pull up those which are doing very, very well. Rolex Rings up nearly 15%, SJS Enterprises up nearly 9%, and BEL doing very well for itself. We spoke about BEL even on when we were speaking on screen. IRFC also doing very well, very strong profitability despite NII growth not being there. That's a clear positive where operations is concerned. Operationally very strong numbers. SAIL also doing decently well for itself in trade today. Nesco again, decent set of numbers, 2.3% higher. Then's the big one, Oil India, also doing well for itself, 2+% higher on the back of numbers. RVNL and Kalpataru, new order win plus the numbers. RVNL doing exceptionally well for itself. Kalpataru also up roughly 5 to 6% odd in trade. RVNL up 13%, while Kalpataru's up 4%. That's where we are at least. And I quickly want to also mark out Balkrishna Industries. That one also in focus. So all of these counters, of course, in focus, Neeraj, and we'll break it down for y'all. At least we'll try to cover as many as we can on India market close.
And let's start with RVNL maybe, because Harsh kind of spoke about those as amongst the last few. But it's pertinent to point RVNL simply because of the kind of move that the stock has made today. 13% higher. You could argue in some sense the NDTV profit impact, because the management remains very bullish about the company's margin play going forward. Listen in.
The margins earlier were fixed, that we used to have the only nomination projects. Now we'll have the nomination plus the bidding plus the projects through MOUs. This 23-24 we have signed 3 MOUs costing around 4,000 crores, 3,500 plus. So we have got a complete basket. Then we will keep on getting the basically dividends from the SPVs. All 5 SPVs have been commissioned. Now it is time to give the results from those SPVs. So what I can tell you is that we have already diversified from local rail infra to global oil infra. The margins will certainly change because we will have the mix of the various kinds of segments. We are entering into the solar, we are entering into the irrigation, we are entering into the road sector, and the plenty of scope is there.
Well, quickly want to mark out Arvind Fashion there, up 4+% in trade, very strong growth in terms of profitability as well as, 39% profit growth for Q4 clearly looks extremely strong. Even revenue, not much, just about a 4% growth. So largely seems like an EBITDA driven story, at least right off the bat. Numbers still trickling through on that one. But again, this one looks to be quite good.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if we can pull up, Harsh, the numbers from the exchanges to try and see if it's indeed an EBITDA or a one-off that might have led to these numbers as well, because clearly you can see that uptick that has come into the bottom line front, not quite mirrored by the top line. So just opening that sheet to just tell our viewers what the numbers could be like. The standalone numbers, of course, are different, but if we refer to the console numbers, then the PAT number at least looks rock solid, and which is why that 5% uptick for Arvind Fashion
It's come off a bit actually, Neeraj, but nonetheless holding up above the 4% mark for sure. So that's where we are at, and while we'll open that and we'll give you all a better deep dive of that. Stock of the day clearly RVNL. Let's pull that one up again. You continue to see order pipeline remain quite strong, and maybe a margin shift there could lead to some efficiencies really starting to play out. 12.5% high, 12.5% up, and clocking its life high today. So positive clearly with regard to where the commentary on RVNL is concerned.
But some updates here. So the EBITDA number doesn't seem to be as strong as the PAT number, but better than the revenue growth number. Circa, well, the PBT example is probably up about 25% odd, not the 40% odd. And I think on the corresponding quarter last year for Arvind Fashions, there were some exceptional items on the tax side, which could also have had a bit of an impact on the negative side for them. There was a deferred tax charge in the previous quarter last time, which probably also is hurting that stock relatively. But on the whole, decent numbers, 39.67 versus 28.52. But QOQ, Harsh, by the way, the numbers have come off quite dramatically because they've clocked in 39.67 versus a 65 crore number. So I think that might be something that the street may not like as well. So that's the other key point to monitor.
Sure. Neeraj, also on margins, 20% growth on EBITDA. Therefore, margins have gotten better. From the 10.5 odd mark, it's gone to 12.5. Clearly, that's probably what is also aiding or keeping the street enthused about this one, because clearly the margins have gotten better on a year-on-year basis as well. So outside of tax, you're seeing a decent
just that the improvement in margin doesn't seem to be as strong as the bottom line number suggests. So I think that therein probably lies a bit of a problem for this one, but otherwise seems to be okay.
Yeah. And maybe it was a seasonally strong quarter as well, which is Q3, always seasonally strong for companies like Arvind Fashion. And therefore, I may give it a bit of a discount where profitability is concerned. But anyway, we're joined in by Kunal Shah, who's the Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at LKP Securities. Welcome on board, Kunal. Kunal, texture of the market as well as the Nifty Bank, your views on the benchmark and the Nifty Bank?
Yeah, I think the volatility is going to be there ahead of the elections. We have seen a good rally from the lower levels for the Nifty index. If you look at India VIX today, it is almost trading at 21.7 levels. So even it has surpassed the recent high what it had made, which clearly indicates that this volatility will continue in the markets. Now, if I talk about Nifty, the good part about Nifty is that we are trading above the level of 22,500, which was the immediate resistance zone for the market. Even if you look at the open interest data for the weekly expiry as well, 22,500 is the strike price where the highest open interest is also built up. So clearly the base is getting stronger and stronger day by day. We should hit the levels of 22,700, 800 on the upside. So for me, the Nifty view remains bullish as long as it sustains about 22,450 on a closing basis. If I talk about Bank Nifty, this is at a very interesting juncture where the 20-day moving average of the Bank Nifty is placed at 48,300. We are just touching those levels on the futures front, but we are unable to sustain above it. So once we see a breakout above 48,300 decisively, Bank Nifty will see a good short covering move towards 48,600 and even 49,000 levels on the upside. So for me, if you look at Bank Nifty, 48,000 now continues to be a strong support. Again, with I compare with the open interest data, 48,000 put is the strike price where again the highest open interest is also built up. So clearly put writers are active on the lower ends. So for both Nifty and Bank Nifty, the view remains bullish. Just a breakout above 48,300 for the Bank Nifty, which was an underperformer, will start to outperform the Nifty index. And that is where it will also push Nifty toward 20,700 mark on the upside.
Okay, what about stock ideas, Kunal, for the afternoon?
See, I think PSUs is something what the focus is on, and I think that is where the real momentum is. So my pick would be NBCC, that is from the cash market. The stock has already given a symmetrical triangle breakout on the technical charts. 149, 150 is where the stock is currently trading. One can initiate long positions at the current levels, keeping a stop loss of 140 on the downside and looking for targets of 170 on the upside. So PSUs is something where the momentum is, and NBCC would be my top pick in that space.
Okay, so it's PA. You like nothing from metals, Kunal, before we take that break? Metals is the other pocket that is looking so strong today.
Absolutely. Neeraj, I think metal is in a bull cycle, and I think this is going to continue for the next 3 to 4 months as well. We are extremely bullish on the entire space as well. And the entire metal index is likely to go even from the current levels up by at least 5 to 8% on the upside in the very near term. So if I talk about index, if moving 5 to 8%, stocks, I can see at least a rally even for 10 to 15% from the current levels as well. So for me, the pick over here will be Tata Steel. Fresh breakout, what we have got in the stock in today's trading session after a long consolidation, which was lasted for the last 2 weeks. And this breakout has been backed by volumes as well. So clearly a good momentum. What you are getting 174, 175 where it is currently trading, keeping a stop loss of 169 on the downside. Looking for first target on the upside will be 183 and second will be 192.
Well, it is a ferrous name and not a non-ferrous name, because non-ferrous are the ones which are actually really revving up. I mean, just look at what a Vedanta and a Hindalco have done. Add to that a Hinzinc maybe. Just some really strong moves there for both of these, but nothing to take away the fact that the steel companies are doing really well as well. But yep, so that's the long and short. We'll talk about metals in great detail with a fundamental guest as well. But the biggest voice of the afternoon or of the week has to be Prime Minister Modi in an exclusive conversation with NDTV Network's editor-in-chief Sanjay Pugalia. Prime Minister Modi had some very interesting thoughts to express when one of things that he says is that the stock market will break records on the 4th of June. Listen in.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बन देती है, स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुँचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे।
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए PSUs की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, PSU के शेयर तो गिरना है, उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि PSU तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो PSU
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं आप HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HL 4000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट।
Hi, I'm Tanuj Bhojwani and I run People Plus AI. We're an organization that helps startups build AI. Is AI useful in India? Most definitely yes. We have a huge, approximately 60 crore people using the net passively, meaning they're watching YouTube, Instagram, etc. But perhaps only 20 or 30 crores who are actively contributing or transacting on e-commerce websites. One big hurdle is because this involves typing, needs you to be literate, comfortable with using the smartphone, etc. One huge area AI will change in India is the use of voice, video and other multimodal technologies. These new LLMs can understand human voices, accents and languages like nothing ever before. Think Alexa times 1,000 because you can talk to it in your local language in an accent. Many companies, including Sarma and Krutrim in India, are training these models for Indic languages and the way we speak to each other, in mixed coding where we use Hindi, English, Marathi seamlessly. This is why we believe exciting times are ahead as AI can unlock access to computing, apps and that entire ecosystem for a large number of people.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things.
We'll switch focus to Nifty Metal because that one is literally on fire. You're seeing, we've spoken about these, but Vedanta and Hindustan Zinc are the ones leading the pack. Of course, in terms of value, the kind of run-up that we've seen in Vedanta over the last year or so, if you can pull up that chart, over the last year, we've seen an absolute stellar run-up in Vedanta from maybe the lows of 210 odd. That stock has been on a tear. 490 is now where we are at where Vedanta is concerned. And this excludes all the dividends it has actually given, and it gives a ton of those as well. So So that one's obviously in focus. It also owns roughly 65% of Hindustan Zinc. And let's pull that one up because Hindustan Zinc is also up nearly 20% in trade today. And outside of that as well, the entire metals pack a buzz.
You know, I mean, aside of everything else, and Gurmeet will be best placed to talk about this, but it just seems to be a bit of a no-brainer that the China recovery is now being taken note of. And if indeed the China, there's a lot of chatter on global news outlets about China getting almost ready to give a boost to the property sector. And if that were to happen, then I think the phrase as they use, ke stocks fat jayenge, might actually turn out to be true as well. Let's ask the Delhi boy about this. Yeah, Gurmeet Chadda Johnson, he's managing partner and CIO of Complete Circle, not technically a boy anymore, manages a formidably large fund as well. Gurmeet, great having you. Thanks so much for taking the time out. Great. It's been a while, so good talking to you. Gurmeet, can we start off with this metals thing? We'll go to the markets at large because I presume you would have had a chance to hear PM Modi talk to our network and talk about all the capital market stuff as well. But before that, let's talk about metals. What's happening here?
So, Neej, I think it's obviously today's reaction is more to do with China, pledging to buy about unsold housing inventory, almost $1 trillion yuan kind of stimulus. And as you just mentioned that, the world probably believes that, metals are directly linked to China. Copper in particular touched about $11,000 on the LME. Copper also has applications in cables, wires, since it's linked to housing, so probably there's a double action there. It would be interesting to see some of the cable and wire names also in India. How do we react to? I think Polycab made a new high today and touched about 1 lakh crore market cap. But these moves in metals are always sharp both ways, and you should always be tactically positioned on this rather than have a long only view. And I think in the current scene, probably the non-ferrous names makes more sense. Maybe Hindalco with listing on Novelis could also give you some bit of maybe SOTP and value unlocking. Although it has again run up. We saw MOIL run up with there was flooding in African wines and manganese prices shot up, and then we saw MOIL running up because again it's again very very event driven, as I said. So you got to go commodity wise. I'm looking at non-ferrous names. In ferrous, we have a bit of a special situation, kind of a play called Mukand, where it's more a change of ownership now with Bajaj owning 74% in the company versus a JV earlier, and they're infusing more and more money. We entered the stock in single digit, now it's obviously doing a little better, and probably they're likely to infuse more capital, send more land parcels in Thane, and that could see a bit of more re-rating on the stock. So we are playing it very selectively, as I said, more either as a special situation or tactical.
Sure, Gurmeet. So Gurmeet, just in terms of overall value, do you feel a lot of the value re-rating has already happened? Because that's the impression I'm getting, where you're going selective, you're going for special situations means that there's probably lesser value left on the table. And hence, therefore, does it warrant an 18% move in something like a Hindustan Zinc and 6%, 5% kind of a move in Vedanta and the like? Or do you still feel that there's some value in other pockets as well?
I think the moves have become sharper. I've seen, the likes of Kotak Bank move 10% in a day. So I don't see, I'm not surprised with these, 10, 15, 20% moves anymore. The larger ones also move these days. But I agree with you. You have to search for more values now because, when you trade at 21 times, interest rates are still very high. Earning growth is more modest, about, let's say, between 13 to 15%. Then you got to be a little more selective. It doesn't mean that there is no value in the market, but as you rightly said, and special situation for us is more the satellite part of the portfolio. It may emerge both in a bull and a bear phase. Right now, obviously, we are in a bull phase, but there is value in large caps also. So look at, for example, ITC, decent correction. We have the hotel demerger now. I think it's 6th of June is where they've called the board meeting. HDFC Bank also trades at about 13, 14 times. We saw a decent correction in Tata Motors as well. A lot of hotel stocks have corrected, likes of Indian hotels have corrected 10-15%. So you got to be a little more watchful, keep your eyes open. But I agree with you, you got to be more selective. More importantly, you should temper down a bit of return expectations. It's not going to be like what last year was.
Okay. Gurmeet, what happens to end user industries? And then we'll want to take Kunal's view as well out there. But, particularly autos, for example, 5 years, autos, for example, or even gadget companies that have enjoyed this margin uptick because commodities have largely stayed quiet, right? Especially the last couple of years. Now, if that were to reverse, could it spell a bit of a upside cap for sectors like auto?
100%, Neeraj. There will be some impact because if you see over last 2 quarters, it's more realization growth than volume growth alone, barring maybe M&M, which reported decent volume growth, and that's why you saw the run up, on the stock. In fact, Tata Motors spoke about they gave a slightly subdued guidance than what the street was expecting for JLR, and we saw a negative reaction. So obviously, it will play out. Any impact would play out, and if you see the sales growth of Nifty versus profit growth, the last 2 quarters have largely been because of the benign commodity prices. So there will be some impact there as well. So you got to be, as I said, more selective. And mind you, for example, in two-wheelers, we probably this year will cross 2019 volumes. So the volumes haven't really come back. It's just that the rural economy is showing some signs. There again, the premiumization is playing. You now have probably 60-70% 125cc bikes. In SUV, in passenger car segments, you have almost 70% SUVs for every 10 cars sold. So it's more realization and not as much as volume. So, you got to be selective. There's no harm in also taking some money off the table selectively in autos. But as I said, there are more opportunities in the value chain of EV as well. So you got to play it mixed, but I agree with you. Auto, in my view, looks slightly expensive at this section.
Kunal, come in. I mean, auto stocks have had a good run, but as Gurmeet, actually the way Gurmeet said, that if you've seen Kotak Bank react the way it has one day in a year, you know that you've seen it all. But autos in particular, Kunal, they've had a bit of a slipshod, right, save for a few like Bharat Forge, etc., which have had a really good move this time around in this earnings season, or an M&M. What do you do with some of the auto stocks? Are they looking skittish?
Yes, Neeraj, if I talk about the on a chart perspective for the Nifty Auto, I think the uptrend is still intact on a technical chart. I see some overbought territory which the auto sector is entering into. So even if I look at the momentum indicator RSI, it is trading above 80, but it has still room to go towards 85, 86. So as of on the technical chart, it doesn't look anything very much negative. 23,000 is a level on the auto index which I'll be watchful for. If it breaks that level, then probably the selling will start coming in for the auto space, where it can even head toward 22,400 on the downside as an index. But till the time these levels are not reached, I'll be constructively bullish on the sector, specifically like names of M&M, which is still looking very strong on the technical charts as well, and the two-wheeler space, like of Bajaj Auto, Hero Moto. These are something, the names which are looking very good on the technical charts as well. But yes, if we talk about the four-wheelers, yes, there is only specific like M&M, what I mentioned, is something which is looking good. So you have to be stock specific in four-wheeler space, but two-wheeler space is something which is looking very attractive on the charts.
Okay, thanks for that, Kunal. Gurmeet, clearly you indirectly kind of hinted on Kotak, but so I won't come to banks first. I'll stick with the more the segment which has been really in the zing, which is PSUs. PSU stocks also very similar kind of trajectory. They've done very, very well, just like metals have. What's your view on that entire space pocket?
So, PSU, you first look at, let's say, for example, PSU banks. I think, again, there, if you see, I've not seen an ROA of 1% for most PSU banks for almost 2 quarters in a row. But when you go level 2, you'll figure out that a lot of this is also because of recoveries and treasury gains, right? And so you have to be careful here, barring maybe SBI, where I think the trend looks more structural, and maybe selectively in Bank of Baroda as well. In fact, there's no news of Stripes being one of the majors in US in touch with SBI for the payment business, picking up a stake in the payment business. So I think SBI is generally been a turnaround story. You see the NII growth, see the the app, see the way their even subsidiaries have turned around. And SBI MF is the largest player. The insurance part is doing pretty okay. So most subsidiaries also doing pretty well. So I think SBI is still at about 1.2, 1.3 book. Makes sense. I think probably could see a little bit of more re-rating. And the leadership is clearly shifted more to ICICI and Axis in private banks. In other PSUs, as I said, there's very little headroom. It's very difficult to pay 40, 50 times to defense PSUs, for example. And a lot of these orders are lumpy and long gestation. If you are even supplying, let's say, fighter jets, it is a long project, and you may not have quarter-on-quarter bump in revenues. So I think in that space, while I'm very gung-ho on the long-term prospects of defense, but in that space, I'll be more a buyer on dips rather than buying, maybe an HAL or a BL. They're great businesses, but these prices, how much upside, I think is where we have to question ourselves. So got to be more selective there. Some of the railway stocks, I believe, selectively are still okay. So again, as I said, be more selective. Also, a lot of Me Too PSUs have gone up. So because of SBI has gone up, you've seen certain tier 2 PSU banks have gone up. Because of some capital goods going up, you've seen the likes of Hudco or even Engineers India going up. So I think that's where I think you have to be a little careful. Just because someone has gone up and the other should follow suit, you should be careful. Another space is power finance companies. These are infra lenders. Their asset classification and norms are very different than the normal NBFCs. You can't be again giving them 3 times, 4 times book. Whenever you have given them that kind of valuations in the past, the near-term returns have been slightly subdued.
Okay, word of caution coming in there from Gurmeet. Kunal, if I can come to you with regard to PSUs. Before we actually switch back and talk about the very interesting defense plus railway kind of play, Kunal, your take on the overall PSU pack?
Yeah, I think PSU banks is something which one should be, I think, much more constructive on. I don't think the entire space will perform, but now the outperformance will come in selective banks. So constructively, we are bullish on SBI, and I think this is where it is heading toward that 4-figure mark on the higher end. So 828 is currently where it is trading. I expect SBI to eventually move to the marks of 950,000 levels on the upside. So SBI is a buy. Definitely on the chart perspective, strong uptrend, higher high, high low formations are intact, and the momentum is going to continue. If I talk about the smaller banks on the PSU space, that is where Maharashtra Bank looks very interesting to me on the technical chart. Again, it has been trading at a very good support zone, a rising trend line support on technicals, and I expect this momentum to continue and the stock to make again a new high in the recent days as well. So 73, 74 is what I'm expecting the stock to achieve in the short term. 67 is where it is currently trading. Overall, I feel this could be also at least going towards the levels of 90, 92 on the upside. So Maharashtra Bank and SBI will be the top 2 picks on the PSU space.
Okay, all right. We've been told it's time to slip into a very short break. We'll slip into that break. More on the other side, we'll talk specifics, especially on defense, where we've seen a very solid rally. Something like BEL is shot up 6+% in trade today. And we'll also talk a bit about railways, so stay tuned.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Hi, I'm Tanuj Bhojwani and I run People Plus AI. We're an organization that helps startups build AI. Is AI useful in India? Most definitely yes. We have a huge, approximately 60 crore people using the net passively, meaning they're watching YouTube, Instagram, etc. But perhaps only 20 or 30 crores who are actively contributing or transacting on e-commerce websites. One big hurdle is because this involves typing, needs you to be literate, comfortable with using the smartphone, etc. One huge area AI will change in India is the use of voice, video and other multimodal technologies. These new LLMs can understand human voices, accents and languages like nothing ever before. think Alexa times 1,000 because you can talk to it in your local language in an accent. Many companies, including Sarma and Krutrim in India, are training these models for Indic languages, and the way we speak to each other, in mixed coding where we use Hindi, English, Marathi seamlessly. This is why we believe exciting times are ahead as AI can unlock access to computing, apps and that entire ecosystem for a large number of people.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some
Back with India market close right here on NDTV Profit with the note that there is a bit of a Metallica out there by a PSU band and that sums up what's happening in the market, but not necessarily what's happening in the FNO space, because I think it'll be interesting to hear from Agam how has he observed the action during the course of the day today. Agam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, the Nifty is certainly playing some Metallica riffs there because it is largely and essentially, well, the metals which are leading the gains on the index. And in fact, that's up by as much as, 0.2% for the underlying. Now, the important thing is that we've crossed over back above the mark of 22,500 and the consolidation of the Nifty continues with all the volatility that we've seen in the past few weeks. It does seem like at the moment that investors are looking to keep the Nifty at around 22,500, and there's about, at least in the moment, we're seeing about an increase in open interest as well, about 2% added there. Bank Nifty, let's bring that out as well, and again a little bit of a decline coming in. So that underperformance, that relative underperformance of the Bank Nifty with respect to the Nifty has continued. We are seeing some amount of unwinding there as well. The real question is that will this divergence will continue, or can we in fact expect the Bank Nifty to play a little bit of a catch-up trade, which has been, well, there's a lot of traders are expecting, but it hasn't come to fruition just yet. And a lot of that is on account of the relative weakness in the private sector space. But when it comes to, well, your overall open interest, of course, today we hung around the 22,500 mark, and that's exactly where we see most amount of activity. But more puts being written as against call, and perhaps on expected lines since we moved back above that mark. Moving on in terms of your overall open interest change, again 23,000 stands as the one with max OI, but 22,500 is where we are seeing the most amount of writing in terms of both calls and puts written. Now let's talk about stocks, and that's where we've seen once again a little bit more traction with respect to earnings coming through. Astral, of course, under pressure, as is the case for City Union Bank, and we've spoken to both the managements on NDTV Profit here. MCX also looking at shorts. Coal India on the other hand, along with Havels, of course, up and about. Coal India, one of the key contributors to the Nifty as well on the upside, and SPI sees short covering, but say for that, not too much to speak for. Otherwise, all in all, a reasonably stable start to the trading week. The only question is, while the volatility index continues to rise, can we hold on to 22,500 on the Nifty?
It's a key question. Thanks for that, Agam. Kunal, any thoughts on VIX and how elevated it has been, and could the market still scale higher despite that VIX?
Exactly, Neeraj, what I talked on the start of the show. It's the India which is causing a concern here. 21.8 is where it is trading. The recent high what it made, it again surpassed it. So clearly there's strength over there. So the volatility is going to be there. Looking comparing this with the open interest data and the futures data, the view seems to be very biased on that perspective, where the uptrend is likely to continue for the market. So I think between the volatility, we might see some knee-jerk reaction on intraday perspective, but I think the overall trend still continues to be bullish, with 20,450, 500 acting as a strong support for the markets. So VIX could continue to rise, the volatility could be there in the markets, but overall the long-term trend still remains bullish for both the Nifty and the Bank Nifty index.
Okay. point well taken. Some stocks that have been under pressure today, while we've spoken about markets being very well, look at MCX, for example. That stock is down about 4.5–5%. So that's one name to monitor. There is also weakness that we've seen today in delivery post the numbers. So that stock has looked wobbly. So that's the other thing on your radar. PB Fintech is down. Harsh was talking about it at the start of the trading session of the show today, about how the promoter selling off some stake, or the key managerial person selling some stake, 1% odd, has led to this kind of a reaction as well. Gurmeet, these tech-related names, Zomato notwithstanding, and PB Fintech of course had a good move, but today is down. Delivery, not tech-related, but a newer business model that has gotten formed, so on and so forth. Any thoughts on either the results or valuations?
So, Neeraj, after a lot of deliberations and analysis, we probably shortlisted two in this new age. If I can call new age, I think Geo is as new age. I think Zomato and PB Fintech, and I think this our sense is that if you see our screen time, which is mobile and television screens and laptops included, is averaging between 7 to 8 hours now, which is almost 30% of your time. But our spending online is just 5%. Now you compare that with US, the spending also is 30–35%. I'm not saying India's spending will go up from 5 to 30, but I think this number will go up to 10, 12, 15%. So Zomato obviously is I think will be a big beneficiary. I think Blinkit has been something which has been nobody really discounted that, maybe 6 months back. But I think that's really turning corners. 2 quarters ahead, they are a bit positive. The value is going up. Contribution margin is recovered to 3.8%. Food delivery as well, their contribution margin is upwards of 6% now. And I think there's genuinely more which can happen here. PB Fintech, again, very asset-light model. They now have the ability to drive pricing, come up with co-branded bundled products, and have a white labeling with a lot of insurers they do. And it's a marketplace. It gives you a lot of choices. You can use the database they have to pivot to more distribution of more financial products, which we're already seeing in through Bank Bazaar, etc. So I think these are the two businesses I think that are good long-term plays now. They probably cracked the threshold of being sustainable. And I think if Zomato are now, there are just 2 players left. I think they've about 10 odd players. Even in the marketplace, I think I don't see any listed peer compared to PB Fintech, especially when it comes to third-party distribution. And banks have gone slow a little bit on MF in particular. So these are the 2 plays I like. And I generally think that we are looking at more ideas, which could be online hotel booking, etc., in terms of how the online consumption can be driven. So tomorrow it could be Tata Click or Ajio and more such plays. But the online consumption and time spent on it are I think would be the key drivers going forward.
Sure, Gurmeet. Gurmeet, just very short follow-up to this one. PB Fintech has guided for 1,000 crore profitability by FY27. Currently at almost 60,000 crore in market cap. Do you still feel that there is value and juice left in this?
So, these businesses, you can't really evaluate on P basis. Probably, you have to look at, as I said, more scalability model. You have to think about, 10,000 crores PAT come a little earlier than FY27. Can this 1,000 crore can become 4–5,000 crores over maybe next? Because, when the jump comes in profitability after an inflection point, it's more geometric progression. Now I'll give an example. Look at, for example, not again comparable, things like, let's say, which have done well, are companies which continue to, surprise you. So let's say Polycab, for example, guided 20,000 crore sales for FY26. They already did 18,000 crores this year. Titan actually grew 30% for almost 20 years, right? So when you grow at that pace of 30–40%, the multiple you get on earnings is far more, and that we call this as a terminal value of business. So a lot of these new age businesses, you got to look at in terms of the terminal value. What could it be 10 years, 12 years down the line? And then that's how you want to value them. And that's why you need to have a bouquet of it. You can't just bet everything on one PB Fintech or Zomato. So you should play it like what the VCs do. Have a bouquet of these things, and there will be high failure rates, but the ones which will do well will also have very good reward rates as well.
Okay, I take your point. Thanks so much for that. Another stock on our radar, Balkrishna Industries. It's one of those which we haven't spoken about, at least on this one. Stocks surged on the back of March quarter earnings, slew of brokerage notes that have also come through. Let's bring in Puneet for more perspective on this one. Puneet.
Well, generally for tire makers, we see quarter 4 is a really strong quarter, and Balakrishna is no less. Roughly 23% growth in revenue. EBITDA grew 60%, while PAT grew roughly 97%. But what we've done is we've looked at the financial year of 24, how the company performed after, we had high commodity costs last year affecting margins, which led to revenue rise and margin fall. So this year, if you look at financial year 24, we've seen the revenue slightly down by roughly 5 to 6%. This is on, the selling price coming down because of commodity costs have also come down. But when you look at the EBITDA is up 14% for the whole financial year compared to the previous year, while margins are up 463 basis points for FY24, coming in at roughly 24.8%. This is on the back of other players reporting flat margins for the whole financial year, where Balakrishna has delivered very strongly. We look at the net profit is up 33% to come in roughly at 1400 crores. And when we look at volumes, and here is the key, the volumes are down compared to the previous year, but EBITDA margins, as we said, are strong. Now the volume came in at roughly 2,92,000 million tons versus 3 lakh, which it crossed last year. Now, we also looked at what the management said in the conference call, and we have divided it into 4 key updates. Well, on the business front, they said that despite, Red Sea problems and shipment issues, they have been able to meet demand, and 50% of the increase in costs they've been able to pass it to the distributors in somewhere like Europe. So they have been protected with this rise in prices of shipments. Where they have also said that they had an income tax authority conducted searches in the month of March, and they are awaiting further clarification and notices on that. They haven't received anything yet. And the other thing is the carbon black revenue, which the company has invested heavily in the last 12 to 18 months. It now forms roughly 7% of their total revenue. When you look at the capex and the debt picture, the capex for the whole financial year of 24 is roughly 1120 odd crores. Going forward, they have also paid down some debt, and roughly a net debt picture is roughly at 280 crores odd right now. And they've repaid roughly 175 crores in the month of April itself. For the next financial year, they have guided that the capex will halve from here, coming at roughly 500 to 600 crores. This is on the back of carbon black facility coming on stream. When you look at the EPR provisions, and this is one of the key facts here that have affected all tire companies, essentially it is a provision that the tire companies have to make, where the government has said that if you guys are selling pollutants such as tires, you will have to pay a provision. The impact for Balakrishna was much lower compared to the others, just at 11 crores for the whole 2 fiscal versus roughly 100 crores, which was for the other one, but this is also dependent on sales. They have said that EPR provisions as a percent of sales will be 1%. And finally, just Neeraj, if I can squeeze in the brokerage, Nomura has a buy call with 21% upside with target price of roughly 3,200 going forward. Back to you.
Point well noted, but 9% and great synopsis out there. Thanks for that, Puneet. Gurmeet, you like BKT, or are there better tire companies to look at, or would you want to avoid all of them?
No, we like BKT. It's part of a universe. I haven't really invested, but it's part of the universe we track. I think if you see last 2 quarters, they exhibited volume growth. This quarter was almost 12% quarter-on-quarter volume growth, and with obviously better margins. Also, the things which were against the company suddenly, for example, the disruptions because of Red Sea. They had invested in carbon black, which the industry thought is wrong capital asset allocation. We saw a bit of a negative reaction. And then, the freight costs, etc. So all of this is probably coming back. And more importantly, they've invested in India for the last 4 or 5 years in terms of building SKUs, distribution reach, more products, more branding. And I think that is now will pay off. So much more balanced portfolio versus just a pure, Europe and other export play. And I think that is what Street would recognize. It's always been richly valued. It's never been a cheap stock. And there was some concern, when inventory levels went up, the net working capital went up. I think those also seems to be getting addressed. So nice bit of operating financial leverage playing out with reduced freight cost and reduced inventory levels. But at this price, again, as I said, valuation slightly richer for our counter.
Okay, Gurmeet, I'll stick with you with regard to some of these defense counters. You see a Cochin shipyard up 11%, Hudco, okay, up roughly 10.5% odd, but GRSC again up 7.5% odd. You're looking also at BEL, which is up 6.5% as well, 6.5%. What do you make of this defense rally? And I know you mentioned you're cautious. Are you cautious with regard to valuations, execution? What's the concern?
Yeah, so caution is more very near term, to be honest. Nothing to do with any structural issue with the team. So I'll give you a bit of a number. For example, BL we are invested in, HAL we are invested in, Solar Industries, which is quasi chemical and quasi defense, we are invested in, Z Technology. These are the four names we hold in the portfolio. Now, if you look at BL since let's say FY 20 to 23, if you see the top line growth is around 12%, EBITDA is around 15%, and PAT growth has been about 18%. The stock trades at about 50, 55 times currently. Point I'm trying to make is if you want to sustain 50, 60 times, the growth in earnings has to be not just order book, has to get reflected in the numbers quarter on quarter. In this business, it's very difficult to do that. So BL, for example, does radars, it does anti-submarine systems, it does a lot of electronic parts for defense and aerospace.
I think we just lost that feed, but okay. I mean, some of those stocks doing well. Two questions to you, Kunal. Any of these PSU names that have been buzzing today, do you like any of them on the charts?
Yeah, I think, yes, if you talk about the defense space, BEL is something which still looks attractive at these levels. So for me, if you get around a corrective phase, somewhere around 264, 265, that could be a good level of entry again. So wait for some dips into the stock. Again, I can expect the stock to go towards the levels of 300 on the upside. On the shipping space, GRSE still looks very attractive to me. I think the momentum has been very strong in the stock. Again, over here, since the rally has been quite sharp, if you get a 3 to 4% decline in the stock towards that mark of 1150 or 1140, utilize that to buy. I can expect again targets of 1230, 1250 on the upside in the very short.
Kunal, one more question. Is Engineers India, which is just starting to move above the 270 mark, is it showing any promise on the charts?
See, I think on the charts, if you look at it, is trading at a very critical resistance zone. So it's a rounding base formation on technicals, what it has formed. And the previous resistance was at 275 to 80 mark, and it is exactly going towards that mark. So if that resistance is taken out decisively with volumes, then you can expect the stock to move higher towards 320, 330 levels. The setup is very good, but I think we need to wait for a confirmation because there are times in the previous where we have seen a breakout failure even at the current levels as well. So I think wait for the stock to close about 280. That will confirm the breakout. Then you can look for targets of 320 on the upside.
Okay, Kunal, that time we're probably 8 minutes from close, but that time on the show where we take from you your BTST, STBT ideas, if any.
Yeah, I think overall, if you look at it, it's the day for the PSUs, and I expect this momentum to continue. So LIC is something which is looking very good on the chart. The stock has given a fresh breakout with volumes in today's trading session. Surpass its hurdle of 1020 on the lower end. So now the breakout is confirmed on the stock. I expect this momentum to continue and take the stock towards 1060, 1080 levels on the upside. So LIC is a buy at the current levels, keeping a stop loss of 1000 on the downside.
Gurmeet, a lot of people are very conducive on buying into insurance, whether medical insurance or life insurance. But Star Health, LIC as well come into the conversations. Have you guys thought of adding into insurance in the recent past? I mean, that rising per capita benefiting insurance always comes into play.
So Neeraj, we have ICICI Lombard. We don't have any life insurance stock. ICICI Lombard, again, the auto portfolio doing well, health portfolio, they were always doing well, and they were very prudent with the agri portfolio. And I think that's where now the overall total ratio, which we call, keeps improving. My sense is they should be maybe at 101. Technically, which means that your underwriting profits should be good enough below 100, and you're not just dependent on investment profits. What we are happy to hold now more for long term has been the capital marketplace, and that's where we've made decent money, whether it is CDSL, whether it is CAMS, whether it is some of the AMCs like HDFC, and even some of the exchanges. I think to me that's a more structural long term play. It's actually a tech play. like a depository, you make money on transactions, you make money on KYC, you have annuity. So it's a very, in a very jokingly we call it as a toll naka stock. You just pay money for whatever action you do on the stock market. I think that we are happy holding, and we still have only 9 crore unique investors, Neeraj, and we have 55 crore pan-link Aadhaar. So I think the runway is probably huge.
Well, runway huge, and no surprise there, Gurmeet, talking about it. Gurmeet, before we leave, not on your PMS, of course, I don't know if you can't talk about that, but anything that you guys have recently, if you may have recently added, just want to know the perspective. They're not a buy or a sell recommendation.
So one area we like, Neeraj, is this waste management. I think our metros are becoming filthier, especially the top cities. And government has come up with a regulation on recycled plastics. So you got to use 30% recycled content for PET bottles. You have to again use 30% for the drums. It's called MDP for the drums, the big drums and plastics you make. And then there is a fine starting next year, which starts from 5 rupees kg and it keeps escalating to about 20 rupees a kg within 12 months. And this has suddenly led to a spurge in demand for recycled plastics. One of the sub-demand is of rPET, which is recycled PET, which let's say a Coke, Varun Beverage, a Dabur, and everybody uses for PET bottles as well as ready-to-eat food packaging. The demand now post this regulation will be 4 lakh tons. The current capacity of the industry is less than 3 lakh tons. So this will drive not only margins for companies who are into waste management, but also big volume growth. So we have just added Ganesha Ecosphere in this space, 40-year-old company, Kanpur based, and it's a tough space to be in. It's very difficult to get into waste management with the kind of network you need right at the grassroots level, in terms of picking up waste and then, bringing it to the factory to get it recycled. So that's something we have recently added in the portfolio. I think we are looking at more ideas now. I think this is a genuine ESG theme, which we think has, very long legs.
Right. Gurmeet, while Nifty Realty is doing nothing much, but the realty space in general has done extremely well for investors. You believe that there is still some value on the table left with regard to real estate stocks, given that structurally debt levels have come off quite sharply. They are, of course, in an upcycle when it comes to rates as well. Probably rates ought to go down going forward, and that should aid these realty stocks. How do you look at valuations given the kind of returns they've given and some of these factors? If you can just try and give us perspective.
200%, very, very constructive on real estate. And I did mention one of these interactions that our largest real estate company is just 2 lakh market crore, which is DLF. And the other are almost 1 lakh crore, which is Godrej, Oberoi. And a lot of these real estate companies are now learning the annuity model. They're trying to also build a commercial portfolio which gives them nice rental yields and office portfolios so that the cash flows are more regular and not just development based. So there's a bit of change in business model as well. And what happened in COVID is that initially, we had no inventory. So first the unsold inventory got sold out, and now the new inventory is coming in. So what will also happen now, the first 2 years, you have a civil work. So the demand essentially is cement and cables, wires, and electrifications. Once the civil work is done, the home improvement demand also comes back. You would have seen almost a year, it's been very flattish for tile makers, sanitary makers, all decor and decorative, building materials. It will come back because the new inventories come in, a lot of will get constructed, and then the demand post civil will come back. So you will start with reality right now, and might be a good idea to get into the tile and sanitary makers and the other home improvement guys, the plywood, etc. Maybe a quarter from now, because a lot of the civil work would be ready, further fueling the demand for home improvement. Paints are not as much because paints 70% is repainting. But other building material will also start coming back. So we are adding both. We are looking at developers and we are looking at building materials.
Gentlemen, out of time completely, but Kunal and Gurmeet, great talking to you. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon and have a great remainder of the week. Quickly wrap up the markets, and I'll just stick to the heat map before Harsh comes in, and we'll wrap up the markets quickly. But 42 seconds left. Even Stevens, not bad going. Autos and Nestle principal culprits, but on the and ICICI Bank too, by the way, putting that little bit of pressure along with HDFC Bank. But metals have done really well, just some chipping off at the close, maybe some bit of intraday profit booking. The Adani twins have held out, especially Adani Ports up 3%. There is SBI which is doing well. Harsh, that explains the mood really. It's the two private banking names and autos which have put that pressure.
Well, yes, broader markets also seem to be of a similar texture. The PSU name, something like a power grid, was also up 2.5% odd. And that seems to be the theme. We've closed for the day, of course, but 0.5% lower on the Nifty small cap. If you can pull up the Nifty mid cap as well. We've settled in the green where the Nifty mid cap is concerned, but let's just quickly take a check on where it is. 1/3% higher, so no complaints there. Let's quickly pull up the sectoral indices. Metals, as Neeraj said, as well as PSU were the pick of the sectors, at least in trade today. We've spoken about metals. Let's pull up the PSU pack, see what's happened there, zoom in. And largely what you'll see outside of GAIL and Concor, we've seen some very strong moves. Look at an LIC, look at a Coal India, BHEL doing very well, BEL of course, and NHPC also doing fairly well. Power Grid at the bottom of that pack, but nonetheless 2.5% higher on that one as well. So very strong moves here along with metals. Some select names, let's try and pull up something like a PB Fintech, see where that one's closed in at, because it started the day not so bad, Neeraj, but it slipped steadily through the day and now it's closed roughly 5% lower. But outside of this, several other names in focus.
I just thought the BSE 500 losers and gainers.
Yeah, let's pull that up actually.
Before we wrap up the show.
Yes.
And that gives you the story, Harsh. Hinging up 20%, Harsh.
Yeah, we've closed. Yes, that one's closed 20% higher. So yeah, it's done fairly well. But look at the delivery at the other end of the spectrum. Triveni Turbines as well lower. Trident 5.5% lower. Again, weak numbers there.
Aptus, there's a block deal that's happened.
Aptus, there's a block, and PB Fintech, you had a % stake sold by Yashish Daya, who's the MD CEO. Outside of that, RVNL's done very, very well. 13.5% higher. And some of the defense names, we spoke about all of those on our show, Neeraj, but Cochin Ship as well as GRSE, some of those names have done very, very well in trade, along with BEL.
Well, good going then. But on that note, it's a wrap on this leg from Harsh and me and the team that put this show together. Thanks so much for watching.
Hi, I'm Tanuj Bhojwani and I run People Plus AI. We're an organization that helps startups build AI. Is AI useful in India? Most definitely yes. We have a huge, approximately 60 crore people using the net passively, meaning they're watching YouTube, Instagram, etc. But perhaps only 20 or 30 crores who are actively contributing or transacting on e-commerce websites. One big hurdle is because this involves typing, needs you to be literate, comfortable with using
Thanks for tuning into Talking Point. I'm your host, Neeraj Shah, and with me today is Samina Nalwala. And we are going to be talking about PM Modi's mega interview to the NDTV network and try and pick up some excerpts of that which are capital market related and get the views from two eminent experts about what do they make of what the PM has to say, with an assumption that, of course, that post June 4th, there will be policy continuity. Our guest today, and to start off the conversation, is Abhay Agarwal, founder of Piper Serica. And in a bit, we'll also be joined by N. Jaykumar, MD and Group CEO of Prime Securities. But before we get underway, let's hear out the first of the things that PM Modi said, which is capital market related. Well, the stock market, according to him, will break records on the 4th of June in this exclusive conversation that he said, that he had with NDTV. Listen in.
ऐसा है कि हमारी सरकार ने मैक्सिमम इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं और प्रो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पॉलिसीज हमारी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल देती है, स्वाभाविक है, हर कोई आएगा। हम 25,000 से यात्रा शुरू की थी, 75,000 पहुँचे हैं। ये अपने आप में दुनिया में हमारी इज्जत का प्रतिष्ठा भी बढ़ती है। दूसरा, जितने ज़्यादा सामान्य नागरिक इस फील्ड में आते हैं, इतनी इकोनॉमी को बहुत बड़ा बल मिलता है जी, बहुत बड़ा मिलता है। और मैं तो चाहता हूँ हर नागरिक के मन में थोड़ी रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़नी चाहिए।
एब्सोल्युटली,
ये बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। सोच सोच करके ये क्या करूँगा, ऐसी ज़िंदगी जीने से बात बनती नहीं है। और 4 जून जैसा आपने कहा, जिस दिन चुनाव का नतीजा आएगा, आप उस हफ्ते भर में देखना कि यानी भारत का स्टॉक मार्केट के लिए उसके सारे जो उनके प्रोग्रामिंग के जो प्रोग्रामिंग वाले सारे उनके थक जाएंगे।
जी बिल्कुल।
अब आप देखिए पीएसयूज की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, पीएसयू के शेयर तो गिरना है उसका, वो ना उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि पीएसयू तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो पीएसयू
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं आप HL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट।
Well, so Samina, Abhay, PM talking about how the stock market may break all records as well in a week after the election results are out, hinting at political continuity. And of course, PSUs will get to that as well. But Abhay, great having you on the show, of course. Thanks for joining in. What do you make of this whole piece wherein the head of the state is talking about capital markets with such so much of conviction, if you will? We don't usually see that.
Yeah. No, I think it is quite refreshing, to see the Prime Minister address the fact that, look, private capital formation is important for economic growth. So if you have the target to grow the GDP by 8%, 9% over the next decade and get India to where it should get to, then it is very important that private capital formation has to take place, which also means that investors or entrepreneurs who are helping form that private capital have to be incentivized. So I think that is a very refreshing message to everybody, that the government is not going to shy away from focusing on growth and also get India into a virtuous cycle. I think that is very important, because the GDP growth cannot happen in isolation. You can dream of it, but how do you make it happen? So another thing in the interview was very specific points on how that growth will happen. So I found it to be a good marriage of grand vision in terms of scale and timeline. It's not talking about next 5 years or 3 years, it's about 25 years. And the scale, and also how will that happen, and we can, I guess, get into the nitty-gritties of that. But I found the whole messaging to be a very comprehensive messaging that should give a lot of comfort to market participants like us. More interestingly, there was one line in the interview about the tax rates, and when the PM said that, look, lower tax rates actually lead to higher collection. I think a lot of people will take comfort from that, because there has been some worry about the tinkering with tax rates. So I think overall, very refreshing. And I think it's great that the Prime Minister did this and put out the economic agenda in an environment where politics is kind of taking over every conversation. So quite happy to hear his views as a market participant, Neeraj.
Yeah. You want to go to Jay as well, and then we'll come back and discuss.
Yeah, Jakes is joining in as well. Jakes, great having you. Thanks for taking the time out. And Abhay tells me he loves talking with you on a show, so it's great to have both of you together. I believe Jakes is there, right? Yeah.
So he's reflecting my thoughts as well. Great having Akshay as a co-participant in this. And
yeah, most certainly. So actually, come in, Jakes, on that. I mean, one is, we started off, we are going to play out some of those messages from PM Modi, but just this first thing about him saying that, capital markets will break records, look at what PSUs have done, and how, while everybody's talking about privatization, maybe that's off the anvil. I mean, music to your ears, or no, not quite?
So I'll tell you, one of the best performing, should I say, baskets or portfolios over the last several years now has been the PSU basket, which compares in terms of returns almost with the Magnificent 7 or the Magnificent 13 now in the US. It's almost tech kind of returns for many of the PSU stocks. It's been a disbelievers rally, and it's just kept getting stronger. So if you look at it, the one thing that the government hasn't done adequately enough in the last 5 years has been the divestment targets. And if their mantra of more governance, less government is to hold true, which I think they are serious on, then divestment at these valuations on PSUs also not selling the family silver cheap. I mean, some of the PSUs are valued well. Can they go up further? Possibly. Can they, would they be good candidates for people, private sector to get in? I think the answer is yes. So a lot more on the divestment side can happen, especially with the kind of stellar returns, comparing with the best in class worldwide, notwithstanding anything else. I think, to say that these returns are comparable to tech kind of returns is, I think, really putting them on a pedestal. And there are far more stocks than in the exalted tech category. Here you're talking about 30, 40, 50 stocks that have given returns. This is across material, this is across defense, across oil marketing companies, etc. So my own personal feeling is that a lot more on divestment, lot more on revenue gathering on that front can happen. Everything else that Abhay has said, referring to what the PM has mentioned in the interviews, obviously holds true. But I think a lot more on divestment will and can happen.
Abhay, a few months ago, Chris Woods called the PSU stocks in India the cheaper part of the Indian market, and a space that you want to bet big on. The PSU index is up, 150%, 160% in the last 1 year. Stocks like SBI, HAL, LIC have had a phenomenal run. When you look at them today, they don't look cheap.
Yeah.
When you look at them historically, they're anything but cheap. While the PM, of course, even talked specifically about HAL, do you feel like there's still money to be made for domestic investors and foreign investors? Or do you think all of that's already in the price and maybe you want to take a step back and revisit, even though the multi-year theme remains?
Yeah, I think if you break it up into different baskets, let's say railways, for instance, the railway PSU stocks, and there are 4 or 5 of them. I think the railway opportunity is still 10x of what we have done, and we are seeing that, despite the number of Vande Bharats and other things, the amount of demand, mobility demand that is there, that railways has to cater to is 10x. So giant opportunity there. You look at defense, and again, in the interview also a big focus on not only manufacturing for India's consumption in defense, but also to export. I mean, remarkable opportunity. I think if I look at these two sectors and I look at these companies which have taken leadership positions in that space, consolidated industry, leadership positions already there. So I think there is tremendous opportunities in some of these specific sectors, mobility, defense. Some of the other stocks which are on the power and financial services side, maybe they have run up because you look at REC, PFC, the valuation multiples have quadrupled in 1 year. From book value multiple of 0.7, they are at 2.4. So there I would want to see more earnings growth now kick in. So I think within the PSU baskets, there are opportunities that are still there for long-term investors.
You're so right, because PFC, REC as well, while a lot of us complain about the valuation, the stocks don't seem to be taking a pause just yet. Jaykumar, you want to come on this one? Railway and defense. I mean, it's not just an India story anymore. We talked with RVNL this morning, and the focus remains on even the export market. So forget about fulfilling India's infrastructure demand. We're now even looking beyond that. And so is it with defense. We talked about Atmanirbhar, but now again with the likes of a BDL and HL producing for the world markets, it's unprecedented at these times. Do you feel a lot of that's in the price, or there is opportunity to make money? Because eventually it all boils down to that for a capital market participant.
So I think if you look at valuations, the first thing that you do is these were obviously very cheap. In retrospect, they were even cheaper than what we thought. But I think the important thing here is the order flow, because PSUs can get orders on a nominated basis as opposed to the private sector that has to bid for orders. This, to an extent, is limited by the government's imagination as to how much orders they can give. So as the government sector, the public sector gives orders to, let's say, their brethren in the same space, these can be on a nominated basis. And therefore, one of the factors that if you see research reports now waxing eloquent about is the fact that whether it's BEL or HAL, the order book has just, dramatically grown. True for railways as well. So the two sectors that Abhay talks about, railways and defense, I think are governed by order book and also the kind of the continuing demand that there is, which a good quality output can generate. So supply sometimes creates its own demand. So if you have great trains, people want to travel, the word of mouth spreads. So it's not just the Vande Bharat, but now that's become a poster child for the order flow here. On the defense side, it's completely different. There's technology transfer. There are big multinationals tying up in terms of making stuff in India. There's the Make in India, there's the PLI. So there is a whole host of tailwinds associated with order flow. So I would just say that as long as the order flow continues, the growth here is just a function of your imagination. And also, we must not forget a technical factor. Some of these still have very low float relative to any equivalent private sector player. And from that perspective, as more and more money comes in here, the impact on the upside gets magnified and amplified, leading to a greater FOMO effect and greater retail demand. So I think there's a technical aspect that feeds into this. Most foreign investors have been sellers in general in the market, and for them to have taken an exposure in the defense space is almost not there. So there is overseas money that could come in, and the SIP money and the regular investment that the Indian public does. A combination of technical, low float, and order flow that they continue to enjoy. I think there's significant more upside, which may not, at least in the short run, be limited by valuation multiples, etc. It will be more an ownership or a lack of ownership that will drive demand for these.
Since Abhay and Jakes were talking about railways and infrastructure, speaking about infra spending, PM Modi said that building infrastructure is not enough. We must also ensure its optimum utilization. Hear out that view as we head into the break. We come back and continue our conversation with both our guests.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की मजबूती के लिए करीब मैं समझता हूँ 10+ या 11 या 12 लाख करोड़ रुपया, जो पहले कभी 1.5 लाख करोड़ 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए रहता था, इतना बड़ा जंप। अब रेलवे में भी आधुनिक रेलवे बनाने की दिशा में काम। इतना ही नहीं जी, हमने अनमैन क्रॉसिंग उस समस्या को पूरी तरह जीरो कर दिया जी। यानी एक प्रकार से रेलवे स्टेशन की सफाई देखिए, हर चीज़ में एक बारीकी से ध्यान दिया गया। हमने इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के पर बल दिया, करीब 100% इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन पर हम चले गए हैं। हम रेलवे ट्रैक का उपयोग, आपको खुशी होगी, पहले हमारे यहाँ गुड्स ट्रेन थे या पैसेंजर ट्रेन थी। मैंने उसमें एक यात्री ट्रेन की परंपरा थी, जैसे रामायण सर्किट की ट्रेन चलती है जी। एक बार पैसेंजर अंदर गया, पूरा 18-20 दिन की पूरी यात्रा करके सारी सुविधाओं लेकर के वो सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है। वैसा जैन तीर्थ क्षेत्रों की यात्रा चल रही है, 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग की चल रही है, बुद्ध सर्किट की चल रही है। यानी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बना करके छोड़ देने से बात बनती रही है। हमने उसका ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन का भी प्लान साथ साथ करना चाहिए, और उस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं।
Co-powered by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have 1 day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God.
Back with Talking Point right here on NDTV Profit in conversation with Abhay Agarwal and N. Jayakumar. Jakes, amongst other things that were a part of this conversation, and we're referring to this so much aside of the fact that it's been done with our network, is the fact that it was not as much about politics as also about economics. PM Modi spoke a lot about, hints about small things. Like, we know that there was a lot of chatter, right, around how gaming has been hit badly. And PM Modi is saying that, because of this whole digital infrastructure and the youth, gaming could become a big driver for employment as well as business going ahead. That was to my mind interesting. A lot of hints around how there are so many islands, all of which could become a Singapore as well. Who knows about it? And therefore this mention of tourism as well. Small hints. What of things to come, you think?
I think we must hand it over to the machinery, if you will, that nuances some of these interviews ahead of the constituency it's addressing. So if this was the weekend when Maharashtra and Bombay were being addressed, in terms of elections, then a message which is more relevant to this constituency is being delivered. So I think whether it's gaming or it's creation of these cities, I think it's talking about business entrepreneurship and creation of wealth. That was, to my mind, the single biggest focus. And I think he dovetailed that with technology, dovetailed that with competing or comparing, more importantly, with the best in the world. I think he mentioned in the interview the fact that he's looking for the best in class when he makes comparisons. It's no longer enough to say that we were X and now we are Y. So the entire focus on creating business opportunities, allowing businessmen to make money, creating wealth, and examples of that for even what was seemingly a taboo topic like gaming is being discussed openly. And gaming actually is a huge manifestation of the technology use case and the kind of participation there is from public at large, now with Supreme Court and High Court interventions on what is legal and what isn't, and what is gaming, what is betting, etc., having been defined. I think we are talking about clarity coming through on multiple fronts. So there is a lot to be, said for whatever he has indicated. And I think from a market standpoint, all that we are looking for is continuity. Whether the number is 270 plus allies or 290 plus allies, to my mind, is less of a concern. Because I think the positioning in the market, at least as far as the foreigners who already were, have been net short, hedge funds who've been underinvested in the markets have missed out a lot of the rally. Flying in the face of that argument of the past that the FIs are the smart guys and the public at large become the dumping ground. Completely contrarian to that, the SIP approach, the call on India taken by locals who've now become the mutual fund and the institutional space has become larger than the foreign holders in the market. All these are testimony to the fact that there is a much longer runway that the Indian investor has played, and the tactical, if you will, the opportunistic, hedge fund community, if you will, are actually on the verge of a big, short covering that could happen once the event is out of the way. Maybe they are playing for something more drastic, but that's, their call. Nobody, I think, has a feel of the numbers. But to my mind, if the numbers were 275 plus allies, which allows for continuity and allows for a further strengthening of policy and other measures to be taken, I think we're in for a big initial short covering rally post the election results. And contrary-wise, if there's a massive run-up pre-election, which means some of this is already built in, then there could be a correction post. But all in all, I think this is still a buy on dips market. And we are hoping that the election results continue that tradition.
Right. Another standout for me, Abhay, was where the Prime Minister said green technology will be a great employment generator. A few months ago, we had Gautam Adani, where he said that the potential here for India to become net zero is going to be phenomenal. Companies like IRIDA are the only largest green financer players in the country. How does an investor take advantage of this comment, or what and create wealth in that sense?
I think this government direction towards focusing on green energy has been there for some time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a new announcement, but it was still a big point made in that conversation. And if you look at India, our government has been saying for many years now that we want to be energy independent. We don't want to depend on exports for our energy requirements. So clearly there is a focus that we need to cut down on crude imports. And the only way that we can do it by focusing on green energy, whether it's wind, solar, hydrogen, So, and these efforts have been made in the past, but these efforts didn't go anywhere because they were made with a small vision, small execution, small companies, because these projects require a lot of capital, whether you borrow or you put in your own capital. You can't do it on a small basis. These are large projects. So I think for the first time, what is happening is that scale is becoming important. So government is focusing on scale, that if you want to do a green energy project, it has to be a big project. And it has to come up, it has to deliver, it has to go for full financial closure. So for the first time again, I'm seeing, we looked at infrastructure 1.0 earlier, which didn't go anywhere. A lot of companies went into NCLT and, they died because they didn't have the capital wherewithal. They signed the PPMs with state governments, but they didn't matter. But now what is happening is that government is saying that, look, you need to have the balance sheet strength. You need to have the execution capability, the management capability to execute these projects, because these are critical for the nation's growth. We can't have a situation that a lot of these projects don't go anywhere, tie up everybody's resources, trouble the lenders, PSU banks or whichever banks there are, go into NCLT, clog up everything. So they have to be completed. So what is it that requires them to complete? So again, the focus on making sure that whoever, whether it's a PSU or a private sector company that is doing these large projects, solar energy project, hydrogen or anything, is given to people who have the capability. So I think that is very refreshing, that for the first time it's on execution.
Do you feel like this is what defense was 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Where there was that push coming from the government, it was all about Atmanirbhar, it was all about exports. And now suddenly with so much of commentary on green energy, do you feel like the big boys may be the ones you want to bet on for the next couple of years?
So I think in green energy, you have to bet only on the big boys. There are no small players. And I'm again saying that this is about having access to large capital and execution capability.
Right.
Both these have to come together. You cannot do green projects in small way.
In piecemeals.
Yeah, because they're very high risk. So you have to have the ability to take from day zero till commercialization and beyond that. So it is a big boys game, and it has been globally.
Yeah. But okay, and because we just have 2 minutes left, I'm going to make a small boys game and just talk about one thing that PM Modi said, which is that if you reduce the taxation, then the participation goes up. Now, Abhay, you referred to this. We have 2 minutes left. A quick answer from you. Does this give you an indication that there might not be too much of capital market tax tinkering?
It clearly is, going by what he said, and he said it very confidently. And if the Prime Minister says that, I think that message percolates down the bureaucracy and to everybody that do not increase tax rates. Widen the net, get more people in the tax system. And if I marry that to his other comment about expecting some big announcements, what may happen is that the net may widen by including a lot of constituents who do not pay any taxes right now. But for those who are paying taxes, I think there should be relief. There will be no negative surprise. That is my expectation now.
Hopefully now. And Jakes, very quickly, we have a minute left. Would you go out to think that way too? That the much dreaded thoughts of inheritance tax, capital gains tax, there might not be too much tinkering there?
Inheritance, no question. But as far as the rest is concerned on lowering taxes, I just say hope springs eternal in human breast. So we'll just stay with that.
Okay, hope springs eternal. And I think Jakes puts it well. Maybe let's cross the bridge when we get there. Let's see when it happens. But yeah, we can certainly hope for this. Gentlemen, it's been a delight talking to you today to try and decipher what the PM has said on our conversation and otherwise. Thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us today on the show.
Thanks to you and thanks to Abhay.
No, thank you, Jakes. This is the way I get to see him actually. He's so busy otherwise.
We second that. Somehow we get to see him in the studios on the budget days. Sure. But be that as it may, and it'll happen this budget day too. But from Samina and me, thank you, Abhay, for joining in the studio, and viewers, thanks for tuning into this edition of The Talking Point.
powered by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Volatility is the name of the game as markets continue to remain range-bound. Both the Sensex and the Nifty came off the day's lows by end of trade today. Not just Navratnas, the Prime Minister speaks exclusively to the NDTV Profit about his PSU push and the stellar performance of public sector companies across the board. Version 3.0 loading. The Modi government is all set to come back for a historic third term, possibly with more seats. Political strategist Prashant Kishore tells NDTV Profit in an exclusive interview. Planning to go jewelry shopping? Hold your purses. Gold prices surge 1.4% and that's a record high. The father of the juvenile accused in the horrific Pune car accident has been arrested. The drunk minor had rammed a Porsche car into a bike ridden by two young men, killing them on the spot. Another terrible accident. This one in Ghatkopar in Mumbai. 39 flamingos are killed after a collision with an Emirates aircraft. The remains of the dead birds were cleared off the road. Good evening and welcome. You are watching NDTV Profit and this is The Reporter. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and we'll be bringing you all the day's latest national and international news over the next half hour. Well, the markets remain volatile and range-bound. The Sensex recovered 300 points from the day's lows towards the end of trade. Similarly, the Nifty rose 150 points by the end of the day. My colleague Harsh Seta has all the markets action lined up for you. Harsh, over to you.
Well, on a day when the benchmark was otherwise flat, you saw metals and PSUs really do well in trade. You saw the Nifty up just about 25 points thereabouts. But within the mid-cap and the small-cap, very interesting moves, divergent moves in both of those indices. The Nifty mid-cap up around 1/3%. The Nifty small-cap down around 2/5% at close. Let's pull up the heat map because we'll see the metal counters largely in focus. Look at those four stocks: Hindalco, Coal India, Tata Steel, JSW Steel. The kind of numbers that we're seeing in terms of returns today, in fact, are post a little bit of a cool off at the fag end of the day. So they were doing really well through the day. Among the losers, you'll see Nestle, but outside of Nestle, you'll see auto stocks and banks, especially private sector, large ones, do fairly badly. You're seeing ICICI Bank, IndusInd Bank being some of the drags. You're also seeing Axis Bank in that list and HDFC Bank as well. So some of those were the top drags on the market. Let's pull up the contributors and that's likely what we will see. ICICI Bank and HDFC are clearly there, and what you'll see among the top contributors in terms of positives, Tata Steel, Coal India and Hindalco. So clearly along with Power Grid. So the PSU pack seems to have done well. Quickly on to the sectoral heat map to see as to where the sectors were at, but metals, PSUs were definitely in focus. We spoke about that. The ones which didn't do too well, bank and the Nifty Bank, clearly, we spoke about that as well, but FMCG, 0.5% lower. You saw Nestle as the top Nifty loser of the day. Lastly, on to the metal pack. Let's zoom in, try and see as to which stocks have done very well. Hindustan Zinc up 20%, Vedanta up 7%. Those likely go hand in hand anyway because Vedanta holds Hindustan Zinc. But outside of that, look at Jindal Steel, Hindalco, all of which have done very well, 4.5+%. Far and few in terms of the losers on the Nifty metal. The PSU pack also very similar texture, just about 2 to 3 losers in the Nifty PSU pack. And look at the gainers, NHPC, LIC, Coal India, some of them doing really well. But that's how we've wrapped the day.
Well, on to our exclusive interview now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave us an insight into his plans for PSUs for the Modi 3.0. Now, he pointed out how reforms initiated by his government have increased the value of PSUs in the stock market. He specifically highlighted HAL and its record profits in the Q4. Listen in to what he said.
अब आप देखिए PSUs की कंपनियों का शेयर कहाँ पहुँचा है आज। बिल्कुल ना, PSU के शेयर तो गिरना है उसका, वो ना उसका मतलब ही होता था गिरना।
हाँ, ये मेरा ख्याल हुआ है कि PSU तो बंद करने की तरफ आप जाएंगे, लेकिन अब तो PSU
नहीं, स्टॉक मार्केट में उसका वैल्यू बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
अनेक गुना बढ़ रहा है जी।
बिल्कुल,
नेटवर्क में वर्थ उनकी जो है वो भी बढ़ी है जी। तो मैं आप HAL देख लीजिए, जिसको ये लोग जाकर के जुलूस निकाले थे, मजदूरों को एक करके भड़काने की कोशिश की, आज HAL इस गति से चौथी तिमाही में उसने रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट किया है जी। HAL 4000 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट, ये कभी HAL के इतिहास में नहीं है जी। तो मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी प्रगति का विषय है।
And HAL is definitely the star of the season. We caught up with the CMD of the company earlier today, and he told us that the company's order book is expected to touch 1.25 lakh crore by the next fiscal.
Almost 3.5 lakh crores of order visibility is there as of today, and with our present growth rate of around double-digit growth rate of around 13%, the momentum will be continued and the growth story will continue as far as HAL is concerned for the next 5 to 6 year time frame. And the order book as of now, and with visibility of almost a further order book, we will be in a position to execute all of this up to 2032 with the current growth rate momentum being maintained.
And the editor-in-chief of the NDTV network, Sanjay Pugalia, decoded the Prime Minister's big PSU push earlier. He gave us an idea of what we can expect from the third term of the Modi government, which is more or less seeming imminent.
एक चीज जिस पर हम लोग लगातार फोकस करते थे कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन होगा कि नहीं, डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट होगा कि नहीं। अब पिछले 10 साल में हम लोगों ने इस पर कई बार बात की, हर बजट के पहले ये मुद्दा हम लोग उठाते हैं। मुझे ये सेंस है, और ये बिल्कुल मेरा कंजेक्चर है, हो सकता है मैं गलत हूं, कि डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट में या बड़े PSU के प्राइवेटाइजेशन में प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का कोई ज्यादा यकीन है नहीं, क्योंकि अब उन्होंने वो रास्ता ढूंढ लिया है जिससे अपने PSUs को वो स्ट्रेंथन कर सके, और एक्चुअली बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग परफॉर्मेंसेस सामने हम देख ही रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि उनका फोकस इसी बात पे रहेगा कि PSUs को और मजबूत करो और उनका कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन कर लो भले, ताकि मार्केट का, ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर का भरोसा उस पर बढ़े। तो मुझे लगता है कि ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स को PSU कैसे अट्रैक्टिव लगे, ये उनके दिमाग में है। और प्राइवेटाइजेशन की बात अब मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों को करना बंद कर देना चाहिए। मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई ओवरऑल प्राइवेटाइजेशन वो करने जा रहे हैं।
Well, in fact, NDTV Profit is getting you more exclusives. Here is an NDTV Profit exclusive, which is an interesting political interview, rather, with the strategist and founder of the Jan Suraj Party, Prashant Kishore. Speaking to our editor-in-chief, Prashant Kishore said that the BJP is all set to come back for a historic third term, and that the opposition had failed to seize opportunities in the past years.
मार्केट भी जो है वो विजडम ऑफ क्राउड को दिखाता है। मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल, इन्वेस्टर्स एंड अदरवाइज अपने समझ से या फाइनेंशियल एनालिस्ट या एडवाइजर्स की समझ, उनकी मदद से एक डिसीजन लेते हैं, और उनका एक कंबाइंड जो जजमेंट है वो मार्केट के रूप में आपको हमको दिखता है। उसी तरीके से जो चुनाव भी जो है वो भी विजडम ऑफ क्राउड है। सो व्हेन दिस टू इकोसिस्टम्स आर ट्राइंग टू सेकेंड गेस ईच अदर, तो आपको थोड़ी बहुत टर्बुलेंस दिखेगी। जो मार्केट की एनोलॉजी है कि व्हेन यू विल कीप चेंजिंग योर स्टांस और ट्राइंग टू गेज विच साइड मार्केट इज गोइंग बेसिस द नंबर्स गोइंग अप एंड डाउन, देन यू आर मोर लाइकली टू मेक मिस्टेक देन गेट इट राइट। सेम चीज़ यहाँ पर भी लागू होती है। अगर आप चुनाव को मिनट टू मिनट, डे टू डे, वीक टू वीक के बेसिस पर रनिंग कमेंट्री के तौर पर देखेंगे और ये गेज करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि चुनाव किधर जा रहा है, तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि आप यू विल बिहेव मोर लाइक ए डे ट्रेडर। तो और डे ट्रेडर्स का फेट क्या है वो आपको, हमको, दुनिया को पता है, डॉक्यूमेंटेड है। तो इन एब्सेंस ऑफ ए वाइड स्प्रेड एंगर अगेंस्ट द इनकम्बेंट और ए क्लैमर फॉर समबडी हु इज ए चैलेंजर, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कोई आमूल चूल परिवर्तन या कोई बहुत बड़ा परिणामों में जो परिवर्तन की लोग बात कर रहे हैं वो दिखेगा। व्हाट वी शुड सी इज कि क्या इनके 275 से ज़्यादा सीट, 72 से ज़्यादा सीट आ रही, तो क्योंकि संविधान में व्यवस्था वही बनाई गई है कि जिसको भी 272 से ज़्यादा सांसद जीत कर आए वही सरकार बनाएगा। तो बातें तो चलती रहेंगी, राजनीति है, चलता रहेगा। फिर मैं वही आपको बात कहूंगा, अगर मार्केट चल रहा है, मार्केट ऊपर जाए तो भी कमेंट्री होगी, नीचे आए तो भी कमेंट्री होगी, मार्केट में टर्बुलेंस होगा तो भी कमेंट्री होगी, मार्केट में बीटा कम हो जाए तो भी लोग कमेंट्री करेंगे कि, तो कमेंट्री करने वाले तो करते रहेंगे, लेकिन सरकार बनने के नजरिए से मैं कोई रिस्क नहीं देखता हूं। बीजेपी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए जो गठबंधन है वो वापस सरकार में लौटते हुए दिख रहे हैं। भारत जैसे देश में ये अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको, अगर आप विपक्ष में हैं तो आपको हर 1-2 साल पर आता ही आता है, कोई ना कोई आपको मौका मिलेगा कि विपक्ष के नाते आप अपने आप को रिसरेक्ट कर सकते हैं। और जो विपक्ष, कांग्रेस लेड विपक्ष हम लोग के यहाँ है, यहाँ इनके पास भी ये मौका 2014 के बाद से, मैंने आंकड़ों से प्रिसाइज डेट से बताया है, 3 ऐसे अवसर तो मुझे दिखते हैं जो कि 12 महीने से 15 महीने का दौर रहा है, जिसमें भाजपा या मोदी जी या उनकी सरकार बैकफुट पर रही, लेकिन विपक्ष उसको भुना नहीं पाया। आपको याद होगा 2014 में जब ये सरकार जीत कर आई पहली बार, 2015 में जनवरी में आम आदमी पार्टी दिल्ली में चुनाव जीती और 2015 उसी साल नवंबर में बिहार में चुनाव में भाजपा को करारी शिकस्त मिली। मतलब पूरा जो 2015 का महीना है, 2015 का साल है, और अगले 2016 मई तक जब बंगाल, असम, तमिलनाडु के चुनाव हुए, वो करीब करीब 18 महीनों में भाजपा को कहीं सफलता, चुनावी सफलता नहीं मिली। सिर्फ किसी भी तरह अलायंस की मदद से, गठबंधन के मदद से असम में वो जीत उनको हासिल हुई। वो 15 महीने का समय था कांग्रेस के पास या विपक्ष के पास, क्योंकि मोदी जी तब नए थे, तब ये कल्ट इमेजरी बननी शुरू हुई थी या नहीं बनी थी, तब सत्ता या पूरे व्यवस्था पर इतना कंट्रोल नहीं था। उनके भी जो मुरीद थे उनको भी शायद इतना विश्वास नहीं रहा होगा। आपके पास समय था अर्ली बाउंस बैक करने का, उस समय कांग्रेस और उनके साथियों ने उस तरह का प्रयास नहीं किया।
All right, we are now going to bring some breaking news for you. We are getting information that one passenger has been killed and more than 30 others have been injured in a Singapore Airlines flight from London to Singapore that has been hit by severe turbulence. Now, what we know so far is that the Singapore-bound Boeing 777-300ER, I beg your pardon, was diverted to Bangkok and landed at 15:45 hours local time. That's 8 o'clock GMT. Now, Singapore Airlines has confirmed this. Viewers will appreciate that this is a breaking news story and we're trying to get you more details as and when we get them. But what we can confirm for you right now is that the Singapore Airlines flight SQ321 was hit by severe turbulence, so much so that we believe one passenger was killed and about 30 others were injured in this accident. Now, we're going to try and go across to our correspondents to get us more details, but this is confirmed news that we are getting. Now, the flight has now made an emergency landing in Bangkok, is what we are told. Turbulence is the reason for one person being killed in this incident and about 30 people being injured. We are also going to get you more information on this, but initial reports also indicate that this aircraft may have hit an air pocket and made an emergency landing, and that is what led to this incident where about one person has died and 30 have been injured so far. Singapore Airlines has confirmed the incident, and what we also know at this point in time is that the injured have been given medical help at this point, but the number of people who are injured may increase. 30 is the number that Singapore Airlines has confirmed at this point in time. So this is an incident that took place earlier, and we are learning that it was an air pocket which caused this severe turbulence, and thereafter, of course, one person was killed and 30 others were injured in this Singapore Airlines flight. Now, this flight had originated in London and was on its way to Singapore when this incident has been reported. the flight at this point in time, we are learning, has made an emergency landing in Bangkok. The injured, we are told, are being taken care of, and all emergency services, of course, and the first responders that are there in these situations have already rushed to the spot and are taking the injured to the hospitals. Now, this incident, we are told, is being reported at 15:45 GMT, local time, I beg your pardon, that's about 8 o'clock GMT. Joining me on the broadcast is Vishnu Shom. Vishnu, what's the latest that you are picking up on this? What we know so far, of course, is that one person has unfortunately been killed.
Yeah, it is very sad. I mean, it's not very often that you get news of turbulence resulting in the death of any passenger. But what I can share with you at this stage is that is a statement from Singapore Airlines, which has offered its deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. What Singapore Airlines has now said is that this was a flight, a Boeing 777-300ER aircraft, and a flight from London to Singapore. It took off yesterday. It diverted to Bangkok, Suvarnabhumi International Airport. And as a result of intense, severe turbulence on board, there were several crew members, or I beg your pardon, several passengers who were injured, and one of the passengers died. Depending on where you're looking at this stage, that number of injuries could be up to 30, but unfortunately one person has died. There were 211 passengers, 18 crew on board. The airlines, as I said, is offering its deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. I'm just reading out their statement. And they say that their priority is to provide all possible assistance to passengers and crew on board the aircraft. They're working with local authorities to provide necessary medical assistance. So very unfortunate, but it is every single time we fly, there is a message from the cockpit: keep your belts lightly fastened, and this is one of the reasons why they want to ensure that does take place.
All right, Vishnu, thank you very much for joining us. So, Vishnu Shom over there confirming that at least one person has been killed so far and about 30 have been wounded in this unfortunate accident. Well, you are watching NDTV Profit. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more. In fact, we'll be focusing on gold prices hitting an all-time high, and we'll be joined by Anuj Gupta, who will talk us through what's happening.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have one day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
You have a missed call. Let's be real, guys. There are many
Welcome back. Now, gold prices came off a record high as traders booked profits. The rally in the price of gold was on the back of increasing optimism over the Federal Reserve's monetary policy and rising geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Now, gold prices have surged to 1.4% to hit $2,450.07 in early trade. This new record, of course, breaks the one that has been set by the yellow metal in April. The big question on everybody's mind, of course, is will this rally sustain going forward? Now, to discuss this, we're joined by Anuj Gupta. He's the head of commodity and currency, HDFC Securities. Anuj, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. To begin with, what do you think is the reason for this rally? And obviously, do you think that this is a good time to buy?
Yes, we have seen a sharp rally in bullion prices. If we check from Jan to till date, gold increased by almost 17%. The reason behind the rally is to, the decision on cut interest rate by the Federal Reserve. However, they didn't cut a single cut, but yes, they are expecting that they will cut interest rate by 2 times after this September 2024. Even we have seen a good demand from the China side. The Chinese economy added almost 27 ton gold in their portfolio in last 3 months. So this is giving a positive support to the gold prices. And another one is the geopolitical tension, which we have seen increasing day by day. And recently we saw some plane crash in the Iranian, the president. So this is also increasing the geopolitical tension. So these are the 3 reasons which is, providing support to the gold prices. And definitely the investment demand is there, which is, growing on. So this is the reason where we have seen a sharp rally in the gold prices.
And what essentially is your prediction going forward? Do you think it will rise further? Will it be able to sustain? What are you seeing in the near future at least?
So there is a 2 aspect that if in US Federal Reserve cut interest rate by 2 or 3 times, so that will be positive for the gold prices, because we have seen some correction in the dollar index. And if interest rate cut, so we are expecting a correction in dollar index and the bond yield. So this will impact a positive for the gold prices. But if they are not able to cut interest rate, because they are saying they are looking towards the US data, just like employment data and the inflation data, if they are not not looking as they are expecting, so possibly they will not cut interest rate, or possibly they will increase interest rate. So at that moment we will see a correction in the gold prices. But as per the concern and as per the market situation, we are expecting to cut expecting from the Federal Reserve. So we are expecting a positive trend maybe seen in the gold prices, and our target till the year of end possibly 78,000 to 80,000 in the gold prices.
Right, so that's quite a number. You're seeing that much of an increase really going further. Also, what would your advice be at this point in time?
For the current momentum, yes, prices are on very high side. So we are advising to the customer that at least wait and watch, because market is very volatile, and at the current point of time, the risk and reward is not in favor. So we are advising for wait for some correction, and one can buy around 73,450 would be the range where traders can go for buy, with the strict stop loss of 70 to 680, and we are expecting it may test 75,000 in this week or next week. So probably the market is in positive momentum, so we are giving a buy call, but definitely buy on a dips would be the good strategy.
All right, Anuj Gupta, thank you very much for joining us. So Anuj Gupta over there saying that at this moment they see the rally sustaining, and obviously it is due to several factors, including geopolitical tensions. Now, onto the other story that we are tracking today, of course, is a flock of flamingos were found dead. Now, what we are learning at this point in time is that about 39 of these flamingos were found dead in Ghatkopar area of Mumbai. Now, with the carcasses scattered in various areas, the birds were reportedly hit by an incoming Emirates aircraft, which was also damaged. My colleague Sujata joins in from the field right now. And she has more updates. Sujata, give us a sense of what happened, and is there been an inquiry that's been ordered into this?
A flock of flamingos were found dead after a collision with an Emirates aircraft near Mumbai's Ghatkopar region, where we see that more than 39 flamingos were found dead after they collided with an aircraft late night at around 9:30 p.m. after which the Mumbai police rushed to the spot to also ensure that no more harm is being done in the area. At present, I'm at the location where this particular incident happened, and as per the locals, they state that because an aircraft, that is the Emirates aircraft, were landing, and due to that, all of the flamingos which were flying in the sky somewhere collided with the aircraft, and it resulted into them falling straight on the ground. And this happened near the Ghatkopar Andheri link road where I'm present, and police as well as bird enthusiasts, they rushed to the scene to investigate the cause of death, after which it was stated that it is because of a collision with the aircraft which eventually resulted into this incident happening. And the part here is that the aircraft was safe and all of the passengers in it were safely landed, and there was no untoward incident reported apart from the flamingo's death. We have got some of the locals here who were present while this incident happened. Let us directly speak to them and find out कल रात को जब ये घटना हुई कितने बजे की घटना है, और साथ ही जब आप लोग ने देखा तो क्या हालात थे?
नहीं, हम लोग ने देखा कि पंछी ऊपर से गिरे, कुछ 8:45 बजे थे, यहाँ से लेके यहाँ तक पूरे गिरे पंछी। तो वाइट कलर के पंछी थे, कुछ 30-40 पंछी रहेंगे। 40 पंछी? हाँ, 30-40 पंछी मिनिमम।
अच्छा, और जब आपने, जैसा कि आपने बताया, वो भी बता रहे थे कि जब वो गिरे पंछी तो एकाएक जो है ऐसे लगा जैसे कोई आसमान से पत्थर फेंक रहा हो। एकाएक सभी जो है बस डेपो से लेकर यहाँ तक करीब 100 मीटर में पूरे फैले हुए।
हाँ, 100 मीटर में पूरे फैले हुए थे। हाँ, ऐसा लग रहा था कुछ पत्थर फेंक रहा है कोई ऊपर से।
5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा गिर गया है।
5 मिनट के अंदर पूरे पंछी गिर गए।
And now moving on to some international news. Iran will hold snap elections on the 28th of June. This comes after the tragic demise of the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi in a helicopter crash Sunday. The date for the polls has now been confirmed, and it was that call was taken during a meeting that was held at the president's office in Tehran. So Iran over there going in for snap elections, even though there will be a caretaker president who will be in place soon. Well, that's all we have time for on this edition of Profit, but we leave you with the images of actor Scarlett Johansson, who has come out with a statement that she was shocked and angered that OpenAI used a voice similar to hers. She revealed that she had refused OpenAI's request to lend her voice for the new ChatGPT 4.0 version. Now, OpenAI has denied that there was any deliberate mimicking of the actor's voice.
Some people say, hey, you know what? I'm way too young to be thinking about writing a will. Are you ever way too young?
I think it has to be done as of yesterday.
Okay.
The minute you have something which you kind of want to give away to someone, and death is unpredictable. I mean, I'm not going to get a WhatsApp message from whosoever saying that I have one day left, I should tie my loose ends.
Yes.
So we ought to be ready so that we don't leave any footprints which could be muddy or could lead to heartburn.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Good morning and welcome. Thanks for tuning in to the Small and Mid-Cap Show on NDTV Profit. I'm Harsh Saita, and with us we have Mr. Arun K. Chittalapalli, who is the Managing Director at Wonderla Holidays. Welcome to NDTV Profit, sir.
For having me on the show.
Yes, Varun, talk to us first off about footfall, right? Footfall is down when I'm looking at it year over year. Talk to us about what trends are playing out and what are you seeing on ground?
Yeah, so last quarter we did have some softness in footfalls, especially from the group segment. And this is because we, coming out of COVID, the patterns in which schools do their excursions, schools and colleges, that has changed. And so some of these things we can't avoid. And we were able to partly offset that because of our growth in retail footfalls. So if you look at our revenues are better, even though there was a small footfall drop. But yeah, so that's pretty much about the quarter. I think retail footfalls did well, but group footfalls didn't do so well in Cochin especially.
Do you expect that to change going forward?
So for us, Q1 is a retail footfall quarter. It's a holiday quarter. It's been doing well, except that we had the heat wave in Bangalore, so that affected our footfalls a little bit. But there's a strong recovery in May, so it's going. I mean, every quarter for us works slightly differently, so it's hard to kind of say that it's not the same trends that continue every quarter.
Sure, take your point. And with regard to ARPU, you've guided for a 10 to 15% increase in your pricing. What does that do to ARPU going forward? Also, you're adding new rides to your existing, setups. So, where should one see ARPU number go? More than 15%? Can we expect something like that going forward?
This year, we are expecting an ARPU growth of roughly about 10 to 12%. Last year, we had a huge ARPU growth, so we are not expecting big growth on top of that because we have already taken a substantial price hikes for all the parks. This year, we are expecting about 10% ARPU growth, leading by the increase in non-ticket revenues.
Okay, and therefore, what would the levers be for that non-ticket revenue?
Non-ticket revenue is sale of food and merchandise in the parks, and it is being, that is, showing a lot of growth. In fact, it's growing at a faster clip than, our footfalls or even revenues. So we are expecting that to show bigger numbers this year.
Sure. Plenty of expansion plans on the horizon. You have Orissa, Chennai coming up, Chennai in 2026, if I understand correctly. Also, you have Bangalore, Hyderabad, in terms of resorts, which you are coming up with. So what's the pipeline like, and how do you expect things to evolve in terms of launches?
Yeah, so, we have two parks which are under construction. We are soft launching our park in Bhubaneswar, in fact, next week. So it's going to be open to public from next Friday onwards. So that's going to be adding to our, into our kitty. Next year, we will have Chennai, which is a larger amusement park, also coming into the coming on stream. So these two will definitely help us to, show growth, because the other three parks that we have are already tenured parks, the youngest being Hyderabad, which is about 7 years old. We can expect some growth in Hyderabad. We don't expect huge growth coming in from, especially in footfalls coming in from our other two parks, which is Bangalore and Kochi. So we are expecting more growth from these new parks. So for example, Bhubaneswar this year onwards, and then next year Chennai, and so on and so forth.
Understood. And with regard to Bhubaneswar, what's the likely footfall and ARPU going to be like?
So we are not getting a full year, as you know. We have missed pretty much April and then most of May. So we are expecting about 4 lakh visitors in our first 10 months, which I think is pretty good, and I think it should definitely help us, show better numbers. And in terms of, it's hard to predict revenues because it's our first year, so there will be a lot of offers and promotions. But we are expecting reasonably good ARPUs there, about between 800 and 1,000 rupees kind of ARPU. And so that's the kind of expectation we have for Bhubaneswar this year.
Understood. And therefore, building in a number of 10 to 12% on total ARPU.
Correct.
Got your point. And how long do typically some of these parks take in terms of recovering the investment payback period?
So Bhubaneswar for us is an experimental park. It's a new model for us. It's an asset-light model where we have partnered with the government, and the government has helped us with the land acquisition, such a thing. So it has helped us reduce our capex. So it should have a better payback period compared to our other more expensive parks. We are expecting it to pay back between 6 to 8 years, whereas the other larger parks will take maybe a couple of years more.
Understood. And with regard to capex, how do you plan to fund it? Any plans to take on more debt? What's the kind of debt you're going to be comfortable with?
See, for Bhubaneswar, we don't need any debt. We have already completed the project, and the total investment as of today stands roughly about 190 crores. It could be a little lower also once the numbers kind of come in. So between 180 and 190 crores is what we're looking at. And for Chennai, we have about a 500 crore outlay, out of which 140 crores has already been invested. The remaining, 350 crores will be spent in the next year and a half. We might have to take on some debt, but marginal debt only. If we have further projects coming in, and we might, so at that point we will look at some form of debt, and also maybe if we have many projects coming to our side, we will also look at some equity dilution as well.
Okay, some equity dilution also possible. But with that, we're completely out of time. Definitely warrants a larger conversation with regard to funding as well as where that is expected to go at. But thank you so much, Arun, for coming in, speaking with us and breaking this down for us.
Thank you.
Right, with that, time to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. We have a couple of more very interesting managements on the other side. You're watching the Smith Show. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by Canara Bank. Together we can.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी.
पहली बार हिंदी में गीत रामायण सिर्फ 90 मिनट में.
सुनो प्रेम से भक्त जनों ये रामायण श्री राम की.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ सुरेश वाडकर. मेरा गीत रामायण सुनिए शेमारू भक्ति यूट्यूब चैनल पर.
ऑटिज्म का इतना तगड़ा प्लेयर हमने कहीं नहीं देखा.
Being parents, we know what he wants, how he feels.
मुझे ये बिलीव हो गया था कि एक इंटरनेशनल स्टार का जन्म हो चुका है.
मैं समाज भाई हंडे का बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करती हूँ कि उन्होंने लक्ष्मी की जर्नी में बहुत सहयोग किया है.
Courting greatness, one serve at a time. Meet Lakshmi Jadala, the teen tennis ace, defying expectations.
It's very interesting to really see that when you have a will, you have a way. Right? So whether it's a contest or it's a pure succession. Now, in a situation where you have a will, I think the beauty really is that you very clearly carved out the succession vis-a-vis each of your inheritors. When you don't really have a will, it's going by the succession law, and to that extent, irrespective of what the asset is, it's just going to be divided amongst the inheritors.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Co-powered by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Co-powered by Canara Bank. Together we can.
भक्तीचा सागर, बातम्यांचा जागर. NDTV मराठी.
Welcome back. You're watching the Smaller Mid-Cap show on NDTV Profit. I wish to bring on board the CFO at Eclerx Services, Srinivasan Nadadhur, who's going to talk to us about, of course, Q4 numbers, but more interestingly, Srinivasan, talk to us about the 4-year plan which you guys have unveiled.